Catch the sports gang on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays, 7:30 a.m. and Today Sport Live, 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends, 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today, 95.1 FM.
I wanna take you away.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
This is the champion section, and anything less than that get a hasty rejection. I point you in the direction where you can drink to the next one. I make my entrance, dribbling, bending, fast like an engine. Can't you see me trending? So anytime that you see me on the film, I'm defending my title, I'm rightfully legend. This ain't nothing abnormal. Should've known that I was a top scorer. You were for Champions League baller. Win, I be your guy.
Rotate, vuelta. Cigarette, suelta. Rotate, vuelta. Rotate, vuelta. Rotate, vuelta. Cigarette, suelta. Rotate, vuelta. De reloj se te ve que tú quieres más, No vamos a parar, dale ya, pegado la pared, dale bring it.
Well, a very good afternoon and welcome to the marathon edition of Today Sports Live. Yes, the show is reaching you live from the studios of your premium news, talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM, right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. My name is Victor Oriahi. I am your favorite melanin sports presenter. And of course, I've got the guys right here with me. Priye Izogbu, Priye Peasy is in the building. Welcome, Priye, and good afternoon.
And good afternoon to the Melanin Sports presenter, good afternoon to the guy in the studio, and good afternoon to the beautiful city of Port Harcourt. Another European weekend. The very first game, Chelsea logging on with West Ham, a London derby, and a huge one for the man, David Moyes. If he gets one ahead of Chelsea, that will be huge for him for the race for the Champions League and spot, the fourth spot for Champions League. So it's going to be a great weekend today.
Definitely would be a great weekend. Mikey is also here. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Victor. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Port Harcourt. Good afternoon to everyone that loves sport out there. It's another Saturday that I really love so much, and it's going to be a really thrilling weekend for most teams, and also one of the the great moment to actually snatch your 3 points away from the other players, because I mean you have likes of Man City also playing for 3 points today. You have Chelsea playing for 3 points. You have Liverpool also playing for 3 points. So if any problem happens or any point slips, the other team is going to hit up and sit on top of you. So it's going to be very exciting.
Definitely would be very exciting. And Queen Chika is here somewhere in the building. She'll be joining us pretty soon. And today we're going to be talking about a lot of things. But we're starting with what happened during the week. The biggest football event during the week had got to be the Ballon d'Or, with Lionel Messi winning his 7th Ballon d'Or. We'll be taking a look at the final rankings, the top 30 players in that order, in the order with which they appeared in the Ballon d'Or. And then we'll talk about Chelsea. Are Chelsea a better side with or without Lukaku? As a lot of persons have said, that this team seem to be performing better when Lukaku is not playing. So we'll be talking about that, and also look at the biggest games to expect in the Premier League. In just 22 minutes plus, we will be having the London Derby with West Ham United taking on Chelsea right there at the London Stadium. As well as other matches in the match day 15 Premier League games in the La Liga. It's all about one man, Vinicius Junior. His brilliant and impressive form. What would you attribute Vinicius Junior's turnaround? I mean, because it's still shocking me sometimes. I saw Real Madrid last game, and I was having goosebumps just watching Vinicius play. What would you attribute his turnaround to? And then in the Italian Serie A, the top spot battle right there in Italy. We've got Roma taking on Inter Milan. We've got Napoli taking on Atalanta. It's going to be a tough one, I tell you. At the end of the day, we might just be seeing Napoli. Would they remain on top of the table? Would AC Milan be able to usurp the team? Or would it be Inter Milan who would take their place at the very top? It's the question. And then in the German Bundesliga, the biggest game in Germany, the Klassiker, Borussia Dortmund traveling to face Bayern Munich at the Allianz Arena. An impressive one, and one to watch out for. It promises to be a blockbuster. Well, we would not be doing the talking alone. We want you to contribute as regards everything we will talk about on the show. You can do this via text or WhatsApp by sending in a message to the number 0701 933 9962. I take it again, 0701 933 9962. That is the number to send in your text or your WhatsApp messages to. We would open the phone lines later on so we can get to hear from you directly on the show. Queen Chikezie joins us. Good afternoon, Queen. Welcome.
Good afternoon to you, Victor, and good afternoon to our beautiful listeners out there. It's always a great time to be here. It's the weekend marathon edition of our Today Sports Life, and it's always a pleasure to talk about all the happenings over the weekend or over the week. I mean, it was surprising that Manchester United had to, end that, should I say, relatively unsuccessful run against Arsenal. I mean, Michael Carrick makes me begin to wonder, is it time for him to follow suit with his colleagues or his mates during his playing days and take up a coaching job at maybe an average team? He would do well if you ask me. 3 matches, 2 wins and a draw. Not bad for a starter, So it's great to be here, and let's enjoy the show.
All right. Great to be here. Let's get the show started from what happened right there in the Ballon d'Or during the week.
Mentally legend. This ain't nothing abnormal. Should've known that I was a top scorer. We were for Champions League baller. Win, I be your guy.
Rotate, vuelta. Cigarette, suelta. Rotate, vuelta. Rotate, vuelta. Rotate, vuelta. Cigarette, suelta. Rotate, vuelta. De lejos se te ve que tú quieres más, No vamos a parar, dale ya, pegado la pared, dale, bring it back,
Well, Lionel Messi was crowned Ballon d'Or winner for the 7th time on Monday, and the final ranking of the men's award has been released. Well, the Argentine held off Bayern Munich's prolific striker Robert Lewandowski, who was second, with Chelsea's Jorginho coming in third. A short list of 30 players has been announced ahead of the award ceremony that was held in Paris. Well, throughout the day, the countdown began with numbers 30 down to 11 being reviewed online, with numbers 10 down to 1 being named on the show itself, with Messi being crowned the winner. So number 29th, I'll start from the 30th position. You've got Cesar Azpilicueta, you've got Luka Modric, Gerard Moreno, Ruben Diaz, Nicolo Barella, Phil Foden, Pedri, Harry Kane, Lautaro Martinez, Bruno Fernandes, Riyad Mahrez, Mason Mount, Simon Kjaer, Luis Suarez, Neymar, Raheem Sterling, Leonardo Bonucci, Giorgio Chiellini, Romelu Lukaku, Erling Braut Haaland, Gianluigi Donnarumma, Kylian Mbappe, Kevin De Bruyne, Mohamed Salah, Cristiano Ronaldo, N'Golo Kante, Karim Benzema, Jorginho, Robert Lewandowski, and Lionel Messi. All right, Priya, let's start from the rankings itself, the final rankings. First of all, taking a look at the Chelsea perspective, you look at the sides. They got Jorginho, they got N'Golo Kante, they had Mason Mount, and they also had the captain, Cesar Spilicueta. Now, Cesar finished 30th, Mason Mount 19th, and Jorginho 3rd, while N'Golo Kante 5th. You want to say that the brilliant performance of the team did it revolve around these players, and is the rankings of these players justifiable?
For me, first off, I think I question a lot of these awards. Basically, I think it's more of a popularity contest. It's about how popular you are in a calendar year, how you cite football pundits, football journalists across the world, captains, and of course, coaches across the world. Is beyond you and going out there and playing very well and dominating the world of football, because it begs my imagination to think that Mendy, the Chelsea goalkeeper, is not among the best 30 players in Ballon d'Or. Come on, he should have made it. If at worst case scenario, maybe 25 or 26. Because for me personally, I think he's the best goalkeeper for that particular time frame. He did very well. If you look at the stats, the number of goals conceded, and the number of clean sheets he kept, the number of saves, everything is quite even better than the Paris Saint-Germain goalkeeper, the former AC Milan and goalie. So for me, I think a lot of politics is played behind the scene. We also heard of the statement from the chief editor of the French newspaper, and we saw the reaction from Cristiano Ronaldo and his camp. So there's a whole lot of politicking when it comes to this award. That particular day, immediately I listened and I saw that Robert Lewandowski was given the best striker award. I just knew that something funny is about to happen, and that means it should be Lionel Messi that will be picking up the Ballon d'Or, because they cannot give the best striker to Lewandowski at the same time the Ballon d'Or to Lionel Messi. So for me, I think there's a whole lot of politicking. Then for the Chelsea squad, I think Mendy should have made it to the top 30. Maybe Jorginho not lifting the Ballon d'Or. There's arguments on both ends, but Lionel Messi winning it for me. This is not the best Lionel Messi season, I will say that. Robert Lewandowski, yes, last year was quite better than this year, but Lewandowski, I will not say head and shoulder above Lionel Messi, but it was better, a little bit better than Lionel Messi for that particular calendar year. But what do I know? Because the journalists out there decided to vote for a popular figure, a man that can actually sell the Ballon d'Or. I think that's about the idea, selling it. When Luka Modric won the Ballon d'Or and the FIFA best player, we saw that it wasn't that there was no frenzy attached to the award for that year. It was more like everything was just so calm and normal. They don't want that calm and normal when it comes to media, when it comes to publicity, when it comes to pushing a brand. They want that frenzy, they want that news, they want to conquer the entire airspace. So it's preferable you give it to someone that has that fan base. Look at Lionel Messi joining Paris Saint-Germain. We saw how many fans had to join the Paris Saint-Germain Instagram handle, their social media handle. That's how big the man is. Same with Cristiano Ronaldo. He got over 1 million retweets for his post sharing that he has joined Manchester United. So that's how big the man is. So for me, I think it's about popularity contest. Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi in this generation, with what they have done the first 7-8 years, when I'm talking about this decade from 2008 down and to this present day, what they have done. So it's easier for you to give them, for them to sell your brand. It's about selling brand here. It's not about your quality, what you do out there. For me, I think a Chelsea goalkeeper should have made it, and I think it should have even been given the best goalkeeper for that particular day.
All right, the Edouard Mendy should have been given the best goalkeeper, so says Priye. Let me come to you, Queen. Mo Salah. Now, he was told about his position on the Ballon d'Or, and he laughed because he felt maybe he could have done better, or he had a better season than some of the players be above him. He finished 7th, scoring 19 times in 19 appearances across all competitions for Liverpool this season. The man has been sensational, and he seemed sort of disappointed about that 7th place. Do you think, or for you, do you believe that Mo Salah should have risen up the rankings? Or that 7th, looking at the players above him, is actually where he ought to be?
First of all, who are the players above him? You have Cristiano Ronaldo in 6th place. Then you have N'Golo Kante in 5th place. You have Karim Benzema 4th. You have Jorginho 3rd, Robert Lewandowski, and then Lionel Messi. Well, on his personal record, I think he's done great for the season. He's got some record he's broken and all of that. But if you look at players that were placed above him, you could relatively argue that they had one or two things going on that would have put them above him. Say, for instance, Cristiano Ronaldo, aside the fact that he's been moving from one club to another and the club having some relatively bad issues, personally, he's got some good records. Internationally, he's got the highest goal this year. He had that record this year. He won with Juventus now. Had 2 titles with Juventus and all of that. And then you look at Karim Benzema. He's been spectacular for Real Madrid.
Country, yeah.
Even his country too. They won the Europa Nations League, and then he was in that team and he did very great in that team. So if you ask me, I think Mo Salah has to up his game. He has to up his game. Even the season when Liverpool won the Champions League, it was all about what's this guy now? This defender,
Virgil van Dijk.
Virgil van Dijk. So if you ask me, when he does better for himself, he has relatively other individual who really do above him. Because I mean, you can't place Mo Salah ahead of N'Golo Kante or Jorginho. They were both spectacular for Chelsea. They were both spectacular for their countries too. When it comes to, I mean, the both of them, their countries won one title or the other in 2021. So for him, country-wise, he's still yet to prove a point. I mean, they've not won the Nations Cup since he began to play for some years now. Since he began to play for the Egyptian side, I mean, they've not won it. They've either lost that in the semi-finals or in the quarterfinals or thereabout. And then in the qualifiers, they are yet to seal off their place because they are yet to do the final qualifying series for the World Cup in the African in the CAF division. So if you ask me, he still has to do something spectacular to hit off these guys or to displace them. For me, I think he's doing well, but he has to up his game. And then I know some people will think that I'm being sentimental or being African, but if you ask me, the Africans are still climbing the radar. Since what's his name now of Liberia,
George Weah
of Liberia, no African player have been able to climb that radar even to third place.
None.
Third place, no. I think Eto Fix actually.
Okay, Eto.
Yes, Eto.
Eto, aside Eto, no African player have been able to climb up to third place. So it simply means that the African players still have a whole lot to do. And I think CAF have to help in this position, because if you watch it, so these Europeans and whatever they play, they happen within a period of time before whatever award is given. But for African Cup of Nations and any tournament you have to play, it is after all of these awards have been given that you get to see them. So it falls back to a different year. And before that year ends, a different event happens and overcloud whatever they have done in the African tournament, and it becomes irrelevant. So I think CAF should relatively put their calendar to match up with their European counterparts.
Right.
So it will maybe project them, give them a better projection for this awards.
I think I disagree with you in some of your points. And you made mention of Mo Salah and hitting that mark. For me, I think Mo Salah right now is the best fourth player in the world. I beg to be. It's arguable though, but I think he's the best fourth player in the world. I'm talking about the 3-4 position. It could be in the middle, from the right or the left. I think Mo Salah is the best player. You could check his conversion rate. You could see the stats is quite clear out there. Better than Lionel Messi in this calendar year, this particular period, this season. He's better than Lionel Messi, better than Neymar. Maybe player that is quite close to him, maybe Robert Lewandowski. I think is the best striker right now in the world. So how can you up your game when you're the best striker in the world?
Okay.
When you look at the basis for giving this award, you could definitely know that.
For giving the award?
That's what I want to look at the statistics they put out when they were
putting
this
the award. It's based on
popularity.
who you want.
It's about popularity, because there was a calendar year Lionel Messi did not win any major tournament.
But
he got the goals. He got the goals. He was given the Ballon d'Or. He was given FIFA Best Player of the Year. There was a particular period to Cristiano Ronaldo did not win any major tournament,
but he was given.
He was still given. So I think it's about popularity contest. Who will sell the brand? Who will sell the Ballon d'Or? Ballon d'Or has been making news for the past 4, 5, 6 days. That's
Alright.
how huge Lionel Messi is. The picture of Lionel Messi, the face of Lionel Messi can actually sell any product. So it's easy for an organizer of an award ceremony to push out this name there, push out Lionel Messi, push out Cristiano Ronaldo. It's easy for you to sell your product or your brand. So it's not about how good you are, because you've seen players in the past. We saw what Schneider did in that 2010 Netherlands team and also the Inter Milan team. He took the Inter Milan, they had the treble that particular season. He was quite vital to that Inter Milan squad that did the treble with their coach and Jose Mourinho. And we saw what they did at the World Cup too. They got to the finals of the World Cup in South Africa. That was how great Schneider was in that particular year. But they gave it to Lionel Messi for winning the Spanish La Liga title, and he got I think record number of goals, about 60 goals for that particular, over 60 goals in that particular season. So it's about your popularity, how huge you are, how you can actually sell this magazine, front covers of magazine. That's how big Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo are. Basically.
Mikey, let me come to you.
All right.
You know, Queen said something about the African players, and I was going to come there. We had just 2 African players in that list, Mohamed Salah and Riyad Mahrez. Mo Salah of Liverpool, Mahrez of Manchester City. What do African players need to do? Is it a case of our players are not competing against other players right there in Europe, in Asia, you know? What do our players from African descent need to do to be winning these sort of individual trophies?
I really think everything boils down to the team you're playing for, and how you're actually competing for, how hungry you are, you know, regarding to your position that they play. You know, looking back at Salah and his position, he's really, I think to me, he's one of the best in his position right now. But looking at Mahrez, right, he has been very great regarding to, you know, set pieces and how he'll be able to convert goals, his assists. You know, he's trying to dribble or cutting from the left hand side, and all of these attributes to, you know, how we Africans, we are actually upping our game, you know, bit by bit. And answering your question of how there's something to do, I mean, what else can you probably do on a big stage? I mean, you need to up your game like every day. You need to actually put it out there. And look at Mahrez. He has been great. He has been prolific for, you know, in my own point of view, for Manchester City. And Salah has been, oh my God, he's been
sensational.
I don't know how to put him, but this man, you know, you need to, you know, actually look at, you know. But if at the end of the day, and probably this year's the next Ballon d'Or, and you can't see Salah in top 3, I mean, there will be a problem. I mean, I really have. It's
a really long year.
It's a long year. He's just starting.
He's just starting though.
Yeah.
But he has been doing this even last season, and he was, you know, is incredibly good form even in this season. So I think there's much to do. I mean, every player has to improve his game after game. So I think there is much to do in regards to Mahrez. He needs to improve in game, probably give more assists, more than trying to, you know, increase the numbers. And also in Salah, you know, keep scoring. Salah should never stop scoring. Probably have 2 goals or 3 goals in 2 games. I mean, that is a very good goal ratio. And I really want to actually appreciate Salah for that 7th position for the Ballon d'Or. It's not to me, it's not bad though. Okay. You know, considering that was last season. No, having to see him again, probably above that this season will be you know, will be something a lot of us will be hoping for. But I think his 7th position is not that bad at all in my opinion.
And again, like I said, the calendar year matters. Now, January is coming, right?
Of course.
And then the African Cup of Nations will be played in January. Why they still have the EPL or the league competitions ongoing, and then their departure will definitely you know, limit their performances at their club level, even though it will give them a bigger picture when it comes to the Nations League or the Nations Cup. So if you ask me, you see when they do the Euros, you see when they play the European Nations League, all of when they don't have their league performances, the league is on break and all of that, and then they come up with these competitions. I mean, it puts you ahead. Like, you have your performance at the league level, you still have your performance at your your national tournament level. It's sort of complement each other instead of breaking down your progress in one or limiting your progress in one. So I still go back to CAF trying to put this tournament in this where it will complement their performance. And again.
But for that, basically, you have to be very careful because our terrain, our weather is quite different.
Different from
we saw the last AFCON.
Come on.
Happened during the summer break, and
we saw
that
was a disaster.
We had water breaks and
water breaks.
It was
very, very bad
good.
and terrible.
I know, but then in as much as we look at that, we should still find a way. That's what I'm saying. We should still find a way to complement it. And then our African players, when they go for the World Cup, where it's a world stage, it's a global stage, where you have to now personally compete with some of these top European players. I think that's why they need to up their game.
For me, I think I'm worried for African players in Europe. Over the years, I'm quite worried with their level of performance. I will actually restrict myself to West Africa because this has been a powerhouse of football in Africa. Talking about the Ghanas, the Nigeria, the Ivory Coast, the Senegal and all. These are the people that would definitely turn up stars year in, year out. If you look at the golden era of the Ivory Coast team, you had the likes of Yaya Toure, Didier Drogba, Kolo Toure, a lot of great players playing for top clubs in Europe. Now, if you look at most of the teams in Africa, I think they're struggling. Most of the players in Africa, they are struggling when it comes to European stage. Very few of them, maybe the Senegal team, the Senegal national team, that have top players in top leagues. If you look at Nigeria, struggling, playing for Watford, playing for some obscure clubs in Europe, in Scandinavia. And so you just know that there's a lot of problem when it comes to African football. We need to improve on our game. And I think the North Africans are doing it a little bit better than they were doing before. Basically, if you think about the golden era of the Egyptian side, everybody plays for Al Ahly, plays for Zamalek, plays for a club in their country. But right now, we are seeing them going to Europe, play good football. We are seeing them moving. A typical example, Mo Salah is doing the business in Europe. Mahrez is doing the business in Europe. Then for the West African side, just the Senegalese team, the Mane, the Edward Mendy, very few of them. So I think the likes of Nigeria, Ghana is going down on a daily basis. Like the best player in Ghana right now is Ayew playing for Crystal Palace. So you look at Nigeria, you look at the form of our front player that we expect to actually carry the team on his shoulder. He will be fluctuating form. He plays well today. You'll not see him for the next 3 games. The next time you see him, he struggle. So for me, I think it's about improving on their game, especially West African countries, Nigeria, Ivory Coast, Ghana, even Central Africa, Cameroon.
Is nowhere to be found and all of that.
They're been far back.
Well, just before we go on, we've got Chelsea going all the way to their London neighbours. Talking about West Ham United at London Stadium. Well, that game, the players are already on the pitch, taking the knee. The kickoff would be now. All right, so let's go through the starting 11 for both teams before we go on with our discussion. Well, West Ham United, Lucas Fabianski starts in goal for the London side. Kurt Zuma, the former Chelsea boy, now with West Ham, a part of the 3-man backline. We've got Craig Dawson and Issa Diop. Vladimir Kufal, Thomas Soucek, Declan Rice and Ben Johnson will be playing in midfield, and they've got Jared Bowen and Manuel Lanzini playing behind Mikel Antonio. On the bench for West Ham is Andrei Yarmolenko, Pablo Fornals, Nikola Vlasic, Alphonse Areola, Mark Noble, Sahid Benrahma, Arthur Masuaku, Alex Krau and Harrison Hashby. While for Chelsea, they play in a 3-4-2-1 formation with Edward Mendy starting in goal for the team. The 3-man backline sees Antonio Rudiger, Thiago Silva and Andreas Christensen, Marcus Alonso, Jorginho, Ruben Loftus-Cheek, and we also got Ruben Loftus-Cheek and Reece James, of course, returning to the starting 11. Mason Mount and Hakim Ziyech will be playing behind the striker Kai Havertz. On the bench for Chelsea is Kepa Arrizabalaga, Romelu Lukaku, Christian Pulisic, Timo Werner, Saul Niguez, Ross Barkley, Callum Hudson-Odoi, Cesar Azpilicueta and Malang Sarr. All right, guys, we'll be talking about that game shortly, but let's wrap up our discussion about the Ballon d'Or. Now, Robert Lewandowski, You know, there was a particular time, I'm trying to remember, I think during the 2014 Ballon d'Or, Antoine Griezmann won the World Cup. He won
Europa League.
He won the Europa League as well. I think he had some individual records in that very season. And he didn't even make top 3 in the Ballon d'Or. And he took to Twitter and said, "What must I do to win this?" You know, what must Lewandowski do to win this Ballon d'Or? Pray.
Consistency. Keep doing what he is doing right now. I think there will be a time it will be very, very obvious that you just need to give to that man. I think that's what some of these players that possibly your national team is not that good. You just need to prove beyond reasonable doubt with your club performance. Win the Champions League, win the Bundesliga that you always win, win every cup competition that you participate in, basically. Then you see how far you go. Get those records of goals, cause conversation out there, cause the controversy. There'll be a point in time they will not stop. They just have to give you. They have to coin an award for him. That was how big he was last year. They had to create an award for him. That award was they rushed to create that award. They just wanted something.
Yeah.
Just give him something. Because I don't understand when you give the best striker award, you don't have the best midfielder award, you don't have the best defender award. I was trying to create that balance in my head. I just feel that they just wanted to create something
to help
for
him.
the man. Not help him, just create something to appease the general public.
Okay.
Hold
your side.
So it was just basically, let's just appease the man because he has done a lot. For me, I think he deserved the Ballon d'Or. 2 years. My point is, even if you want to give it to Lionel Messi, for fairness, I think it would have been a joint Ballon d'Or. It should have been 2020 and 2021 Ballon d'Or.
Yeah.
You give the last year winner,
Yes.
since you cancelled
So
it due to COVID-19, and we still had football that particular year.
Going
So
on.
it's preferable you give Lewandowski one Ballon d'Or, you give Lionel Messi another Ballon d'Or.
Yeah, for
one
2021.
celebration. That should have been preferable than giving him the best striker, but we don't have a category for best midfielders and best defenders.
or best,
Or
and
best
all of that.
goalkeepers. Okay.
No,
we
they
have
have
goalkeeper.
goalkeeper.
Yashin Trophy.
So for me, I think it's about them trying to save their face, because they know definitely there will be huge controversy out there, and it's coming. The backlash is coming. I actually followed Patrick Evra online, and I saw how he downplayed the entire award. It was that bad, and a lot of people are criticizing this award.
Yeah.
Casillas, a lot
Everybody,
of stakeholders.
you're even talking about opponents, even people who are Messi's friends, even Dani Alves also felt like wasn't worth it. I mean, you begin to wonder if people who are close to this guy think it's not worth it for this year. It simply means it was a sherick of an outing.
I wouldn't really say Messi doesn't worth it. Like
This year?
worth it, and yeah,
It doesn't worth
Messi always worth it every time. I mean, look at his numbers. He speaks volume.
Really?
Of
For
course.
2021 against Robert Lewandowski, even Jorginho is worth this Ballon d'Or more than
For me,
Messi.
this particular edition, I would say Lionel Messi definitely he deserves to be among the top 3.
Yes.
Then, but the distance between Lewandowski and Lionel Messi is not that huge. Definitely, Lewandowski was better than Lionel Messi this calendar year, but it wasn't that huge, that big. So that's why they can easily just give it to Lionel Messi, because it was close. Like, let's say Lewandowski had an 80% performance, Lionel Messi 75. It's easy for them to give it to Lionel Messi. He deserves to be among the top 3. Jorginho will have a 65%. It's easy to give. But if Lionel Messi is 80 and Lewandowski is 75, they will give it to Lionel Messi. If Lionel Messi is 65 and Lewandowski is 70, they will still give it to Lionel Messi. So it's about you just proving beyond reasonable doubt exactly what George Weah did. I think that should be 1995. I can't remember the exact year. He actually proved beyond reasonable doubt with that AC Milan side, and he won everything. So proof beyond reasonable doubt so that your doubters, the people organizing the event, they had no choice. They have no choice than to just hand over the award to you. Just give that gap.
Well, a few seconds ago, Chelsea came close. It was Hakim Ziyech stretched to make contact with a pass coming in from Reece James. But sadly, the man couldn't make the needed contact with the ball to get it past Lukas Fabianski. So it was an easy save for Fabianski. But then still goalless, 7 minutes gone already in that game. All right, and just before we wrap up, the under 21, the best player under the age of 21, the Copa Trophy, it was won by Pedri. You think he was well deserved? The man was brilliant during the last season. He played literally. Sometimes I wondered how Pedri was recovering, because he just came from playing almost every game in the La Liga. He played in the Euros, and he just kept on going. He played in the Olympics as well. He played in the Olympics with the Spanish national team.
Yeah.
You think the award was well deserved for Pedri?
Yeah, I think it was. I mean, he's been incredible. He's been awesome. He's the guy. The boy is proving to be sensational every year. The boy is to me he deserved to win the Copa Trophy. But he had to rival the likes of we got Bellingham. Yeah, he has to rival Bellingham.
Bellingham, Bukayo
Saka, and all those lovely young boys and young players. So I think to me it was well deserved for him.
All right.
Of course, I mean, it wouldn't have been anyone else. We saw his performance for Spain in the Euros. He was the best, I think, under 21
young player
in that Euro theme. And then he also at the Europa Nations League, we saw his outing also. And then for Barca, the period when Barca was actually struggling and all of those sagas and all, we still saw his impact in the team. So I think for now in the under 21 team, he's been quite outstanding. You know why? Because for the likes of Bellingham, they've been with Borussia Dortmund, and you could say that they've been growing with the team over the years. But this young lad actually came into the picture, and he's been spectacular, and a lot of people have actually been talking about him. So, and then Barca also put a huge buyout clause for him, and that's to tell you how important the young lad is. So I think for me, he's outstanding, and he deserves to.
The buyout clause is not 1 billion.
Yeah,
1 billion.
I think that is Barca stuff. You just sign you in. They just
1 billion.
Start giving
buyout
clauses.
Have you seen that of Benzema? I think La Liga sometimes get to be crazy with some buyout clauses.
Pedri had 89 points. Jude Bellingham was second with 39 points. Jamal Musiala came third with 38 points. We had Nuno Mendes, 23 points. Mason Greenwood had just 15 points. And Bukayo Saka managed just 8 points. You could see that we had two German players right there. Two players who played their trade right there in Germany. Talking about Jude Bellingham and Jamal Musiala. Is the Bundesliga gradually becoming the ground where these young players are being groomed? Since the Copa Trophy was initiated, we haven't had an English player, someone who plies his trade in England, win the award.
I think it will change possibly next year. If you look at what the English Premier League teams are doing right now, a lot of youth players are coming into the first 11 of a lot of teams that are doing very well. And so for me, I think it will change. A typical example, we are seeing what Reece James is doing. Reece James is one of the best right back right now in the world. If you look at other players in the Premier League sides, they are doing very well. So it will change. But naturally, we've known the German Bundesliga to be a league where they house and they give these young talents chance for them to prove themselves. Back in the day of Mario Götze, a lot of players, we saw how Kevin De Bruyne struggled when he was in Chelsea, but when he left for the Bundesliga, the man's career actually transformed to a whole new level. So for me, I think it's about giving this young lads chance, giving these academy players chance, and I think a lot of Premier League side are doing it right now. The likes of Chelsea, the likes of Arsenal, Manchester United, they are doing the business now. They're allowing their academic side to actually come into the first team. Look at Mason Mount over the years now. Look at what he has been doing for the past 2-3 seasons. Coming in from the Chelsea under 20 side, send him on loan to Derby County, coming back to Chelsea, the first team of Chelsea, and he has been doing well over the years. So for me, I think it will change. Premier League side are now giving some of their young lads opportunity for them to shine, and it will improve. Kaya Vez, a typical example for the German side. They give these young players chance from when they were like 18, 19. They start playing first team football in the major league, improve on their career, playing with experienced heads, and before you know it, they turn into world beaters. So for me, I think other leagues are actually towing the same line. Pedri for the Spanish La Liga. It's been a long time we've seen someone with that traditional midfield style of the likes of Xavi and Iniesta. It's coming in gradually. That's when you give this young lads opportunity for them to shine. I think with time, definitely we'll get a lot of players from other leagues, especially from the Premier League.
All right, well, we'll be moving on to talk about the English Premier League score update. It is still goalless at the London Stadium. 12 minutes of action gone. Chelsea putting on their yellow jersey, and West Ham, of course, their traditional, would I call that maroon color now? The traditional colors right there at the London Stadium. It's been back and forth, but possession mostly dominated by the Blues. Lucas Fabianski did pull off some saves. We saw him save a long-range shot taken by Reece James, who I must say has grown into a world of his own entirely. He is one of the highest goal scorers now for Chelsea. An impressive one for the man. Now, talking about this game, before we look at Chelsea in particular, let's first take a look at this match. Mikey, a London derby. The Blues have been outstanding, but so have West Ham United. They are currently in the top 5 in the English Premier League. David Moyes has been really has found a way to make this his Chelsea, this is West Ham team, make them better than they were. Do you think they will be able to hold their own against the Blues, who are on an unbeaten run?
I think the David Moyes side has been incredible. They have been outstanding, but I think in their last two, I think they were not really incredible. They had a draw and a loss. And speaking of how they play the game, definitely Chelsea will have the greater dominance in the game. Speaking of how they play, they tend to create more chances in the game, like you see the likes of, and like the past 12 minutes of the gameplay. They actually had some ball thrown in front of Fabianski, which he didn't actually cross the line though. But they have been when you play a team like Chelsea, they sitting in your half, they will try to trouble you, try to create those chances. And I don't think David Moyes will actually fancy some clear-cut chances from this time, except he's going to play the usual we absorb the pressure, then we counter you. And you can't really work well, having a 3-back line for Chelsea and having Reece James and the other guys, running in, creating like a 5-man, and that will be tough. Except you can actually give it up for the West Ham side if they try to play a very good cut and shoot, and they have this incredible man in their team. How they call this man again? We have Declan Rice. So if Declan Rice could, and he can actually shoot from long range. So if they actually employ the long range technique against Chelsea, but he can probably they must fancy a chance against the man behind the sticks, that is Mendy. So if they can actually do that, probably they might get a goal in this game. But to me, it looks likely that they might not salvage a win actually. But this is like 15 minutes and the game is still goalless. I think Chelsea still have the highest probability of stinging them very soon.
Priya, coming to you, Reece James, 100 Chelsea appearances for the man. He's 21 years old. This is 4th of December. By Wednesday, he should be 22. Wednesday should be his birthday. Coming into this game, do you think, how crucial do you see Reece James being in either the win or loss of Chelsea?
A credible player. He adds a lot to Chelsea when it comes to defending and also going out there to create. I think they've learned a lot from Alonso, even though I'm not part of their training team. But I just know that Alonso is one of the players that when he's inside that box, that 18-yard box, he can actually create and shoot and get those important goals for his team. And I'm seeing Reece James and Ben Chilwell doing the same thing. Reece James is one of the most important players now for Chelsea when it comes to pace, energy. He's one of the most complete players right now. Energy, shot power, and everything. So for me, I think Reece James is quite important for Chelsea, counter-attacking, controlling the pace of the ball, and taking those important shots, crossing the the ball, very good cross. So for me, I think Regis is very important. You don't need those kind of players to get injured. He struggled with injury the last time he didn't play for Chelsea midweek, and they had to bring him in for this game. How important the man is. They had to struggle to fix himself and Jorginho into this team to actually get one ahead of West Ham, because we know how great West Ham have been this season. They have been competing for Champions League spots. That's how great David Moyes side have been playing this season. So for me, I think it will be a difficult one for Chelsea because I don't trust the combination of Jorginho and Ruben Loftus-Cheek. And they are great controllers of the ball, no doubt about it. But when it comes to defending, I think there's a huge problem there. Loftus-Cheek is not the best of markers when it comes to getting those balls, winning those balls, intercepting. He's not a good player when it comes to interception. Same with Jorginho. You don't have Kovacic fit. Same with N'Golo Kante. I think there's a big problem when it comes to defending beyond attacking. That would be the problem for Chelsea if they actually caught possibly in a counter attack, because we know how physical players like Antonio, players like Bowen, players like Soucek when it comes to counter attacking. That will be a very big problem for Chelsea. But let's see how the game goes. But right now, Chelsea are controlling the pace of the game, which naturally we will think they will definitely do. But it's about creating those chances and intercepting those balls when it comes to counter attacking. So I think it will be going to be a very difficult game for Chelsea. But Reece James is quite important to this Chelsea's team, especially when it comes to creating chances.
All right, 100 appearances for Reece James. His importance definitely cannot be overlooked. All right, well, Chelsea during the summer paid 115 million euros to reacquire reigning Serie A MVP Romelu Lukaku from Inter Milan. The man didn't make the bench for Chelsea's first match, a 3-0 win over Crystal Palace, but he was out there from the jump in Game 2 against Arsenal. The appeal was clear right away. Chelsea dominated possession, kept the Gunners away from their goal, and of course, Lukaku was able to get his goal with his savvy final third movement and presence in the box. He made it so easy to break down the same kind of settled defense they seemed to struggle against the prior season. Well, Lukaku scored once and outshot Arsenal all by himself, with Chelsea winning that 1-2 goals to nothing. In the next game, Lukaku did something similar, of course, getting a brace. But then, after then, it seemed like he was no longer the Lukaku of the first few games. You know, he has scored just 3 games for Chelsea in the English Premier League. And the questions have started to arise. Does Chelsea really need Romelu Lukaku? The man has been fit for the past 3 games, but he has been comfortably relegated to the bench. So, Lukaku right now on the bench, it's a with or without Lukaku. We're going to be looking at it now. In basketball, teams actually use that WOWY stats. It's called the with or without you. So we're going to be doing the with or without you for Chelsea, with Romelu Lukaku being the focus right now. Priye, are Chelsea a better side with Lukaku or without Romelu Lukaku?
Chelsea currently with Kovacic out is a better side without Lukaku. I think the success of Lukaku the first 3 games.
Say that again. Chelsea with
Kovacic out
is a better team without Lukaku. So 2 of them made them go. Chelsea is a better side without Kovacic and Lukaku.
And Kovacic is one of the best players in Chelsea right now.
Explain, man of God.
Okay. Let me explain. When it comes to creating, I think Kovacic is one of the best dribblers. He covers a lot of spaces for Chelsea. He controls the pace of the game. He allows Jorginho or Kante to sit deep and actually intercept and get those balls or start the play with the 3 and centre backs. That's how Chelsea play. With Kovacic, he moves with the ball and it makes it very easy for the striker not to come in deep and play more like a false 9. So if Chelsea are playing with Kovacic, Lukaku is just meant to sit in that box and wait for the creation to come in. Kovacic should create, bring the ball either to the flank players for them to cross the ball into the box, or he moves with the ball. He's that dynamic when it comes to his movements in the middle of the park. But without Kovacic, Chelsea is quite flat when it comes to creating in the midfield. The likes of Jorginho and Kante. Kante moves just to add that counter attack pace. And sometimes the striker may be out of position. So most times, if Kante make those runs, it's quite easy for him to do a 1-2 with either a Reece James or with a Ben Chilwell or Alonso, then get the ball to one of the flank players for them to score. But it's not be easy for a certain Lukaku out of place. Lukaku doesn't have that pace and energy to run around. It's more of a muscle man. It's the man that can actually sit in the box, control the ball in the box, and give you those goals. And now with the midfield that's that flat and that deep, it's be difficult for him to create those chances, get those chances, because there's no lot of creation with that midfield. And if you have a certain Kovacic in the team, then possibly with a Messi out, you'll see a better Lukaku. But Chelsea right now are playing a false nine. They are playing a Kai Havertz. A Kai Havertz is more like an attacking midfielder. He comes in deep, he plays with the midfielders, he does sometimes creation for the team. But without Kovacic, I will say this, Lukaku will just be there doing nothing, basically, because the ball will not get to him. Chelsea will be playing parallel, and when they play parallel, you'll see the striker coming in deep, and before you know, he's out of place. It's easier for even defenders to get those goals. So for me, that's why Lukaku is not shining in this Chelsea team, because they are playing a false nine setup. But if they still bring in Kovacic, I'm telling you, Chelsea will do well. And he's injured right now, so they need to wait for him to get full fitness for Lukaku to play well, or get a better striker, a better creator in that midfield to actually move with the ball. If you look at the stats when it comes to Kovacic's dribble, he was one of the best dribblers for last season. He's that good. He's that good with the pace. He's that with the ball control. But right now, Jorginho holds the ball. He prefers passing the ball around the defenders or giving the balls to the flank players. A player like Kante will press in the 18 yards of the area of the opponent, get the ball, intercept, win the ball, and moves with the ball. They don't create for the points man. That's why it's difficult for Lukaku to shine under this kind of midfield.
All right. Well, before Lukaku's injury, Chelsea was averaging just 53% possession in the Premier League. And after the man's injury, it rose to 67% with the more attacking midfielders like Kai Havertz, Christian Pulisic not getting as much of the ball. But then they've been able to also get some more goals. You know, it's been a more fluid Chelsea team statistically without Lukaku. Mikey, is this a statistical quirk, or do you think that it's a real issue with Chelsea performing better without the top man?
Speaking about performing with Lukaku as being the top man, when you play in the Premier League or before the Premier League, when you let me just take a retrospect back. When Conte was playing his lovely formation, that is 3-5-2. So he did when he was he was excelling with that formation, and a lot of Premier League teams were like, okay, we know your points now. We know your preferred how you play. We're gonna stop playing like you. And before you know it, the next season, Conte was finding it difficult to actually play with that formation and winning games. And the same thing is really happening in terms of having him as a target man in Chelsea. And what he was, he played well. And regarding his style of play, it's not his kind of like a very good technical player in my opinion. He's a kind of more like I sit in the 18 yard. I just distract your defenders because I have a big body, then create chances for the other guys to score. I mean, that was not the aim. That was not your function as a number 9. You were supposed to score these goals, not really create them. So when other players, probably other teams actually see this error in terms of Lukaku's style of play, they were able to block out those pass lines to Lukaku. And when you isolate Lukaku, he's basically useless alongside. So I think the Tuchel was able to readapt the team, having to play without having him in the starting 11, and it was actually proving to be very positive. I mean, a lot of players now were scoring goals. We have Reece James was scoring goals, or we had other players. Kai was scoring. Everybody in the now waiting for Mendy to actually score. And everybody was scoring, and I think him not playing, him being always a center and the focused man, I think it will distract Tuchel from his style of play, in my opinion. So I will actually suggest that he should stay put. Probably, learn how he can flow with the team. Probably the man Tuchel actually come up with a style of play that can actually fit him. But I think he is not affecting this team at the moment. Chelsea actually going well and doing well without him. So him not being the picture is no problem for Chelsea.
Like if you look at that Inter Milan side that succeeded under Antonio Conte, we had a certain Barella, Eriksen sometimes, and Lautaro Martinez. And now Lautaro Martinez and Eriksen are typical creative-minded midfielders. These are people that can actually create for the points man. So with the way they play the 3-5-2 formation. They have an attacking midfielder pairing with Lukaku and also having an attacking midfielder in the midfield. So they can actually create for the points man. But with Chelsea, they play a parallel centre midfield. What I mean by parallel centre midfield, they play the Jorginho and Kante, or sometimes Jorginho and Saul, or sometimes Jorginho and Barkley. They are so parallel and they are so deep. So it is very difficult for them to create. This likes of Mason Mount, it's not a very, very good creator. It's more of a pacey player that wants the 1-2 pass and he takes a shot or run to the flank and cross the ball into the 18-yard area. It's not that player that can actually create something out of nothing like the Sex Fabregas of the old. So for me, I think it's about having that player, and that player is Kovacic in Chelsea. It's a defensive midfielder that can also create like a creative midfielder due to the time he spent in Spain for Real Madrid. He has the ability to create when he's actually operating outside the 18-yard area of the opponent, the final third. So for me, I think if Kovacic is back in that Chelsea side, you will see a flourishing Lukaku. Or if Chelsea find a way to maybe play a Ross Barkley in the midfield and Mason Mount, maybe Kovacic come back, play this creative player, then Giorgio Kante behind, you will see a lot of creation. Chelsea are just taking the lead. Thiago Silva,
and
another
that brings
defender.
me to my point, Victor. I see all of these things. There are points to what they're saying, but I think it boils down to what the coach wants. If it's for the players, we know how Thomas Tuchel plays. So I think Thomas Tuchel is more of a defensive-minded coach than an attacking-minded coach. He's tactical, yes, but his tactics is more on the defense. If you look at his scoring rate, he has the lowest scoring rate. Frank Lampard had more goals than Thomas Tuchel had recorded. And then when it comes to conceding, he has the least. So far this season, he's conceded just 5 goals.
That's all right.
So you not ask me if you talk about Romelu Lukaku not getting in the goals, I think it's more on the players, because that is why he pairs the likes of what's his name now, Timo Werner and Romelu Lukaku. Timo Werner does the running, does the dribbling with the ball. It's all about Romelu Lukaku to position and score. Then you talk about his game against Arsenal. He had 8 shots. He scored just 1. So that's to tell you that it is on the scoring rate of the player. It's not entirely about whether they are creative or not. If you ask me, he has everything. He has the likes of Rai James. They can put in the cross. He can score with his head, but he does not have that ability.
Okay.
So I think it's more on him developing himself better to score more.
Well, just like Priye said, Chelsea has taken the lead. It was Thiago Silva who got the goal for the Blues after a corner was taken by Mason Mount. As we see West Ham United, of course, threatening. They came close. Vladimir Kufal took a shot, but Edward Mendy was quick enough to go down and save that one. Just few minutes. Oh, it wasn't actually Mendy. It was Thiago Silva.
Yeah.
The goal scorer returned back to his initial position and was able to clear the ball off the line. So Chelsea's lead still intact with 30 minutes gone in that match.
Then we'll go back to Ballon d'Or again. If you have defenders like Thiago Silva turning out performances week after week, you just come up and create an award for best striking player. Doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense. But then even at that, you can't rate him with the scoring. You can't rate the scoring rate of defenders. With
Not about scoring rate. That's the point now. Chelsea would have conceded a goal. So let's say a striker scored, not Thiago Silva. Let's say a Kai Havertz scored and they actually conceded another goal. It should have been 1-1.
Yeah.
All right, Henry Ogugwo joins in the conversation. Henry, do you think Romelu Lukaku has not been given enough time with Chelsea and the 3 goals he's gotten in the English Premier League as a result of the number of minutes he has played for the side?
I mean, good afternoon. First of all, good afternoon, Victor, and good afternoon to our listeners out there. For Lukaku, I just think he's a case or is a scenario of he's a victim. He's being a victim of his own circumstance or his own success at Inter Milan. You want to put it like that, because we saw the numbers this man churned out in Inter before coming to Chelsea. We all felt that what he went through in Man U was just a phase and all that stuff, and we'll see a better Lukaku, a more matured and a more primed and a better footballer generally. But I think what has happened to him in Chelsea is as a situation of him struggling to actually probably fit into the system or the setup. We've seen how a lot of his teammates that play around him or that should be or serve as a supporting cast to him, Kai Havertz and co, are actually struggling to develop some sort of communication and understanding, some synergy with him, and it's proving to be an issue. Has he been given enough time? I mean, before getting injured, he was playing regularly, he was always on this team sheet, starting games, and a lot of performances weren't necessarily good enough. And you could make some cases that there were some performances that you rate Lukaku highly, especially when you look at the Arsenal game. Even in the Man City game, when he started coming into it, Chelsea started coming into it, you could actually say that maybe if Chelsea had been attacking right from the onset and weren't so defensive, that maybe Lukaku would have posed problems for the City defense. But with Lukaku, I just think it's a case of neither here or there. I don't really think he has been given enough minutes to actually strut his stuff, because I mean, you're coming to a new team, you have to acclimatize. It's not about the league. He's used to the league. We've seen the way he's playing in the Premier League. He's not a newbie. He's not a novice to playing in the Premier League. He's actually looking decent.
Everton,
Everton, even with
West Brom.
He's looking good. He's looking decent. But the problem now is his synergy with his teammates. That has been the major problem for Lukaku, and I think maybe more game time will actually correct that. But now the issue with Chelsea is that we see how fluid and how better they play when they necessarily don't play with a target man. With Lukaku, it's a bit different now. He's a target man. He's someone the defenders will know to just mark out and make things easier for them. If Lukaku was playing here, Zuma, Diop and co will know that they just have to keep Lukaku quiet, and literally Chelsea's forward line will be quiet. But now with Havertz, ZH, Mount, there's a lot of fluidity, there's a lot of movements, mobility, so it becomes an issue for defenders to actually cope with that. So actually Chelsea look a better side when Lukaku is not in it, but not saying that they're a bad side when he's in it.
All right. Do you think this is a Chelsea problem? Because right now, last season they brought in Timo Werner. He had a great spell with RB Leipzig. He is yet to hit the heights that he achieved with Leipzig before coming to Chelsea. They brought in Kai Havertz from Bayern Leverkusen, who was also decent for the team. Hakim Ziyech was the man for Ajax. He was Ajax player. I mean, he could be the player of the season. That's how impressive he was. And now we're seeing Lukaku. These four players are yet to hit their strides at Chelsea compared to when they were with their other teams. Is it a Chelsea issue or with the individual players?
I think it's Chelsea issue. It's about tactics. It's about techniques. It's about managers' decision and game in, game out. You look at Kai Havertz. Kai Havertz has not been playing in a certain position for a very long time. Today he's playing as a false 9. The next day he's playing as a number 8. The next time he's deployed to the flank to play B from the flank. So it's more like the man has not settled in a particular position. Therefore, Timo Werner, we all know that the man can miss a lot. You give him 15 chances, he can decide to, on a very good day, miss the entire 15 chances. It's that bad.
Not even on a bad day.
On a very good day. That's his
on
best
his good day.
On his good day, he can decide to miss 15 of those chances. That's how bad the man has been when it comes to finishing.
But
the
was
final
it really
third.
that bad at Leipzig?
No, I think at Leipzig it was a case of Werner. Leipzig create a lot of chances.
So if you miss 15 and you score 2,
if you actually watch the Bundesliga, Werner was like how you say Aubameyang in his prime. You give them 6 chances, they miss 4 and probably score 2,
and you just forget about the remaining
the
rest.
A lot of sitters. I remember watching certain Leipzig matches or even highlights. You see Werner miss sitters,
and then
it was part of his game. But it's true, and it's still part of his game. It's just like it's probably even worse because of how the Premier League is a stiffer league, it's a tougher league. So chances are few and far between, even for the big boys, except for days when they are running riot, they're on rampage. So Werner is just being Werner.
But Victor, that's the point. I think when you look at somebody and you you look at a player and you think that, okay, this player is not good at this, because I mean Werner was supposed to be a top 9 and now he's not performing that duty. I look at this guy critically. He has the pace. He has he can make the dribbles for you. No, why don't you just divulge this guy into the side to make the run and create chances for your top scorer? Probably making him a super assist.
I think it will work
Make
if
him a
they
super
pair
assist.
him with a certain Lukaku.
That's
There's a
my
possibility
point.
of it working.
Yes,
in
5-2 formation.
In Leipzig, he was actually not the main
The
man.
main man.
He was never the
It was
main man.
Yusuf-
He was
it was
never the
Yusuf
main man.
Posting.
Yes.
It was Yusuf Posting.
But
He
he could
was
get the
actually
goals.
playing off posting a lot,
Of course.
coming from the right. So the thing is that the numbers are deceitful sometimes. Where some statistics are good, but sometimes you have to look beyond statistics and everything, like how the player actually plays, what the player brings to the table. This man scored a lot of goals, but he was not the main. He was not the signature of all eyes at Leipzig. He wasn't the main target man. There was someone who was there to do that and carry out that job, and that was Paulsen. And with Lukaku, they have that sort of player again.
Maybe even a better player.
Even a better player, and so that's my point. No, why don't you stop?
I think they've tried it before, but the issue is there's a lot of injury crisis in Chelsea from the beginning of the season. And Timo Werner will go in 1 week, he's back. Before you know it, he's back. Pulisic, same with Hakim Ziyech. There's a whole lot of injury crisis
This is
in
Kante's third
Chelsea.
time out.
Kante's out now.
I saw he's out. I saw a game that I think it should be the second half.
An error right there. Can Chelsea survive?
Penalty.
Well, that should be a penalty. It's a penalty for West Ham United.
Mendy.
Error.
No,
Not Mendy's fault in any way.
It has to be the back pass. It's the back
It was
pass.
the back pass.
I thought he cleared.
And that was
Jorginho.
Again. The culprit.
Again.
I said it before the game started. I said,
UEFA best player, Jorginho.
clear your ball, clear your ball.
Come on,
clear
this
your
is-
ball.
But
This is
actually
Mendy's
should have cleared the
problem.
ball.
Clear
This
your
is
ball.
Mendy's problem.
The back pass sold him shots. It sold him shot, but Mendy
Take
should
it
have
to the
actually
corner.
cleared
Cleared
the
it.
ball. Actually,
Cleared
All
it.
right. Well, Jorginho did give a back pass to Edward Mendy, but Jared
That should be a
Bowen
yellow
was
card.
somewhere around, and of course was able to put some pressure on Edward Mendy. Mendy couldn't clear his ball in time enough. Couldn't clear it quickly, so he opted to tackle Jared Bowen, and of course the referee wasted no time in pointing to the penalty spot. So West Ham have a chance to draw level. It is
Lanzini.
Okay, Lanzini.
Lazini, he always scores, man. He always scores. You know.
well, we wait to see.
Wait to see.
And this goal,
And Mendy, oh my God.
if
Oh my
it
God.
goes in, that means
Man.
it's considering like 3 goals in 3
No,
games. now.
Thomas Tuchel will make excuse for Jorginho again.
Manuel Lanzini up against Edward Mendy.
He's not gonna score.
Will it be 1-1? Oh, Chelsea retain the lead.
Yeah, of course, it's a 1-1.
Lanzini scores
my word.
1-1
Mendy.
right there
Mendy.
in London. Manuel Lanzini, impressive, you want to say, and the game is all leveled 5 minutes before the halftime
I
break.
think I'm happy for Lanzini's career. There was a point in time he was relegated to the bench. He struggled to get game time. He came back from injury, very, very lengthy injury that he got, I think, for the national team. He got that injury when he was playing for the national team. Lanzini struggled. He had injury too before the last World Cup. But finally, the man is getting his shape back. He's getting his form back, and I think I'm very, very happy for this West Ham lad. He's not the youngest of players. I think he's in his early 30s and right now, Lanzini.
Yes.
29 to
29,
30.
yeah.
It's not a young player, so I think he needs to be in his prime right now, and the man is getting the job done for that West Ham side. But there's a fight, James and Lanzini, before the celebration.
Why would you celebrate like that? That's what James is trying to say. Why you go score, you go
Don't
celebrate?
they celebrate like that?
I scored. It's not my business.
So why are you celebrating in front of me?
I mean, you decided to be in my front.
That's my issue. But
You
then
decided to be behind me, so you would have just walked away.
Manuel Lanzini with the goal, 28 years old, Argentine player, been able to.
That's
put
exactly
West
what
Ham
I just said. I said
Clear the ball.
playing Loftus-Cheek and Jorginho is a problem for Chelsea. One of them cannot intercept. The both of them, they are not good interceptors of the
None.
ball.
They
can
are
control
more
the pace of
ball
the
carriers
game.
than,
They can control the
dictators,
pace
yeah.
of the
Pace
game.
of the
But
game, yeah.
But
they
don't
cannot
you think
win
it's a
those
situation?
games.
Don't you think it's a situation of
Injury?
Tuchel trying to work with what he has?
No,
because
it's
the
a
last
certain-
game
it's a
he
certain
played
Ross Barkley.
Saul Niguez.
It's something Ross Barkley.
There's a certain even Saul on the bench. Saul is a better tackler than any of these two guys.
Exactly.
Saul
Saul played against Watford.
and it was terrible.
I look here. The guy has struggled to adapt, no doubt. But there are certain qualities you need in a game, no matter the patchy or poor form a player might be in. There are certain things you are looking for in a game. There are certain things you need to be done. There are certain things you need carried out in a game. That there are players that is their specialty, that is their skill set, is in their skill set. So you need those players on the field of play to help you carry out those things. Now, West Ham are a proper counter-attacking side, and if you don't have a DM who can intercept or sit
Exactly.
and cut off or cut out these counter-attacks, it will pose big problems for you. And Chelsea are going to suffer, especially I think most likely in the second half, because they'll feel confident. They are one apiece going into halftime, and in the second half they'll feel that they can actually take something from this game, because believe it or not, West Ham probably looking at this and say, if we win, we're probably 5 or 6 points behind Chelsea. And who says we can't even qualify for the Champions League, because I'm sure that is what is going on at the back of their minds, that probably we can make the Champions League this season. Arsenal, Man U are being Man U, so who says we can't do it? So every point is important, even against the big boys.
All right, Queen.
Yeah, I wanted to say something. When you see that you have probably you don't have the best DM that would do those intercepts, I think it's best you build your team, especially from the defensive side, to get compatible. You see, most times, yeah, we know that right now Chelsea depend more on their wing backs, and most times they get out of positions into the opposition's side so much that when the ball is against them, it's difficult for them to retreat. But we saw that against Manchester United, and that was what landed Jorginho into making that mistake. Again, we've seen it with West Ham. They don't retreat back. If they were a bit compacted, it would have been easy for Jorginho, instead of giving that ball to Edward Mendy, would have just given it to maybe Rudiger or any of those defenders, but they were not there. I think it's more of the defenders, getting to know that, okay, even if I want to score, even if I have been programmed to go forward, I shouldn't forget my primary duties, which is protecting the backside, the back line. And so at some point, learn to, curtail how far they go. And then, giving opportunity to even the midfielder. If you watch, most of their attacking midfielders do not do much.
All right.
They do not do much because all of their wing backs do most of the runs and most of those.
I think I'll blame Thomas Tuchel right now for very, very obvious reason. It's as if you don't know some of the abilities of your players. It's shocking that Thomas Tuchel is not aware that Christensen can actually play as a defensive midfielder. Christensen is a very good interceptor. If Christensen plays alongside a Jorginho or a Loftus-Cheek, it would have been a little bit balanced. You have one player that have the defensive mind, and you have the other one that can.
What a goal for Chelsea!
Mason Mount.
Money Mason Mount puts Chelsea ahead again. A beautiful goal, stunning one.
Wow.
It started from the back. Chelsea kept on building. A floated pass from Kai Havertz to Mason Mount, and it was a one-time volley. The man took that one with power and precision, and of course put Chelsea 2-1 up against their London neighbours right there at the London Stadium. Brilliant, beautiful stuff from the Blues. Henry, how would you rate this goal?
5-star. Fantastic. Any good word, any good thing you can say about it, out of this world.
Wow.
Just keep on rolling it in. Just keep on saying it, because as in one-time volley, didn't have to control it, and the precision and the technique. I mean, this has to be goal of the week. I don't care what anybody scores else. Unless you score a Patrick Schick. I don't think you can beat this for me, or a mad overhead kick. That is the only way you can beat this, because this is a fine goal. I mean, even the confidence to actually take it one time, to take it at once, it says a lot. I mean, the man is actually brimming with confidence, because most players will actually try to trap that ball
and then dribble or break inside
or try and shoot or pass the ball. But he took it at once. He saw the space, he saw the opening, and he believed in his ability, and he did it. He took it. I mean, Mason Mount, fantastic footballer, and you can't expect anything less from him.
And I think this confidence of some players actually just taking the volley is becoming trending this period. I saw Bernardo Silva. He did the same thing
against
Aston Villa. That was a brilliant goal too. So I think, whoa.
Patrick Schick.
Wow.
Mikel Antonio was going for the Patrick Schick.
Yeah.
I think he's smoking something in Jamaica.
The Jamaican took the ball from.
He's smoking something in Jamaica.
And he was
the confidence. The confidence
it was
to do
really
that.
close.
All right. Well, Mikel Antonio, of course, after the goal, the ball was right there in the middle. Mikel Antonio tried to take a long one, catch Edward Mendy off his lines, but sadly that didn't work out. That was really close.
Yeah.
Muswaku is in for
Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
All right, Ben Johnson out, and Arthur Masuaku comes in for the man. We're in the additional minutes, 2 minutes added, and we've got just very few seconds before it's a wrap of the first half. 30 seconds and counting, and it should be Chelsea heading to the break with the lead against West Ham United. Let's move to talk about Manchester United as Ralph Ragnick, the new man for the Red Devils. Another chance in the pipeline.
What are you saying?
Zuma is gone.
Zuma is injured as well.
I think just Todd. Mount Todd actually fell on his thigh, but I think Mount might actually be worse off.
Okay, well, Kurt Zuma down injured. That's not Mount, that's
Havertz.
Sorry.
Kurt Zuma and Kai Havertz both down injured, groaning in pain. Kurt Zuma holding on his right thighs right there, and for Kai Havertz, I don't know what part of the body, but then I just know he's injured. Trying to figure out where, but we know he's injured. Okay, that has to be his ankle. Okay, well, we see the impact that has on
close.
both men.
That could be a penalty if you could actually interpret that particular tackle from Scott Zuma, because he did not get the ball.
Well, the referee did not give it in any way.
And I think that was why Thomas Tuchel was furious. Yes, to the fourth official.
All right, well, let's move on to talk about Manchester United. The new manager, Ralph Ragnick. It's been a question of when Ragnick would come into the side, and now he is here. But the question has got to be, how much of a change would this side be, Manchester United be, under Ralph Ragnick? Last season, United finished second in the Premier League, their highest placing since Sir Alex Ferguson stepped down in 2013. They were third the year before and sixth the year before that. Over the summer, in came Jadon Sancho, one of the best wingers in the world, Rafael Varane, one of the best centre-backs in the world, and Cristiano Ronaldo, one of the best ever players to have played the game of football. Before the season, the Sporting Index betting market pegged Manchester United's projected point total at 75, just a 1 point improvement on the 74 points from the season prior, despite the influx of new talent. But it didn't go the way they wanted, especially under their manager Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, who didn't impress with the side. Ralph Ragnick now is in the team. Before we go to talking about Ragnick and the impact this man might have, Queen, is United's problem? I've always asked this question, and I'm going to ask again. Is it a player problem, or was it a manager issue?
Well, for me, I think it's the manager's issue. First of all, let me start with Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. When he came into Manchester United, he didn't have the best of squad. He had relatively poor squad, but we saw how he was able to marshal out results, and get the wins when it was needed. And then down the line, you had players like Bruno Fernandes, spectacular for that season when he came in. So Manchester United, you saw some teams and then go second on the third on the log table, and then it went on, and he demanded for players like Jadon Sancho and all of that. And after the sagas this season, they got him Jadon Sancho. I think him not expecting a big player like Cristiano Ronaldo into the team, actually unturned the plans or his setup for the team, and he didn't know how to manage those players. If you watch the way Ole positioned his team or made his lineups, you could practically see that he didn't know who to play where or who to pair along who. You have a certain player like Edison Cavani, and you know the power that these two players can bring. Pairing Edison Cavani and Cristiano Ronaldo, we saw what they were able to do. The game he played the both of them. We saw the how should I put it now? The power and the difference they brought into the team, threatening these defenders and causing a whole lot of havoc. And then you have a player like Sancho who can do the runs from the side and all of that, and you don't play him. You just bring in. Yeah, Greenwood is a good player. He's one of those young lads that but you don't play attackers who have goal scoring mindset when you have someone who can give you the goals, and then you want the goals, and you just play Greenwood, Cristiano Ronaldo, and the Marcus Rashford. These players, they are strikers. They are bound to be, should I say, sort of how do they put it now? Should I say, they want to score the goals. They wouldn't want to give a fellow striker. They want to, make
go for the
glory. So instead of doing that, you get to bring it. Then you come into the midfield. You play a certain Matic. You play a certain McTominay. You play a certain Fred. All of these are defensive midfielders. And if you want to play such a game, you don't play it against clubs like Watford and all of that. And I think somehow the players also felt tired of the man. They felt they needed a breath of fresh air, and then they just had to, put in some of those demeaning performances, to just let the coach down, because at the end of the day, it is the coach who is going to be sacked and not the players. And I think, again, Ole isn't up there when it comes to his coaching career. He's not yet there to take on Manchester United job. Yeah, he's done great. He brought some level of stability into the team, but he's got to that point. He's not going to give Manchester United trophies. And that is what the fans are craving for. That is what people or Manchester United players are looking at for. And I think for me, it was not just down to the coach. I think, like I always say, the players also have their share of the blame. But I think the coach more, because he didn't have the nerves. You see what Carrick did in his first game? He put Cristiano Ronaldo on the bench. He didn't have the nerve to make some of those critical decisions. And that's what differentiates you as a coach. Carrick put Cristiano Ronaldo on the bench, brought him on second half. Okay, the first match it was Bruno Fernandes on the bench. The second game it was Cristiano Ronaldo on the bench. And you saw how they got the result. You saw the difference. You saw the change. You saw a certain Jadon Sancho that we were criticizing to not be that player that Manchester United needed. Brought in the changes. We saw what he was able to do against Chelsea. He got in those goals. He capitalized on that mistake from Jorginho. And then we saw a certain, if it were at the time of Ole, even though that mistake happened, who would have been there? It would have been Cristiano Ronaldo. Yes, we know how far he can be. We know how good he can be. But can he put in those runs to get those goals?
All right.
Can he put in those runs without a defender, trying to slide out the ball from him? And he won't put in the legs because, he's 36 and he wouldn't want to go on injury. So he practically jump up and let the ball go because he believed that more opportunities will come. But you see this, Jadon Sancho, you saw what he was able to do and the techniques he was able to bring and get those goals. So I think it was just down to the coach not making the right decisions when he needed. He felt like, Cristiano Ronaldo. Right. And with what some pundits are saying, he's never supposed to be on the bench. You have to play him every game. That's why he's at United. No, he's also a player. And so some decisions shouldn't always be in his favors. So I think that's where Ole got it all wrong. And the players got tired of some of those decisions.
All right. Well, we'll be hearing from Ralph Ragnick, who spoke at his first press conference as Manchester United interim manager. The man said the moment he heard that United wanted him, he couldn't possibly turn it down. There's some things you can't turn down in life. Let's hear from Ragnick speaking.
The time when Chelsea contacted me last year or this year in February, they only spoke about the option to become interim manager for 4 months. So it was in February, without any perspective to work in the long term together. And here now we are talking about 6.5 months. So we only have 1/3 of all the games played in the Premiership. And as you all know, we have also agreed upon a 2-year advisory role after those 6.5 months. And in the end, to be honest, if a club like Manchester United contacts you for such a role, you cannot possibly turn it down. I mean, obviously, I've watched the latest games. I watched not only last night's game, but also the games against Watford and against Chelsea. And on TV, when I didn't know that there would be contact in the next days, I also watched out of interest the games against Liverpool and against Manchester City. So I'm pretty well aware and acquainted with what's happening here in the club and in the Premiership. I think it's pretty obvious that the team have abundant talent, young talented players, but also enough experienced players in the squad. But the major target for me in the next couple of weeks is just to bring more balance into the team. Even yesterday we conceded 2 goals. We needed 3 goals in the end to win the game. And if you look at the total goals, number of goals conceded, it's almost two on average per game, and this is just too much.
Michael Carrick, right there. The number of goals conceded for Manchester United is just too much. His target is to bring balance to the team. Mikey, do you see? I said Michael Carrick. Raf, rather.
I'm just looking at you.
Do you see Rafnik?
Yeah, what
I mean, I can say Michael Carrick. Carrick, though. You're replacing him with the professor. Do you see my Ralph Ragnick bringing back balance to United?
I think he could actually do that, considering that, most German coaches are really, really good. You can actually look at what is happening in the Germany national side, when this guy came from Bayern Munich and is doing very well there. You can talk about Klopp. He has been doing incredibly well in Liverpool, and you can, every German coach seems to have this attacking mindset, and I believe these same mindsets will be still in this man's DNA. Every German player, even the coach, all have this winning mentality. And I think if he can bring these things into the minds or into the brains of these players, I think he can actually bring, we can actually see one of the best sides in the Premier League, that is regarding Manchester United. I think, and it will still boils down to the decisions. And she was actually saying something. I'm talking about the only lady in the house now. She was talking about the decisions of questioning decisions of Carrick with that of Ole. So everything is about decisions. I think if he comes in and if he sees Ronaldo as being the player to slow things down, I think a coach like Ragnick will probably, he was like, okay, you go to sit on the bench for this particular week game, and we could probably see what you can do for or we could bring you in the second half, from the bench or all of that. So I think a player, a coach like Ralph Rangnick, he is being praised a lot in the world of football. He's being praised by Klopp, he's being praised by Tuchel. So I think if he is so praised, and that means that there is this thing about him that he got, and we will actually be seeing that in a very short moment. Also, we will actually see how he will actually, fuse in his own mentality and style of football in the Manchester United mentality.
I think this man is a mentor to many coaches. A mentor to Klopp, Tuchel, and of course Nagelsmann. He's quite great when it comes to his tactics, the way he plays. Started coaching in the late 80s down to the 90s. We saw what he did to that Schalke 04 side. We saw how he created the heavy metal style. When it comes to the counter pressing, when it comes to attacking from your opponent's mistake, being proactive. He made mention of his 2018, 2019, his second stint in Leipzig, when he said, after 10 seconds, he wins the ball from the opponent, he scores the goal. 60% of his goals. That's how quick and how intelligent his team naturally plays. So that shows you that his counter-pressing style always works. It doesn't fail him. He wants those players with fast pace, those players with that technicality to win the ball and turn every counter-attack into a potential goal. That's the style of play. That's what young managers like Tuchel, who he actually gave chance to actually go out there and explore.
Tuchel actually played under him.
He's a very smart man. He's also known as the professor in Germany. That's how good the man is when it comes to football philosophy, when it comes to tactics, when it comes to arrangement, when it comes to creating, when it comes to bringing in that style, that creative style of football. So for me, I think he will excel in Manchester United. But it's a big problem. This Manchester United setup, if without Cristiano Ronaldo, like they did not buy Cristiano Ronaldo, I would say Ragnick. I think Ragnick will even go for the Premier League title.
If they didn't buy Cristiano Ronaldo.
If they did not buy Cristiano Ronaldo.
So Ragnick with
Ronaldo, there will be a very big issue. For one very obvious reason. Cristiano Ronaldo is not that player, that very young player that you expect to press in the final third every minute. Now, the heavy metal football, it gives the three players in front to actually put in that pressure to the centre backs of the opponent, the wing backs of the opponent, for them to easily win the ball and turn that win into a potential goal move. And a Cristiano Ronaldo will not be running around. You don't expect a Cristiano Ronaldo to be putting a lot of pressure to the number 5 or the number 6. A typical example, playing against Chelsea, you expect Cristiano Ronaldo to possibly stand with the likes of Rudiger, putting pressure on Rudiger in every minute of the game. Ronaldo is not that man. Ronaldo will not give you. Yes, he may chase some of those moves, but he will not give you that 100% throughout the entire 90 minutes. There will be a time he needs to stand because of his age and a lot of factors. So for me, I think it will affect them a little bit. But the likes of Rashford, Sancho, Greenwood, I think they will flourish under Lingard. They will flourish under this manager, because at this particular point in time, if they are playing against the Arsenal side, 3 of these players in front of those Arsenal side, put in pressure with some defensive midfielders like Fred, who has the energy to also add numbers to that particular trio, and I think they will be getting a lot of counter-attack moves and being that proactive, and they will turn most of those attacks to goals. But with Cristiano Ronaldo, I will question it a little bit, but let's see how the man will adjust. We have seen him adjust over the years, so there's a huge possibility of Cristiano Ronaldo to adjust, but I'm just thinking, as a good man that I am, the age of Cristiano Ronaldo is not a young man to be running around and playing that Mo Salah, Sadio Mane, the likes of Timo Werner, what they can do, it will be very difficult for that man.
I think you're doing a great disservice to Ronaldo. I mean, this is my I personally I feel look, he's 36, no doubt. He's 36, no doubt. Ronaldo is way past his prime. Most players by now, Zidane retired at 35.
Should have been coaching right now.
They should have retired. How old was Henry retired at 37? He was winning the MLS for some
couple of seasons.
Yeah, before he retired. What I'm trying to say is that you look at Milner. Milner is about the same age with Ronaldo, but yes, Ronaldo will not give you that 100% for 90 minutes, what you expect, no doubt. But I think he will still be, the man takes care of his body.
You cannot use that Milner situation with that of Cristiano Ronaldo, because the attacking, when it comes to the kind of
the first press is very important. Press is very important. It's very important, no doubt about that. But this is a man that we know that takes fitness to his optimum. He takes it seriously, and he's someone that even his teammates, his coaches, he still plays like someone who is younger than his age. He still shows the enthusiasm. Who remembers the goal against Germany in the Euros? The counter attack, the first goal when Portugal to the league. From the corner, he sprinted from his own box after heading the ball out, and he was able to sprint past everybody who was retreating and still score. So it tells you a lot about the man. This man is still in optimum and prime fitness. So look, Ronaldo, some people are questioning that his age is an issue. I don't think it will be an issue. You will be so surprised how this man will just assimilate and fit in.
That's it. Even Raf himself has noted that Cristiano Ronaldo is the fittest player at his age.
Yeah.
1. 2. He has that eye for goals, and what do you expect of a striker is to give you the goals.
All right.
What I think Ragnick would do is he's a man that the recovery, of course, you don't expect Cristiano Ronaldo to do defending job or all of those midfield. Just build your team around Cristiano Ronaldo.
Ronaldo to right back.
I mean, just build your team around. Build your team around there. He stays at that top position. You build your team. Get the goals. If you cannot score,
but is that not an issue? Building your team around the
I don't think these coaches, the old school and the German school of philosophy is, you even see it in their national team, you see it in their clubs, you see it in the sort of players they produce. They are not built around one player, no matter how fantastic a player might be in a set. Let's go old school. In the 70s when Germany was running rampant, you had the Franz Beckenbauer, you had the Betty Vogts, you had the Gerd Müller. This team had players. early 2090s, you had Ballack, you had Thorsten Frings, you had Klose, you had even Philipp Lahm later on. So even currently now, you look at all their sides, even look at the
World Cup winning team.
The World Cup winning team, there was no, yes, Ozil was supposedly quote unquote the star player in the team, but he wasn't a situation whereby without Ozil,
you could see the impact of Toni Kroos.
Without it wasn't a situation whereby even Khedira, without Ozil, the team will not flourish. They aren't built like that. Look at Chelsea, Tuchel. You can't really say pull out this player and it's an issue for Chelsea. Chelsea still gets the results. Look at Liverpool. Sometimes he rests Mane. Once in a while he drops Salah. Yes, they are very important, but don't be shocked when if he devises or he already knows what he wants to do without those players being around, because these coaches are made or are taught to build their team around basically number one, the typical German philosophy. I build on a strong back line, then I take it up from there. The defense has to be shut up and has to be good, and I think that's one of the reasons why he also mentioned how poorly they are conceding. The fact that they are conceding a lot of goals. Then from there we take it up. What is the next and most important thing? Look at Bayern. Look at even Bayern under Nagelsmann, Flick. Look at Liverpool. Look at Chelsea. Positional play is very important to the German coaches, especially those who are brought up in Ragnick's
school of thought.
Because the idea Ragnick based his whole ideology about Valery Lobanovsky, the old Soviet coach, like even they used to come to then West Germany to play pre-seasons, and they would usually play Ragnick's team. Ragnick was an amateur footballer then trying to get his coaching badges. So at the point Ragnick would say like they would be playing and it's like you're outnumbered on the pitch. At the point he had to stop and start counting the Dynamo Kiev players on the pitch to make sure they were not 12. Like positional play is actually very important. You see the way Chelsea plays, you see with the way Liverpool plays. One man is out, one man is inside, another man is at another position. So you're always creating triangles, you're always creating options. Men are always in the right position.
Then reduce the opponent's options.
And that is the key to the philosophy. So I don't think one man, because of his Cristiano Ronaldo, that he will want to build the whole team around him. No, I think he, as much as he's Ronaldo, yes, he's a demigod.
What I mean is he will play to his abilities, not really building around him.
I don't think even in a way playing to his abilities might be a great disservice to other players.
That's the problem.
It might
the
also
I mean is when he talked about the age,
I understand where you're coming from.
All of that.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. But I think it might also be as a great disservice to others. Ronaldo, on his own part, will have to try as much as possible to try to adjust to what the man is going to bring on the table. Definitely, because you have to look at the system now. With Ragnick coming in, they have a lot of players that will flourish under Ragnick. It's bound to happen. So I just think nobody should think that the man will just come because it's Ronaldo, he will build his whole team around Ronaldo. No, German coaches aren't. That is not the philosophy. That is not what they are brought up to do. And I think Man U will be better for it.
I think Man U will be better for it. Like, you see a certain Pogba. Pogba will flourish under this manager because basically Pogba will sit more like, if there's a word for it, a false defensive midfielder. Sit behind. Yes, a Jorginho kind of job. Just sit in front of the centre backs, then create from there, hit those long balls. That's how they play. But my fear, I will still say this: if there was no Cristiano Ronaldo in this particular Manchester United squad, let's say hypothetically speaking, there's no Cristiano Ronaldo in this Man United squad, and you have a Ragnick, ask the manager of Manchester United, I will tell you, Manchester United will be a team everybody will be scared of playing. But with a Cristiano Ronaldo, every manager, I will say this, be you a German manager or a French manager, you will always think first of playing that man. You not playing the man and not turning out the results, there'll be a problem, or a struggle. And if you turn out those results and there is a disunity within the squad, because Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi, they are leaders. They are natural leaders. They are not just leaders in the pitch, off the pitch. They have this. There's a lot of respect around these men. Like they respect them, including Zlatan Ibrahimovic. They are these players with this kind of aura. So if you don't play them, it actually will affect the psyche of other players naturally. The likes of the Greenwood and all, because they see this man as their leader. They see this man as the perfect brand in front of them. So they will want him to shine naturally. So a Cristiano Ronaldo playing alongside a Sancho and a Rashford, come on, and Ronaldo not giving you that 100 when it comes to the German style of play, pressing 100 press. You just have the Sancho and the Rashford. I think there's a big problem in that Manchester United score. There will be a big problem at the end of the day.
Well, the second half of that game between West Ham United and Chelsea already on the way. Romelu Lukaku has been introduced. Kai Havertz taking off after that knock he suffered at the last 45 minutes. We saw West Ham trying to attack, and Ruben Loftus-Cheek was able to clear that one, but the referee also raised the flag for offside.
Antonio was too slow. He was just like, I don't know what he was doing. He should have played that ball earlier for Bowen, and Bowen would have been through on goal. Loftus-Cheek wouldn't have recovered because Bowen is actually a very fast player, and especially with the ball at his feet.
Okay. Well, just before we leave Manchester United and go to the phone lines now, Mikey, lots of persons, when they talk about Rangnick, you know, it's one of the things that statistics has done to the game of football. They say, yes, Rangnick played counter-pressing. Rangnick played beautiful football. Rangnick did this, he did that. But what did Rangnick win?
Which clubs did Rangnick play for? Which clubs did he coach? Which clubs did he coach?
At the end of the day, Rangnick doing all of this, coming to a team like Manchester United, a trophyless manager, would he be able to deliver?
He has trophies.
He has the DFB.
But when we talk about trophies, you know, there are hierarchies. Just like now, Tottenham have trophies. They won Audi Cup in 2018. But that's not a trophy, you know. So, do you think Rangnick will be able to deliver trophies to United, especially with that him not winning major silverwares with the different teams he's played or coached for?
First, I think it's going to be difficult. It's getting difficult. He's never actually coached a team of this pedigree before. So I think it boils down to how he organizes teams and how he's trying to get those wins every game, and how he's able to make sure keep his defense line very tight, not allowing even a pin to actually flow past. So he's a man. We have heard his stories. I mean, people will say, after he was being named Manchester United coach, and that's when people started googling who is this man. We haven't heard this name before, and that is it. I mean, I've not known him, for a long time. So when he now came, be like, oh, okay, we see what he does. A lot of people were actually praising him, and they were still, they commented that they have learned a lot from him. They call him lots of names, and attributing their professor title and tagging him with that. That is a huge name to me. But calling someone a professor, and we could not actually see something like titles falling after your name, is a huge disappointment in my opinion. So for a team like Manchester United, trying to bring this man to play straight with the team, I will actually want a lot of people not to really raise their hopes for this man. I'm not raising any hope for Manchester United at all. So until I see his performance like 5 games, Carrick actually showed his worth, and given that he actually played with the team like 3 times, having 2 wins and a draw. So if this man could actually do that, can't you like to see, get like 9 games, win 9 games out of 10? I think that will start unraveling how good the man is. But for now, I don't really think it is good for the fans to actually get their hopes high for the moment. I think for now we should actually sit down and watch or enjoy football from Rangnick.
He took a very dangerous job. First off, in RB Leipzig, he took a very dangerous job in RB Leipzig. He took a team from a very lower division. He took them to
division,
a whole new level. The man is beyond a manager. I think it's more of an administrator. It's a man that Lokomotiv Moscow. It's more of an administrator. It's a man that can actually take a very bad project and turn it into a great one. So for me, I think he will do very well. This is the first time he's having the opportunity to coach a very, very decent side. When I mean decent side, he's coaching a world-class team. He's coaching a brand that can actually give him that money that he wants at that particular point in time. Have the players that can actually go in there and interpret his style of play, interpret his philosophy. When he was at RB Leipzig, he created teenagers into world beaters.
Yeah.
Timo Werner, they were just
And
young
Smith
blacks coming
Rowe.
out.
Smith
Rowe, like a lot of young players.
Smith Rowe was
Smith
there.
Rowe was, yes, under him.
Really? When he was still
Basically,
17.
when he was 17,
Whoa.
he gave these young players chance to create, to play, and have fun.
Young now.
I know, but he was
He was
under
quite young
24
too,
then. He
yes.
was under 24 then.
Yeah, so it was more like players under 24, 23, 19. They were shining
I
under
think
this
the,
man.
the oldest in his squad was a 27-year-old.
Yes.
That was the goalkeeper, Peter Gulaski.
Gulaski,
Yeah,
yes,
Gulaski.
I think so, yeah.
That was the oldest in his RB Leipzig.
Oh, Bowen.
Jared Bowen scores another stunner. So it's 2-2 at the London Stadium. We've seen some great goals in this game.
Yeah.
And with just 56 minutes gone, we think we might be seeing some more. West Ham United caught Chelsea napping. And of course,
need water.
London side.
He needs that what I'm telling you.
Now, this is a huge problem now for Chelsea. You know, considering this number of goals in how many games?
When last did Chelsea concede 2 goals in a game?
In a game.
I mean,
A team that
come
considered
on.
only 3 all season prior to the United game.
And look
if
at this
I'm-
now,
if
they're
I'm not
conceding
mistaken.
two goals against West Ham United. I think this is a huge concern for Thomas Tuchel.
Brilliant one from Jared Bowen, was able to take it low. A low shot to the bottom right corner, and Edward Mendy couldn't go to ground quick enough to get that one. The shot went through the legs of Andreas Christensen, but Priye, don't you think Mendy could have done better?
No,
The ball didn't look too far away from him.
it wasn't far, but you could see the power of the shot.
And it's like
The ball was so quick,
Definitely.
so quick.
Yeah, because the
A
likes
little
of
bit late, and
Christensen
Christensen was more
Yes.
like
Yes.
a cover.
Cover,
I think brilliant goal for Bowen, and I think and Chelsea just need to do more when it comes to options right now.
Any cause for worry for the Blues?
I think so.
For the first time this
I think
season.
so. Now it's obvious
In the
that they
Premier
miss,
League.
it's obvious that they made the likes of Kante and Kovacic because they had that shield for that 3 at the back. Now you could see that they can actually score the goals, but it's about defending. That's the problem right now, because Chelsea scoring 2 goals in a game. You expect them to keep the back close, keep the shop close, for them not to concede a goal and win the game, possibly a 2-0 or a 3-0 victory. Now them conceding this goal, that means there's a huge problem in the defense, and not just the defense. I think the problem is coming from the defensive midfield. There's no shield here. Jorginho is not doing the business. Look at Loftus-Cheek. They are playing similar patterns, so Chelsea are not defending as a
Rich
unit.
James has been silent.
Another thing.
That's what I was saying earlier on. I mean, I think the defenders now are more attacking minded than
Well, the
defensive
chance for
minded.
Chelsea, would they make it 3? No, they won't. They came close. Mason Mount squared the ball into the 18-yard area, but no one could get to the ball to get that goal. So it's back to Chelsea and trying to pull up another attack again.
Like I was saying, I think they are more attacking minded than the defenders now than they are defensive minded, because you see when the ball is against them, they are not swift enough to take cover. Like what happened with West Ham now, you saw the same speed at which the Chelsea game was going. You see their defense line. They have that defenders, that mindset that, oh, we have to keep our back line clean. But when it comes to Chelsea, you always see Christensen for this match now, for this game now, you see Christensen and Silva, Thiago
Yeah, they're
Silva.
playing a 3-man in the back line.
Yeah.
Christensen, Silva, and Rudiger.
Rudiger, yes. But then what happens in a compatible team? You see that when it's against you, it's looking like you have a 5-man defense. But you're not seeing the likes of Reece James and what's his name now doing that comeback for them. So it's giving
Marcos
the opponents
Alonso.
more option to strike and get goals. But if they can actually build that team back to when it's against you, you build a 5-man defense. I think it will be difficult for their opponents to get across.
I mean, that is the main idea. You know, when you play 3 and a 5, you know, the idea is that when you lose the possession, the flank guys, you need to drop deep back, forming a 5. But in this particular time, I don't think they were conscious of what was happening in the field. It's as if they were
the
sleeping.
defensive midfielders had to actually spread.
Look, in a 3-5-2, when you're playing a 3-5-2 or a 3-4-3 or whatever, you're ready to sacrifice some defensive solidity from the sides, because those wing backs, they serve as wingers. They give you the width when you're going forward.
Yes.
And they now have to drop back and defend. And that's one of the weaknesses of a 3-5-2. If you're playing a team that's playing a 4-3,
See another one.
if you're playing a team that's playing a 4-3-3 or a 4-2-3-1, they have the left back, they have the winger who can outnumber the wing back in such positions when they're attacking. and it becomes an issue for the wing back to cover. And now, looking at the attacks, even from the previous games, it's coming down Marcos Alonso's wing. Alonso doesn't have the pace again to run.
Yeah,
he has never even had the pace. That's what he did.
I was wondering what you say.
He has never.
No, you don't realize what
I don't realize I said again. So I had to say, look, Chilwell is being missed, definitely. So it becomes an issue. Even against Watford, we saw it. Dennis was having a field day against Alonso. They had to switch James to the left wing back and take off Alonso and switch Pulisic to right wing back to help cover, because actually Watford were actually taking advantage of those loopholes, that gap from the wing back positions, because it's an issue you will have when you're playing a 3-man back line. Your wing back will actually be outnumbered, and that is where, like Priye said, the midfield comes in. You have to have midfielders who have the ability to read and intercept, to go outside and cover the spaces for them.
Well, just before we go to the phone lines, let's run down the games to expect today across Europe's major leagues. Right now, we've got West Ham taking on Chelsea 2-2. It is by 4 p.m. 3 kickoffs. Newcastle United would face Burnley at St. James Park. And we've got Southampton versus Brighton and Hove Albion coming up at the same time, and the Wolverhampton Wanderers would welcome Liverpool to the Molineux. And of course, by 6:30 p.m, Emmanuel Dennis Watford would face Manchester City in the Spanish La Liga. One game ongoing, Sevilla against Villarreal. Halftime, and is the team from Sevilla leading the Yellow Submarines of Villarreal 1-0. By 4:15, Barcelona will take on Real Betis, while at the Wanda Metropolitano, it will be Atletico Madrid up against Mallorca. Real Sociedad will take on Real Madrid by 9 p.m. In the Italian Serie A, AC Milan versus Salernitana, Roma versus Inter Milan, and Napoli will take on Atalanta. While in the German Bundesliga, Arminia Bielefeld versus Cologne, Augsburg versus Bochum, Bayer Leverkusen up against Greuther Fürth, Hoffenheim versus Eintracht Frankfurt, Mainz up against Wolfsburg, and Borussia Dortmund would battle Bayern Munich in their Klassiker. While in the French Ligue 1 today, we've got 3 matches. Marseille will take on Brest, Lille will take on Troyes, and it will be Lens against Paris Saint-Germain. Callum Hudson-Odoi about to be introduced for the Blues. Hopefully, his introduction would spark a comeback for Chelsea. Let's go to the phone lines now and hear from you as regards everything we have talked about. We started the show talking about the FIFA Ballon d'Or and your reactions to that one, the Under-21 trophy, and what you think African players have got to do to compete, to win this type of award. We've not won it since George Weah did way back. And then Chelsea, are they a better side with or without Romelu Lukaku? What do you think is the issue involving the Blues' inability to score goals? Their top men are being able to score goals. And of course, Manchester United's appointment of Ralph Ragnick. Will the man's counter-pressing football style be the difference for United this season? Can the German tactician guide them to a silverware, or is it too little, too late? Let's hear from you. 0817 00 00 951. I take that again. 0817 00 00951, or you can reach us on the other number. It is 0810 9510 951. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to everybody in the studio.
Louis calling from Rupoku, you're welcome.
Yes, it's Louis. You are correct. Thank you so much. I think let me start from the African player even coming to the podium to win the Ballon d'Or or any international award. I think you start with Joshua and end with Joshua, because it's not going to happen again. It's not going to happen again. You know why? You see, this is something of what is it called? This racism of something. That thing is a barrier to African player himself winning Ballon d'Or.
So you think it's as a result of racism?
Yes, it is. But they will not come out and tell you. They'll keep on playing. They'll keep on playing. I think they're playing chase around it. Around it, looking for statistics to cover it up. Like Samueleto, the Drogba, they have great name back then. They always look for a way to come round to hide it. It's racism. It will never happen again. It was a mistake that they wanted to make. It starts there and ends there. It will not happen again.
No,
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. What's your name?
His name is Michael. I'm calling from Uber.
Michael, could you please speak up? We can't hear you clearly.
Okay, I said the name is Michael. I'm calling from Uber.
All right, go on, Michael.
Okay, first of all, I want to talk about 3 topics: the Ballon d'Or, Lukaku, and Ragnick. But I'll be very, very fast about it. First of all, I don't think Messi deserves Ballon d'Or this year. I think he should have gone to Robert Lewandowski because he was consistent for 2 years. Take it or leave it. Messi, all he won last year was Copa America and highest goal scorer in La Liga. And I don't know, Messi has won more Ballon d'Ors without winning trophies. I don't know how he does that. I think he has won twice in 2010.
His grace.
He didn't really win anything.
His grace.
He didn't win in 2010 and they gave it to him. And I think the year Ronaldo even won the Euros, they didn't give it to Ronaldo, rather they gave it to Modric, if I'm not mistaken. Something like that. So, Ronaldo has...
That was 2018.
I also thought... Yeah?
2018. That was when Modric won.
Yeah, sorry. And I also saw a stat recently that since Ronaldo and Messi have been having votes in Ballon d'Or, Ronaldo has accumulated 200 and something votes, more than Messi. And yet, he's still behind the number of Ballon d'Ors. I think there's just FIFA politics taking place with Messi. I think they should have given it to Lewandowski.
Okay.
And Salah played better than all of them. Whether I would like it or not, Salah has been consistent since he came to Liverpool. If not for anything, Liverpool won their first league title since the Premier League started. They should have given it to Salah because of that reason. Then for Lukaku, to me, Lukaku is the most overrated player in the planet of the Earth. If there's another planet, he can be a best striker, but to me, he's highly overrated.
Oh my God.
Belgium, a national team like Belgium, and he has not been able to get to the final of any competition. That's one. He has played for top sides in the world. How many trophies has he won? I think the only smallest teams was when he was starting out. But he played for Manchester United. Solskjaer, only that man you pursued recently, pursued Lukaku because according to him, his first touch was poor. The only coach that has gotten the best out of him so far is Conte. And Conte had to cut off his diet. He said it himself. You understand? So, Lukaku is the type of player that... yes, he gives you goals. He's a bully. He scores small things. That's what he does. But high-profile matches, the guy goes missing. Because you have to just put one match with him, and that's it.
How about
so my
Ragnick?
last point. Huh?
You wanted to talk about Ragnick as well?
Yes. My last point, Ragnick. I watched the Man U Arsenal game, and believe you me, I was impressed with Ronaldo because I'm a Man U fan. Throughout the season, I don't see Ronaldo press. But the minute Ronaldo knew the new coach that is coming in is the godfather of pressing. Ronaldo pressed, according to the statistics, more times than he ever did. If you put all the matches throughout the season, they didn't amount to what he did in the Arsenal game. They said he pressed 20-something times. You understand? And Ragnick himself said he will adapt his style to the players he has in his profession.
Okay.
So I think it should be, how do I put it, a marriage of
convenience between Ragnick and Ronaldo. All right, thank you so much, Michael, for your contribution. Keep the calls coming in. 0817 000 951, or you can also reach us on the other number. It is 0810 9510 951. Seems like there's another injury worry for West Ham United. Kurt Zuma might just be out of this game and perhaps for the year. Seems like his torn his hamstring right there. Pablo Fornal's on the sidelines warming up to come in for the man Zuma. Okay, on WhatsApp, Liberty from Rumaholu says, I hope David Moyes and his boys can cause an upset against Chelsea I'm going for a 1-1 draw. Oh, sadly, your prediction would not be coming through because it's already 2-2. And Liberty also said the show today is very interesting. I'm loving it. Keep it up, guys. Thank you so much, Liberty. And this message says that the Ballon d'Or is a France-based magazine award, and the French league was suspended due to the pandemic. Is it fair to judge players based on an unequal playing ground since the French-based players didn't have league games? Lewandowski goes, doesn't even win him man of the match, and you guys are expecting the goals to propel him to Ballon d'Or. Stop this joke. That is Frank from Rumo Kurushi. And then he went for that to saying, Jorginho actually is the reason Messi won that Ballon d'Or. A lot of journalists in Europe were sharing votes between Jorginho and Lewandowski. It was South Americans, North Americans, a large part of Africa, and Asian journalists that made Messi win. Even France, where the award is being held, didn't vote Messi as their first choice, rather was Lewandowski. So are we saying it should be given to the winner of the votes because it is Messi? I thought this world is a demonstrative one. That should be democratic one, where the popular decision should be right. All right. Thank you, Frank from Rumo Kurushi. And this man says, good afternoon to you all. Those saying that Messi did not deserve the Ballon d'Or are English fans. I think Messi fully deserves the award. As for Chelsea match, it will end 3-3. Skillful Pero sending it from Akpoku Eche. Tonye says, Ronaldo has scored 801 career goals, and none of you talk about this much plenty. And none of you talk about his much penalty goals. 2 of his Ballon d'Or, he didn't deserve them. But I hear Queen struggling to criticize Messi. Jorginho, that is full of mistakes. You want him to win world best. Ronaldo's fans should continue to cry foul. Messi is the superhuman, whether people like it or not. All right, thank you so much for your messages. We switch to the text message line where, okay, Tony sent that one again via text. Jerry from Alu says, Lukaku, as a top 9, needs a creative midfielder. At Manchester United as top 9, there was no creative midfielder to supply him the ball. But at Inter, he played right flank and Lautaro Martinez played left. But Lukaku falls back like Mane because he's creative. Lukaku would need a creative midfielder if he plays as top 9. All right, thank you, Jerry. And this one says, Chelsea must lose. And Messi was dashed the Ballon d'Or. All right, thank you so much for your reactions. Let's go back to the phone lines. 0817 00 951 and 0810 9510 951. We preview the other games to expect after we hear from some more callers. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Victor.
Welcome, Moses from Port Harcourt.
Yeah, it's Moses. I'm calling from Port Harcourt. Yes, I think Chelsea will end up joining this today. Then let me go to the Ballon d'Or. I don't think Messi deserves that Ballon d'Or. I don't think Messi deserves it because Neymar, how many times has Neymar won the Copa America? I mean, who did they put in the Copa America? You're not the one that scored the winning goal. It was Di Maria. So why would you be giving the Ballon d'Or to Messi? You have the Neymar on that list. You have Kylian Mbappe. And I want to ask myself, what about Mahrez? What about Ruben Dias? What about Gundogan? That play for Manchester United and go to Jadon fine.
Right. Okay, thank you so much, Moses, for your contribution. Chelsea made some changes, a couple of changes. I talked about Callum Hudson-Odoi coming in, and Marcus Alonso has actually been taken off as well, and Christian Pulisic introduced. So we see how the three changes that Chelsea have made would contribute, or would, if it would stir up anything, could propel the side to winning. For West Ham United, their changes have been more. The changes has been they've got to make them because they've gotten injured.
This is the champion section, and anything less than that get a hasty rejection. I point you in the direction where you can drink to the next one. I make my entrance, dribbling, bending.
West Ham just missed a sitter. Mikel Antonio to Jared Bowen. Bowen and an empty post, and somehow
it was a full stretch. You could cut him some slack, but still, nah.
What? No way.
That was a sitter. That could have taken West Ham 3-2 up against Chelsea.
But he was at full strength.
All right.
He was at full
What
strength.
is happening right now with Chelsea? What is happening?
Well, West Ham are dissecting Chelsea's defense
I'm
like
telling you.
hot knife cutting through butter.
All
Pretty
thanks-
easy. It's been surprising to see how this Chelsea's defense has just been
Of course.
broken down.
All
The
thanks,
walls
to
of
what,
Jericho.
all thanks to what Manchester United, Manchester United opened the eyes of other clubs to how they can penetrate this defensive side. Before they could just use those wing backs runs to confuse things, and you don't know how to, get them. For Manchester United, they just had to, step down the game, take them gradually, and then wait for them to make those mistakes, and then those openings are coming up because like I said, these wing backs are fully conscious of attacking and scoring, and they are mindless of what happens behind them, and we can see the mistakes coming in. Okay, you could say that Marcos Alonso is out, but still the same wing. The problem still continues.
I think that's just a move. Definitely, West Ham are on a high right now. It happens in football. There'll be a time your opponent will definitely hold the ball and try to control the game. It's happening for West Ham right now. But I think the last 10 minutes will be very, very decisive in this game. How West Ham will actually absorb the pressure, because Chelsea will put in a lot of pressure at that West Ham defense side, and how they can actually build on their counter-attacking strength. That will also tell a lot in this game, how they will build their counter-attack. Just a smooth move from Chelsea down to the left flank of the pitch. And I said
Callum Hudson-Odoi trying to do some dribbles, gets the ball to Antonio Rudiger, back to, that should be Jorginho. All right, well, Chelsea trying to pile up the attack now. If it would amount to anything, it is a question of time. Well, let's move on, and that was a tricky shot by Jorginho. A tricky shot from the man, and it was just a fingertip save by Lucas Fabianski.
I think there was a deflection.
Fabianski didn't even get to it. It was actually deflected.
Yeah.
All right.
Issa Diop.
I
think it would have been an easy save for Fabianski, but that deflection could have
made it even more difficult.
Well, Mason Mount swings in a corner and head to it, and it is cleared, but not too far. The danger definitely not averted, as West Ham United now try to go for the counter-attack, but Chelsea back in possession. Back and forth encounter with 13 minutes of action left. A player is down again for West Ham, and hopefully they do not have all three substitutes made as a result of injury. Vladimir Kufal, I don't think it's a serious incident. He's back to his feet. All right, well, let's move on to other matters. Talking about the Spanish La Liga. Real Madrid comfortably at the top, but their rise to the top has been all about two men, Vinicius Jr. and Karim Benzema. Well, Carlo Ancelotti said that Vinicius has all the quality to compete for the Ballon d'Or after his spectacular start to the season, but rejected the idea that teammate Karim Benzema will be affected by his fourth place finish in the 2021 edition. Well, just recently, of course, I told you about Lionel Messi winning the award. Ancelotti said earlier this week, of course, Vinicius has all the quality to fight to win it one day. We've got Benzema and Luka Modric. The Real Madrid squad has a lot of options. We have Thibaut Courtois too. It's difficult for a goalkeeper to win the Ballon d'Or, but he's at the top level. While the 21-year-old Vinicius has had a flying start to the 2021-2022 season, contributing 11 goals, scoring 11 goals in 19 games for the Los Blancos, including a spectacular late winner against Sevilla on Sunday. And the man is already being talked by some as a possible contender for next year's award. Well, Ancelotti said he wasn't concerned about how the Brazil winger would cope with that success, saying he doesn't feel like a star. He's still humble. That's one of his best qualities. It's important for the players, but it's an individual prize. I haven't seen Benzema or Courtois crying today because they didn't win it. They're fine. That's Carlo Ancelotti speaking. Real Madrid are top of the La Liga table and will increase their lead over second place Atletico Madrid if they're able to win Real Sociedad later this evening. Prie Vinicius Junior. The man's rise has been spectacular, I must say. Somehow the Brazilian has grown, evolved into this fantastic player, and now his name is being mentioned, although it's still early enough. But then his name is being mentioned as a possible contender for football's biggest individual prize.
Vinicius Junior has been sensational this season. I think the boy is actually growing. And there was a point in time I could remember when during the COVID-19, when he had issues, there was this conflict between himself and Karim Benzema. And Karim Benzema actually shouted that Vinicius is playing against us. If you could actually remember that. Yes. Don't pass the ball to Vinicius, he's playing against us. So he was that bad when it comes to form last season. But the man has actually grown into a player that a lot of people expected Eden Hazard to be. That's exactly what Vinicius is right now. They expected Eden Hazard to conquer the Spanish La Liga, but injury and a lot of factors have not allowed the man to strive in that particular club. So big one for Vinicius Junior. I think if he keeps improving, definitely the sky will definitely be his limit, because individually he has that quality, he has that pace, and he is in a team that can actually win you those trophies. So come on, there's nothing stopping the man from getting one Ballon d'Or.
Nothing stopping him. Henry, you think for Vinicius it's all about Carlo Ancelotti, because we've seen his performance. I mean, all through last season, the 2020-2021 season, Vinicius played 49 games and scored only 6 goals across all competitions. This season, he has played 20 games and has scored 11 goals. Better than his tally, I mean, almost double his tally the entire of last season. You think it's all about Carlo Ancelotti?
I mean, you have to credit Carlo Ancelotti, also credit Vinicius in a way. Also, I think it's 50-50. I mean, we saw Vinicius when he came. Who was this teenager Real Madrid were willing to cough out 40 million euros for? Castilla. He was scoring goals, but coming to the first team, he struggled to score goals. We saw him lighting us up, giving us the entertainment with his dribbling and all that, but his finishing was just poor. It was just off, and he couldn't score. But with Ancelotti coming in, we've seen the difference. I mean, when you look at Ancelotti's track record, you have to give the man some credit. You look at Inzaghi, you look at Kaka, you look at Calvert-Lewin. You can go on and on and on about Ancelotti's own handwork, and you have to say that Ancelotti has a hand in whatever the man or how the man is playing right now, because whatever he told him to work on, and whatever things he pointed out to him, Vinicius has also taken it to heart, and he's willing to improve, and he has actually been working on correcting his flaws and making himself a better footballer. I mean, the coach has to take some credit. I mean, when we see players do a lot, yes, when we see players do well, yes, the players do a lot, they put a lot of effort, they put a lot of hard work, but still the coach has to take some credit. I mean, Lewandowski even said he wouldn't be the footballer he is today if it wasn't for Jurgen Klopp and the things he made him do in training and some of the things he put him through. So definitely Ancelotti has to take some credit, but I think the man Vinicius also has to get some credit. I think it's a 50-50 thing. It's the coach looking at his player and pinpointing the flaws, and the player also willing to work and also willing to listen to what the coach is telling him and improve on himself. So I think it's a good thing, good one for Vinicius and good one for Real Madrid, and I think Ancelotti also should get some credit.
All right, Queen, talking about Real Madrid, they have had a decent start to the season. They are on top of the Spanish La Liga, quite, I think, 7 points clear of the second placed team, Sevilla. 5 points rather. They've got 36 points. Sevilla now have 31 points as they are leading Villarreal. So 5 points clear of Sevilla. If they're able to win tonight against Real Sociedad, they go 8 points clear. Do you see Real Madrid maintaining this current form, this current impressive performance till the end of the season?
Well, it's an entire football season and it's still very early, but the way the team is going, I mean, I think they have everything going on well for them. They've got a coach who, one thing with coaching is when you have your desired club, when you want to coach a particular club and that club comes for you, you feel fulfilled, you feel you have to give in all of your best. And when you have players who complement your ambition, who understand your style of play, your philosophy of football, they are able to translate it to the pitch of play with ease. And I think that's what's going on for Real Madrid currently. They have Ancelotti. It's been his dream to
coach Real Madrid again, and he's got some good bunch of players. You talked about Vinicius Junior, talked about Karim Benzema, who's been scoring goals like maybe he's still at his early 20s, and we've got still quite a good number of players. You know, you have the experience and you have the talent, and I think that's what makes a team. And La Liga right now is not spectacular because I mean there is none of those top players or those players who could pose as a threat in any particular team. So it's just flat, like I had said before. It's a league where everybody think I can flourish, and it's anyone's to take. So currently we see Real Madrid. I mean, when you talk about La Liga, you could say that they are traditional winners. It's like it's their thing.
All right.
So,
they don't share sport for future. Because the way players are carrying papers these days.
From laughing.
The players are carrying papers. See price they do expo.
They give information. No, he's putting so the Chelsea players will just pick it up and look at it and read it. Maybe that's how Chelsea got the equalizer against Man U, because remember Fred holding the paper
and they threw it away. And so Real Madrid currently, they are doing a great job. I mean, they've been able to surmount some of those should I say obstacles. I mean, I felt like Sevilla were going to give them a run for their money. They did, but then they still came out on top, and I think they've got quite good players that would, you know, keep them for the season. Barring injuries and barring what happens, I think they are on. They are good to go.
All right. Barring injuries, Real Madrid good to go. Whoa!
What was that?
What
was that?
United. 3-2. West Ham have taken the lead.
And it can do whatever.
What a game we've had right there at the London Stadium. We've seen spectacular goals. We saw Mason Mount score one. We saw Jared Bowen score another. But this outclasses, outshines those two goals. A brilliant one by the man who came off the bench, Arthur Masuaku. It looked like it was a cross, but somehow it curled his way to the top right corner, and Edward Mendy had no answer to that one. A quick corner taking, a pass to Mikel Antonio, who passed it back. Arthur Masuaku just decided to go for it and chipped the ball, cut Edward Mendy off his lines, and West Ham United have taken, they must have taken all 3 points from Chelsea.
I think he actually went for goal.
He went for goal.
That was intentional.
It was intentional. It wasn't a mistake.
That was intentional.
I'm feeling.
What are players eating? I don't know. That they are trying these days. Mendy is shocked. He cannot believe it.
Welcome to Premier League. Mendy, welcome to Premier League.
Well, all season long, Chelsea had conceded only 4. But in this game, they have conceded 3. The defensive solidity against of this Chelsea side have been broken. He has broken the gates of brass. This is the gates of brass being broken right there.
I think good thing Chelsea is quite close to the transfer market. I think they need a defensive midfielder. It's obvious that Kovacic and Kante are not totally fit, and if you want to win the Premier League title, Saul has not actually coming into the league. I think there will be even more goals in the game.
Well, it could be more as Mikel Antonio piling up the pressure, waiting for his assistant, Jared Bowen, up front to run into a position where the pass can be made. Antonio again to Bowen. Bowen is waiting. He takes
what did you play?
A close one.
What is happening?
What did you play?
He just took it above the crossbar. West Ham are running riot right now. The guys are on fire and are doing everything right. That was close. If he had scored that one, there would have been a review by the video assistant referee. But then he didn't put that one in the back of the net. Well, just 2 minutes left of additional time. Chelsea will be fighting for a point, while West Ham will be doing everything in their power to ensure that they keep these 3 points that they have at the moment. Well, if it ends this way, Chelsea might be losing their place at the top of the table if Liverpool or Manchester City wins their games later today. Henry, do you see that happening? You think it's bye-bye number 1 for Chelsea?
I think it's definitely going to happen. I think one of the two of them, probably the two of them. I don't think the two of them are going to win their games today. This was a potential banana peel for Chelsea, and it's happened. It's one of those games you knew that coming into this game with their injury issues and the side they are playing. West Ham are no pushovers nowadays, especially under David Moyes, and they will keep on going at you. They'll keep on hounding you, and that's what they are doing, and that's what they've done, and it's paid off for them. I think Chelsea, there are still some gaps in this team, but I think they need to correct, especially like Priya pointed out, no adequate replacement for a Kante when he's not available. So it poses a big problem for them. We've always been saying it. We've always said it since last season, even before last season, that when Kante is not there, Chelsea are fragile defensively. But most times, because of the fear of the attack, most teams don't really go at them. But you're looking at a West Ham side that are confident. I mean, they almost got the result against Man City last weekend, beat Liverpool, and now they are going at Chelsea again. So they'll be confident in getting something, and that's what they've done here actually. So there's no way they are going to go away from this game without a point at this point in the game. So good one for them. And for Chelsea, I think it's not the end. I think this is match day 15, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So the title race has already started shaping up. You should know the teams that are in title race in any league in Europe now, and it's in England. It's definitely between Chelsea, Man City, and Liverpool, and you can't afford to lose games. You will drop points, but you can't afford to drop points. But it's just so that you don't drop as much as you don't drop more than your opponents. Your opponents drop more than you. So I think Chelsea will look at this one and say that it's a game that we could have lost. It's one of those games that you could say that it's not good actually to lose, but it's one of those games that if you look at it in hindsight, that losing to West Ham is not necessarily a bad thing, because it's West Ham. You won't say that 4 years ago, 5 years ago, but you have to say that now. West Ham are a good side, so you won't really fault yourself losing to them. But I think it's down to the other two sides to take their chances now, and you sub Chelsea on top of the table.
All right, so Henry, still sticking with you. Earlier on the show, you said you don't care about any other goals scored. Mason Mount's goal is the goal of the week.
Yeah.
Can you still beat your chest and say that?
I say unless somebody scores a chic.
But this is more.
Is this a chic? Or does this beat a chic?
I think he did it intentionally. If he did, then I would say it beats Mason Mount, because you don't expect to catch a goalkeeper out from there. You don't, even when you catch a goalkeeper out.
Angle.
It was two times actually. So I think if it was intentional, I want to say that it's the goal of, even if it's not intentional.
And if you look at the goalkeeper at the end of the day, the goalkeeper is scored that goal. Come on, Mendy is one of the best goalkeepers in the world.
And you can't fault Mendy for the goal in any way. You cannot fault Mendy, because what you expect is a cross, and he was already well positioned to try and come out and claim the cross, but he didn't. It was a shot per se is what we saw. So I don't know if Masuaku, that was actually what he was thinking, or just maybe it kicked the left leg.
No, he was. You know why I say he was? You see how he positioned? You see the time he took before getting that strike? You could know he wasn't, because he intended to pass, but he looked at the position, he looked at the opportunities he had, and he felt like, oh, I could actually take a try, and who knows? So I think that was what happened.
That's a card.
That's a card.
That is a card for Andreas Christensen. He brought down Mikel Antonio, who was through on goal with 93 minutes. Not 4 minutes additional time, and Chelsea have seconds if they would be equalizing this one. But I think it is glory West Ham United. Yeah. They have taken the
just and it goes back to what I've been saying.
Like I said, Thomas Tuchel, you need to know the abilities of your players. I will say this again. If you look at the Danish side, the Denmark side, when Christensen played for them, he plays sometimes as a defensive midfielder. It's as easy when you have a crisis situation, you look for your best leg. You look at the left wing back position. You know that Alonso is not the most spacey of players right now. When it comes to, and in form too, he has already dropped form. The way he started this season is not the way we are seeing Alonso right now. It's prefer you play Saul Miguel as a winger. He could actually make those mistakes, but he can easily correct those mistakes as a flank player. Yes, he can actually correct some of those mistakes as a left wing back, more than you playing from the center of the park, because in the center of the midfield you make those mistakes, you'll be easily punished. But from the left wing back, someone can actually come in as a cover for you. So I think it's high time you actually bring in these two players. Christensen as a defensive midfielder, since he has other options on the bench for center back position. Then you try Saul as your left back, because he has the pace, he has energy to go to the front and create those chances for you, and also defend. You bring in such players as your left wing back to actually shield your team, because right now Chelsea will concede a lot of goals if they continue playing like this.
All right, well, it is it's not full time yet.
It's full
And
time.
it's full time.
Full time.
West Ham United have beaten Chelsea in the London Derby. David Moyes' incredible run continues. Fourth on the table. Chelsea's lead at the top is just 1 point, pending the games involving Liverpool and Manchester City. Arthur Masuaku, Jared Bowen, and Manuel Lanzini all on the score sheet for West Ham. Their goals did beat the goals coming in from Mason Mount and
Thiago
Silva. All right, well, let's go to the phone lines once more to hear your reactions as regards that very game and other matters that we have discussed on the show, as well as the La Liga, the top 2 race happening in the Spanish La Liga. The last 30 minutes of the show would be for the Borussia Dortmund and Bayern Munich fixture, the Klassiker right there in Germany. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Moses, welcome back.
What is even wrong with this? I even give Chelsea a draw. Chelsea don't lose. They even give us something Chelsea.
Oh my God.
I'm very happy.
You're a Man City fan. You are taking it up. You go on top. That's why. Hello, good afternoon. Everybody will lose today.
It will be shared.
Oh, bro. Victor, my man. Victor. It was a game. This was a game.
I tell you.
It is when I watched the game Chelsea Man U, I said it because United really exposed Chelsea.
Yeah.
And a good attacking side will always beat Chelsea. Look at it now. It's a job, and I don't see. This whole thing is between Liverpool and Man City. By the way, your presentation is top class, really. I can tell you that without bias. Yeah, top class. I think you should fill in those big shoes that Oga has left behind now. What do you think?
Rossi, go on.
No. You should fill it in. You are the best to take over from Oga. Seriously. I'm saying it based on assessment. You know, I'm older than all of you. I can assess very well. I've been in this game for some time. So you are the best because clearly you are always objective, not with bias at all in all your analysis and all that. So you are the best person to fill in.
Thank you, Lawson. Thank you.
So Today FM, I will call head of station for this. Seriously, I think thank you so much. And I think it's right now. I'm happy. You know why I'm happy?
Why?
Because the Chelsea fans, so much noise.
Yeah, City.
Problem.
They'll be humble.
Too much noise. So right now, I think they've been silent from the game against United. They started going down. Silent, and now I think this one will completely silence them. They can now begin to think and in each game begin to bite their finger. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lawson from Yenogua, for your contribution. Well, we've got some messages coming in. This one says, the only thing that concerns me is that God should save FC Barcelona. Did you hear Muller's comment? 8-2 again. As for haters last year, Leo was a striker, attacking midfielder, deep playing player, 25 plus man of the match. He was a beast. Haters just gonna hate. And potatoes, of course, will potate. Bad Commando sending that one in. And this message says, Tuchel doesn't know how to play Lukaku, so I don't blame Lukaku. And Vinicius Jr. is football's next big star. Bye-bye to number 1 position Chelsea. I talk they must lose. The bad bellers don't they show themselves. This message says, good afternoon, guys. Please, is Jorginho a CMF or DMF? Which of the MF is Jorginho? MFM.
I'm telling you. We need to take him to deliverance.
I said it that David Moyes and his boys will get something from Chelsea. Well, you did say that one. Skillful Pero says, if this game ends like this, I will be the happiest person. When is Barcelona playing? Wisdom, if I may ask you, did Messi not deserve the award? Well, Wisdom is in the building. This is Victor Oriahi, and I'm the presenter. I'm not allowed to have to take sides, you know, or contribute in the matter. I'm just moderating. But then to the person asking, I don't know if you're being sincere about Jorginho's real place. If you are being sincere,
he's a CDMF.
He's a defensive midfielder.
He's a defensive midfielder. Let's go to the phone lines again. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Welcome. What's your name?
Yeah.
I'm Obona calling from Port Harcourt.
Welcome,
Obona. There's this song my governor was dancing. As he did pain them, he go there sweet.
Hey, as he did sweet us, he go there pain them.
You know the song, right?
Yes, now.
I am a Liverpool fan. When West Ham won us, they were all around things. With what resulted to that first goal that we felt was a foul on our keeper. Chelsea fans, they were all happy because he gave them way to the top. Now he don't reach them. Big told his young one that they should not bother, that this big league it will reach everybody. Now it's Chelsea's turn. Let them just enjoy it. It even drink. Let them no need to cry. Let them enjoy it because they were thinking they were invincible earlier on, or thinking they finished losing. The Premiership is hot. It's even early to even say who will win the league anyway. So let them not cry foul. Let them just enjoy it and walk. If they start crying, what will Man United do? Man United is on their period already for a very long time. What will they do? Bye-bye. Have a nice day.
They'll be swimming in tears. They'll be swimming in tears.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's Michael again from Upo.
Welcome back, Michael.
Yeah. The truth is that the Premier League race right now, to me, is not even decided because you can even call West Ham a contender. Remember Leicester pulled an upset in 2016. What was it called? In Premier League, if you can go on 10 matches winning run, you're already first in the table, no matter who is first. That's just the idea of Premier League. When Guardiola won the trophy 3 years ago, he went on 15 matches winning run. Despite all Liverpool did, Guardiola still won the league. So with Ragnick, the new Man U coach, I just went through his fixtures, his next 8 fixtures. They are winnable games. If he wins all of those games, I bet you would say Man U is among the title contenders. That's just happening.
That's a huge possibility.
But right now, Man U are they still?
I don't think. Look, when I would want to judge a coach after he's had preseason with the team. Ragnick hasn't had preseason with them, so I think it's just to stable the ship, trying to bring stability.
Nah. Sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
It happens with league football.
It's a freak.
You just need a magical formation. You just need a magical synergy.
There's an ideology. Like every coach comes with ideology. So players need to know that ideology.
That's the point. Sometimes they join the frenzy. They can't do a frenzy. A 2-0 victory against your first opponent, another 2-goal victory. Before you know it, they just join into the bandwagon and they start just getting those goals. They will not be scared of going out there to get those results. And if they keep turning out those results, 10 games, 8 games, consistency, getting wins after wins, I'm telling you, Manchester United will be title contenders. Let me give you a typical example of what's happening right now. If Tottenham Hotspur play the outstanding game and they win the outstanding game, and they win their game today, I am telling you, they will also be fighting for that top 4 position.
Yeah, definitely.
So, and Conte is that manager that can also actually do
that,
it.
Yeah.
So, with a 8 game or 10 game consistency for Manchester United, Tottenham Hotspur, Chelsea, Man City, Liverpool will be in problem. A very big problem. I think the league is quite open.
I don't, yes, they will be in problem, but that's the thing. Even Ragnick, I expect Ragnick to do a decent job, but I don't think there will be that sort of run because there will still be performances whereby you see that the players haven't necessarily acclimatized. Some people want to make cases like, oh, Ranieri came in his first season and Conte his first season, but this coach has had preseason. Preseason is a month, and it gives players chances and time to acclimatize.
But the same issue with the Conte. Conte started Chelsea with a 4-3-3 formation. The first 6 games, and he struggled. Immediately it switched that formation to a 3-4-3 formation. We started seeing.
And what is to say, because he had preseason to actually, the players would have actually tried those things out in preseason. There would have been a lot of trials and errors because it's different when you try it in training and when you carry it out in a real match situation, be it a friendly or in a competitive match or in a competitive game. There are 2 different scenarios because friendlies, you look at the fact that some players don't really put in the much effort you need in friendlies and all that stuff. So I think Man U fans and even Tottenham fans shouldn't really or necessarily expect much. They should just flow with what happens.
All right, let's go back to the phone lines. Hello, good afternoon.
Sorry, I'm back. I got cut off. See, I remember last season, Thomas Tuchel came in January and Chelsea won the Champions League. You understand? Sometimes a coach bounce can push you all the way, no matter the time the coach comes into a season. You understand? There have been coaches. I remember this Bayern Munich coach that won the treble. He came in mid-season.
Yes, January.
He
I
came
think
in,
December.
he came in mid-season and he won the treble. You understand? So most times it has to do with the coach, his philosophy, and how he tends to manage his players. The same Tuchel players, if they were under Lampard, remember Tuchel didn't even make any signing. It was Lampard's players, and he won the Champions League with it. You understand? So the matches that Manchester United have, the 8 matches they have that I went through just now, they are all winnable. You understand? Like, if this guy can go on a consistent run, I'm not saying they are going to win the title, but they will be among the conversations. If Conte can go on 10 matches winning run, you will tell me Tottenham wants to win the title. It's just how England is. Once a team goes for like 6 games winning run, everybody starts hyping them as title contenders. Let me, at the end of this match, go to newspapers tomorrow, they'll be calling West Ham title contender. Because they have been on a good run too. That's just how England is. You understand? So at the end of the day, titles are decided as from March. That's when you really know who is going to win the title. Okay, take for instance, last season, as at February ending, Man City was ahead with Man U with 8 points, right? But they still said these guys could still win the trophy because Man City has won Man U with 8 points behind during Ferguson's time. You understand? So title talk, to me, I always say it for March. That's when you see clear-cut winners.
All right.
And another thing, I will say it again, Lukaku is an overrated player and a striker in this planet.
Okay. Thank you so much for your reaction. Well, we'll be taking the lineup for the games, the 4 p.m. kickoff games. Wolverhampton Wanderers against Liverpool. Wolves play in a 3-4-3 formation. Jose Sa starts in goal for the team. 3-man back line, they've got Max Kilman, Conor Coady, and Romain Saiz. Nelson Semedo, Leander Dendoncker, Ruben Neves, and Ryan Aït-Nouri make the midfield lineup, while up front is Adama Traore, Hee Chan Wang, and Raul Jimenez. On the bench for Wolves, we've got Cam Campbell, Ki Jana Hoiver, Daniel Podence, Trincao, Fabio Silva, John Rudi, João Moutinho, Luke Kondo, and Hugo Bueno. While for Liverpool, they play in a 4-3-3 formation. Alisson Becker starts in goal for the Reds. Andy Robertson, Virgil van Dijk, Joel Matip, and Alexander-Arnold playing in defense. Thiago Alcantara, Fabinho, and Jordan Henderson in midfield, while up front is the trio of Mane, Jota, and Salah. On the bench for Liverpool, Ibrahima Konate, James Milner, Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain, Takumi Minamino, Constantino Tsimikas, Divock Origi, Nathaniel Phillips, Calvin Kelleher, and Neco Williams. While Newcastle United will be up against Burnley, same 4 p.m. Martin Dubravka starts in goal. We've got Mankilo, Lascelles, Fabian Shaw, and Jamal Louise, as well as Miguel Almiron, John Joe Shelby, Joe Willock, and Alan St. Maximin, with Callum Wilson and Joe Linton playing up front for Newcastle. While Burnley have got in the 4-4-2 formation, Nick Pope starts in goal, Charlie Taylor, James Tarkowski, Nathan Collins, Matthew Lawton, Dwight McNeil, Josh Brownhill, Ashley Westwood, and Goodmanson, with Maxwell Kone and Chris Wood up front for the Burnley side. The Saints, Southampton against Brighton Hove Albion comes up same 4 p.m. Alex McCarthy starts in goal. You've got Livramento, Lianco, Mohamed Salisu, and Walker Peters. In midfield, Redmond, James Ward-Prowse, Oriol Romeu, and Nathan Teller, with Che Adams and Armando Broja up front. While Brighton Hove Albion playing a 3-5-2 formation, Robert Sanchez starts in goal, Dan Burn, Shane Duffy, and Joel Veltman. And in midfield is Cucurella, Mwepu, Jan Bissouma, Pascal Gross, and Tariq Lamptey, with Neil Maupay and Leandro Trossard playing up front for the Seagulls. By 6:30, it is Watford against Manchester City in the Spanish La Liga. Sevilla are still leading Villarreal by lone goal to nothing. Barcelona takes on Real Betis by 4:15 p.m. With Memphis Depay, of course, leading the attack. And they've got Pablo Gavira, as well as a name that sounds or looks quite strange. Ezalzuli for Barcelona. Atletico Madrid and Mallorca. Ezalzuli, of course, is playing up front with Gavi and Depay. Atletico Madrid will take on Mallorca by 6:30 p.m. while Real Sociedad against Real Madrid comes up by 9 p.m. In the Italian Serie A, AC Milan have taken the lead, are already leading Salernitana 2-0 right there in that game. No Zlatan Ibrahimovic, he starts off on the bench for the Rossoneris. And later on, we're going to be having Roma taking on Inter with Napoli against Atalanta by 8:45 p.m. In the German Bundesliga, kickoff already. 5 games ongoing. Arminia Bielefeld penalty goalless draw with FC Cologne. Augsburg against Bochum is goalless as well. Bayer Leverkusen against Greuther Fürth is also goalless. And the only game that has produced a goal is Mainz against Wolfsburg. That one is 2-0 in favor of Mainz. And we've got the Klassiker coming up later on. Borussia Dortmund against Bayern Munich. It's a case of the apprentice or one who is learning to be against the veteran. Robert Lewandowski versus Erling Brot Haaland. Queen, which of these strikers would steal the show, would steal the headlines in that game later tonight?
Well, these two players are outstanding in their different teams. They've been quite instrumental also. And then I would say Robert Lewandowski, he's a veteran, he's a legend. He has the eyes for goals, he's more experienced, he's got it all going for him. Would say same for Erling Brot Haaland, came back from injury, still continued his goal scoring. So it's just a matter of which team is more compacted, so to say, because for the Borussia Dortmund, I think their superiority over Dortmund over the years will play a key role. I mean, it's more like, oh well, whatever happens, I'll still be on top. I'll still top you, I'll still outstand you, I'll still outshine you. So I think that mentality, most times it's what works. And for the Borussia Dortmund side, they could also make a case for themselves to say, okay, fine, we've been learning over the years. I think right now we've learned enough and we could actually surmount whatever pressure you're going to bring at us. We can actually survive you. So I would got to say these two players will score. But the difference will be in the kind of goal they score. And I think Erling Brot Haaland may or is likely to score a more outstanding goal than Robert Lewandowski.
All right, Queen believes it's just the goals that they score that would be the difference. Henry, these teams are separated by just 1 point. Bayern on top of the table, 31 points amassed, while for Borussia Dortmund, they've got just 30 points. Well, Bayern may have a better form when it comes to Europe, talking about the UEFA Champions League, winning all their games in the group stages. For Borussia Dortmund, the reverse is the case, quite poor in Europe. Do you think the European run, right now, looking at how they play in the league, it seems like they're balanced. They both play similar football. The only edge Bayern has over Dortmund is how they play in the Champions League. Who do you see topping the table in the Bundesliga?
I mean, after this match, I think it still has to be Bayern. I mean, you look at the superiority and everything about Bayern. Yeah, Rose has done a fantastic job. Marco Rose has actually done a fantastic job with Dortmund this season. With the plethora of injuries, they've still been able to They've still been able to push Bayern. They've tried to stay as close as possible and in contention as much as possible. But I think this is a game where Bayern will look at and feel that it's time for us to extend the gap by at least 4 points and see what happens from there onwards. And look, I don't expect anything less. You look at Dortmund, yes, Holland is back, but there are still other injury issues. But I do think that there could still be some hope for them with Holland being there. You have Marco Reus and co still there. Marco Reus has actually stepped up and he has been fantastic this season for Borussia Dortmund. So I think they will look at it and feel like they have a fighting chance. And when you look at Bayern, I mean, everybody's in form. You can't If it's not Lewandowski, there's a Serge Gnabry, there's a Leroy Sané who has picked up this season playing as a number 10. There's a Thomas Muller. You can go on and on about the Bayern side, but look, it's football. Things happen, and it's a big game like this. Don't be so shocked that Dortmund will actually come out on top, because I do know that in Gladbach, Marco Rose's Gladbach side were a pain for Bayern. They were always on Bayern's neck, and they made things difficult for Bayern when anytime they played. So I do think that they could have a shot because of the man at the helm of affairs for them, Dortmund. But I still expect Bayern to have the victory at the end of the day. Look, Bayern are the better side any day, anytime. I mean, you even look at, if you want to compare results both from the league and Europe all together, Bayern are the better side, and you do expect the better side to win every time they come up against a lesser side. So I do think Bayern is going to win it today, but it's football, anything could happen. Dortmund has still had their days against Bayern Munich.
All right, Priye, when you come to the midfield shuffle of Bayern Munich, it looks like every player is performing. Not just leaving the midfield apart for now. Every player in Bayern Munich seems to be performing. Robert Lewandowski, this man already has 25 goals in 20 matches. Serge Gnabry has 8 goals already. Thomas Muller has 6 goals and 12 assists. Leroy Sané has 9 goals and 9 assists. Coming up against the Dortmund, who they're not scoring as much as their opponents, and it seems like it's all about the man Erling Bro Haaland. When Haaland was out injured, we saw Dortmund struggle. Now he's back involved, with the focus being on Haaland, while for Bayern Munich, every player performing. Do you think Bayern stand has an edge over the Bavarians? Over Dortmund, that is.
For me, I think it's clear. First off, if you look at that attacking trio of Robert Lewandowski, Serge Gnabry, and of course Leroy Sané, you understand that these are players that can actually fit in any team across the world. Any big team, beat Real Madrid, these players can actually just go into the first team of any team in Europe. That's how good they are right now. You look at the midfield, Guan Goretzka, a lot of finesse in that midfield. If you look at the pairing of Kimmich is a magician when it comes to switching roles. He can play as a winger, he can play as a center midfielder, he can play as a defensive midfielder. He just brings back that flair of Philipp Lahm back to that Bayern Munich side, that leadership. So for me, I think Bayern is a more organized side, but I think the match will be won in the midfield. How will they set up? I made mention of the Chelsea game when I saw Loftus-Cheek and Jorginho. That's exactly what I'm looking at, that Borussia Dortmund side. Are they going to pair Witsel and Emre Can? Emre Can is a player, and Witsel, they play similar football. They play very deep. They are deep-minded defensive midfielders. So that means they'll be more of soaking the pressure than Bayern holding possession. So how are they going to transform some of those balls that they will win into an attacking move in the final third? That's going to explain what Borussia Dortmund will get from this game. But for me, I think Bayern Munich is a more complete side going forward in this game, and I think in all sphere of the pitch, be it Pavard and the defenders, the flank players, everybody is in form in that Bayern Munich side. So it's very difficult for you to stop them. But if you look at the Borussia Dortmund side, yes, they have quality players in some areas, but you look at other areas, inconsistency. Brat, a player that everybody believed would have been in that A class, but the man has not lived up to expectation. It's a player that I expected a lot from that young star. I expected him to push to that level of Serge Gnabry, to that level that he can actually go in and get those double figures in a season. But Brat have been struggling. Inconsistency. He has not been there. Then to Hazard is another player that I felt should have, after that European triumph, even though they did not win, but his quality in that European competition, I felt he would have transcended that form into club football, but he's not doing that. They are just struggling. They are just fixing puzzles together. Ruiz definitely is always there. He can give you that class. He's a classy player with the striker Eden Hazard, who always give you the goals. But you still need a complete team if you want to play against the title leaders. You want to play against the defending champions. You need that cohesion. You need that level of consistency in all sphere of the team, especially in the final third. If Elenana is not getting the goals, what is Hazard and the other players? What are Brat? What are their contribution to that team? If they are coming in from the bench, what are they bringing into that team? That's the biggest problem. That's why I think.
Has some of those attributes that.
Yes,
but he's more of a central.
He's more of a central midfielder. That's why I said the final third. What do you do when you are close to the 18-yard area? That's very important. You see Haaland going into those positions, making himself available for those passes to come in for him to get the goals. Beyond him, other players should also get those goals. If a player like Torgan Hazard could get, let's say, double figures, 15, 20 goals in a season, get those good goals, 18, 15, double figure assists, it will help the striker. Beyond helping the striker, it will also improve the team generally. But the other players are not giving that result, maybe except Marco Rose, who will know definitely can actually go out for 6 months injury. We don't know what can happen to that man any time of the year. It can happen anytime. So the problem is inconsistency with that Borussia Dortmund side. But I think if they in our local palace smoke the right grass, Borussia Dortmund will always be Borussia Dortmund. You can come out here and smash Bayern Munich 3 goals to nil. It can happen, or 3-1. It can happen in football. But as a pundit looking into that game, it is very clear. Bayern Munich is head and shoulder.
But let's not forget that this is the Bundesliga. So most times it's not about whether the players are consistent or whatsoever. I think that kind of class, should I say competition
rivalry.
for
You're talking about the rivalry.
That rivalry will always come to play. We saw it with Manchester United and Chelsea. Before that game, you could literally give it to Chelsea. But we saw how wait.
But you know the difference. You know the difference between Manchester United and Chelsea. Now, if you look at that Manchester United side, let's go player for player. Cristiano Ronaldo may not be in form, but you know what Cristiano Ronaldo can give to you. It's better than any forward player.
I know you want to go to that point.
Let's leave that aside again. Let's look at Rashford.
Even at that,
I'm looking at player for player. And you look at the Chelsea player. These are players that can turn up anytime. But you look at Brad has not grown into that player
after his Leverkusen days. He hasn't
developed. Shown that.
Daniel Malen has been only about 2 goals this season. One in the cup and I think one in the league. He has been poor.
And so it's about relying on a lot of young players. That's a big problem for Borussia Dortmund. Mikey, your prediction for this game: Dortmund against Bayern.
The game is always one-sided. Looking at the game, at the end of the day, is always the Lewandowski doing his thing. I love the game. I really look forward to actually look at the scoreline at the end of the day. But we call this a classic, but I don't really see it as a classic. I always see it as one-sided game. Bayern Munich will be losing all season, but when it comes to this game, they will be like, boom! They just give you that, that edge over every other game that they have played. Before they could be actually be losing, being in their worst form. But when it come into these sort of situation where you pair them with Borussia Dortmund, at the end of the day, is always one-sided. We keep saying Haaland. Yes, Haaland is very good about that, but he, to me, performing at bigger stages has not been a good one for him. He's been prolific. He's been, outstanding scoring. In fact, he's back from injury and even scored after he's back from injury. So we can actually, give that one up for Haaland. He's very good. He's a good guy up front there, and he's a very, good with that his left foot. But when you look at Lewandowski, he's actually playing. We have talked about a lot of inconsistencies in the the Borussia Dortmund team, and we have seen that if you actually want to look at the whole forward line, it's only Haaland that has been Haaland, and probably you can add Royce to actually be performing. So at the end of the day, I think it's the Bavarians that will come out on top.
Okay, well, this message says if it were United or Chelsea that is playing Wolves today, you guys would have been shouting, hyping, and giving the lineup. Now it's Liverpool playing, you can't even talk about the game. Why do you think that we have some form of special treatment for Chelsea? I mean, why do you think so? Who here is a Chelsea fan? Who?
I am a Chelsea fan.
No, it's true.
We're not a presenter.
Come on.
We gave the lineup for the game against Liverpool and Wolverhampton Wanderers, but we didn't want to preview all the games today. If the game was going live,
be previewed, I mean, Liverpool will always come at top against West Ham.
This will be a potential banana peel.
Wow.
It's you say it's a potential banana peel, but they always have to get the result against Wolves. Wolves have never been a problem
to them at all. Liverpool will always come out top, no matter how. It's not even a derby.
I want to look at the face of Harry, the expression of his face. See, come on. this is a game that anything can happen because there's a pressure right now for Liverpool to get a result
But
against
I mean,
Wolves.
these guys are professionals, and they've done it before. They've won the league before, so they know what it takes to go inside there and get the results. So
and
it's not new to
Wolves
them.
know what it takes for them to get the
Wolves
result, for them
have
to
been
qualify for
struggling.
Europe.
Wolves have been struggling. It's not like they've been so.
Well, Wolves were
so
also struggling when
mean.
they defeated Manchester City during
Exactly.
that unbeaten run they had.
Yeah.
It was an important result. It was one of those should I say milestones that you get in football. Most times when you are
I
on
think it's
those
not a
ones,
comfortable game. Basically,
it's okay,
Liverpool can win. It's not a comfortable game.
Liverpool will win. They
But
always do.
if Wolves
But
win-
Wolves will always make it uncomfortable for them. The Wolves makes it uncomfortable for anything. They play.
If Wolves wins this one, they could be going as
To
high as the
fifth.
fifth
Yeah,
position
yeah.
on the log.
They have
if
about
win.
23 points, right?
They have 21 points right now.
yeah.
If they win this one, they go 24 points. They pass Arsenal, who have 23 points.
Of course.
Let's go to the phone lines as we wrap things up on the show. We've been here from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. talking European football. Reliable Reliance, Ezine Oti, and the rest of the sports crew would come in by 4 o'clock. Where to talk about Nigerian football. Rivers United are playing on the continent tomorrow, as well as the People's Elephants of Eyimba. Let's go to the phone lines once more to hear from you. 0817 00 951. And you can also reach us on the other number. It is 0810 9510 951. A text message coming in from Bad Commando says FC Barcelona will win La Liga. I have seen the future in the UEFA Champions League. Arturo Vidal will break Benzema and Vinicius' legs, leaving Madrid toothless. Then FCB would rise like a phoenix. Don't insult our Moroccan as Abde. I hope we injure one me of Betis early. He scores two.
This guy is
bad
commando.
intention. No wonder you answer bad commando.
No,
injury
your
everywhere.
name is just like what you want.
Your comment.
Because I don't understand.
He's giving himself false hope. Look, Barcelona is not going to rise like
He
the
said we should not
Phoenix.
insult our
They will sing-
our Moroccan.
They will
Let
sing.
me take that name again because I'm not gonna lie you. I never see that name
See,
before.
on a serious note-
Ezalinos.
You look at this Barcelona side, you will just think of a Real Betis side or
Betis have a better side. I mean,
Real Sociedad.
Real side. That
It's
side.
even
Not 3 seasons ago.
mean.
Not this season.
Yeah.
I mean,
5 seasons
Barcelona are
ago.
trying to catch up with Real Betis.
Yes.
Right now,
Real
Real
Sociedad.
Betis have 27 points.
Yes.
They are fifth. Barca are 7th. They have only 23 points. So even if they win this game, they don't
So-
go still pass
so they are
Real
looking
Betis.
Barcelona
like-
is not.
They are looking
Nobody
like
is better than Barcelona
and
in
Betis
Spanish
are a
La
good
Liga.
side.
Yeah, very
Juanmi
decent
has
side.
been informed.
Yeah.
Canales.
all of
has
this
been playing.
happened because
So
Messi
it's the-
disappeared from La Liga, and everybody's feeling
I
like
think the
that's for
problem,
me.
the problem was already there. Look, Messi, yes, his goals covered up a lot of
things, a lot of
things,
holes.
no doubt. But still, the problem was already. I mean, Barcelona had run themselves into financial difficulties, and now building a team that can compete. As much as you say they should go back to the La Masia, yeah, it's good to go back to your roots and to do what you're doing, but you also have to complement that. And to compete, you need financial power and might. I mean, look at Sociedad. Sociedad, yes, most of the players are academy players, but they still have about 9 players in their squad that didn't come through the system. But still, they can still compete as much as they are doing what they can still compete because they don't have the financial power to keep their players. Look, Isaac is probably going to leave at the end of the season. So how do they move on
How
from
do you
that?
move
So
on that?
financially, you need financial strength and stability to compete at the top. And Barcelona now are shaky. So even next season, I think Xavi has a very, very big job, a tremendous and what word can you use to
Nobody
describe?
should envy Xavi's job right now.
No same person will do that.
Well, Real Betis and Barca are known for scoring much goals. I mean, the game always produces lots of goals. Last season, the first game or the second leg was 3-2 in favor of Barca. The other time it was 5-2. I know Barca won in 2023 too as well. 5-2 back then in 2019. 2019 again 4-1. So it always produces lots of goals. At least 5 goals in the last 6 times these teams have faced, so we can be expecting
But it might
something
be, it
similar.
might come from the
Yeah,
other
giving
side
a
this time.
scope.
Yeah, it might come from the other side.
You
It might not be five
are
goals.
giving out this for Victor.
Well,
You are giving out.
this is
People
where we
will not
turn
be
the
looking at you
curtain
as scored.
on the first half of the show. Big thanks to Henry Ogugwa, to Queen Chikes, to Mikey, and to Priya Zogu. But of course, to you, don't go anywhere. The show isn't over yet. Reliable Reliance, like I said earlier, will be here with us in the OT for the second half of the show. It is still today's Sports Live, the marathon edition of the show, right here on your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM.
Rotate, renta, cigarette, suelta. Rotate, renta.
The Bonge Company for property business. Odibola, Odibola. Now we be
Looking to invest in real estate or tired of the complaints and frustration that comes?
Odibola,
Reliable company to handle your construction projects? Then Odibola Properties is your sure bet that helps you buy, sell, and develop properties in any part of Nigeria. You can visit our corporate office at Odibola House, Iyaweli Inserim Layout, Tombia Extension, GRA Phase 3, Port Hackett, River State, or at Plot 6, Aliu Animation Avenue, Lekki Phase 1, Lagos State. Visit our website odibolaproperties.com. Call Eze on 0808 591 2630. Lisa on 0706 264 1169. Amarachi on 0813 348 7968. At Odibola Properties, you can do business with us and go to
business. Odibola, Odibola. Now we be Baba.
Otimbi na Timbelio. In Congo, you fit to fly don't carry another package come for Hona. 7 days explosive vacation for Kigali and Congo. For this vacation return flight, go there to enter Kigali and Congo plus 2 visas. 3 different nights for Kigali and Goma. Ship cruise for 190. Hotel Rwanda, the Runga National Park plus other documented badument will go the Shelle from December 14 go right to December 21 with the shake the money. For more information, call us on top with Port Harcourt office 09070 37 36 96. This is correct vacation. Now you fit to fly, carry and come. Supported by the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo. This one go choke.
It's 50 years of the exciting game of polo in the Garden City. The Port Harcourt Polo Club invites you to the celebration of its 50th anniversary and Golden Jubilee Tournament, holding from the 9th of January to the 15th of January 2022 and taking place at the Port Harcourt Polo Club, GRA Port Harcourt. There will be lots of exciting polo games to savor and enjoy as top polo teams are expected from Kano, Ibadan, Kaduna, Lagos, Ghana, Dubai, Argentina, and the UK. An awards and dinner nights to honor our founders, grand patrons, distinguished Nigerians, polo buffs, and members who have supported the equestrian game of polo in general and the club in particular will be the high point of the event. Side attractions include musical and comedic acts and night parties all through the tournament and celebrations. The main goal of this event is to celebrate the achievements of the club in the past 50 years while showcasing the beauty, richness, and diversity of our people, our culture, and our garden city. As the world comes to Port Harcourt, come join us to celebrate polo and style, the game of kings.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
For the best coverage of Nigeria football, always listen to Today's Sports Life on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. My name is Anayo Iwala, Super Eagles and Experience player, and I am a fan of the show.
Making sure no masayada. And I shot the bill the sabat on the man a gala. A hand ya man, Malona Pazaya, Masana Pasa, man, just Malona Lata, Mamba. I'm happy to Yemi Kambale, Abana Bonantale, Namasa Macanchale, that's Macana Wanjale. I see you the one for me, or Pasana Mumbale, Yabana
The football-loving family of Nigeria are once again expectant, or maybe anticipating to see where the two clubs representing the country will be finishing as they go out there, file out to represent Nigeria at the ongoing CAF Confederation Cup. Rivers United will be taking on their counterpart tomorrow in that maybe call it make or ma encounter between Al-Masri or Vijif. The team are already in Alexandria after having a COVID-19 test this morning. Of course, not forgetting Enyimba, who are at home, unfortunately, maybe because supposed to be the first leg away from home. But right now, due to concerns regarding the venue of the first leg, Enyimba will have to play the first leg at home as against the initial schedule against Al Ittihad of Libya. Good afternoon to you, or let's say good evening to you. Welcome to the second part of today's Sports Live, reaching you from the frequency Today FM right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. My name is Reliable Reliance Udonyan, set to bring you the latest development and of course much topical issues from the Nigerian scene this evening. We'll talk about Rivers United as mentioned. We'll talk about Enyimba as mentioned. We'll equally talk about the Nigerian Super Eagles. And yep, it wasn't a good news for so many football-loving Nigerians when it broke that Victor Osimhen might not play at the AFCON or will not play at the AFCON after having that surgery, due to an injury sustained in the match when he played for his Napoli team. But maybe droplets of hope that Victor Osimhen might just be returning to the AFCON for Nigeria. We'll look at all of that and also solicit your reaction through our SMS and our WhatsApp portal. But in the meantime, let me let in the guys who will be doing justice to the topical issues to be discussed on the show this evening. First off, Victor Ogbuji, aka
Victor Reliance.
Yeah, that's serious. Welcome to the show, Victor.
Good evening, Reliance, and cold weather these days. If not for the fact that there are no snow here, you think we're in England or in some part of Europe. It's a good one to be here.
No hope.
It's a good one to be here, and also shout out to our listeners. Also, they are the reasons why we are here. As always.
Surely, they are the reason why we are here. Now, Victor reminded me. I had a conversation with one of my people like that who stays in London, and it was a WhatsApp video call this morning, and while we were talking, I was equally talking to one or two persons around him. The whites now. I was like, bros, it didn't be like how they do. All right, Ezinde Oti is equally in the building. Welcome to the show, Ezinde.
Good evening to you, the classical gentleman. Good evening to our lovely listeners out there, and to you too, Victor Reliance. I'll tell you, please, whenever you need to pay your school fees, call Reliance. He'll be there for you. It's great to be here. Lots of things happening. Our teams will be playing tomorrow. We wish the best for them. But before then, we hope that they train well and not just train. Put those training, put it in action when you go to the pitch of play tomorrow.
Surely, and they'll be hoping to bank on the power of Nigeria tomorrow, because a lot of antics from the Egyptians already. We talked about it midweek, but the wave seemed to have been calm at the moment. You know, we've not had any, should I say, negative report after those incidents, and we are hoping that it remains threat as they were to Rivers United. So we'll talk about all of that. The SMS on WhatsApp portal is 00701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. There are lots of matches ongoing across different centers in Europe, and we will be keeping you up to date with those matches. On our screens, we have Wolverhampton Wanderers taking on Liverpool, and it's 10 minutes of football played already at the Molineux, and there is no goal to report. There are equally other matches ongoing. I will keep you up to date with the score lines, the moment of those matches. Earlier today, just about 30 minutes ago, Chelsea surprisingly lost to West Ham United. West Ham United, I beg your pardon. Did you see that coming?
Yeah, it was at London Stadium. West Ham, they found a way to
London derby, West London derby.
Yeah, they found a way to beat big teams. They beat Manchester United. No, they beat Manchester United at Old Trafford for the cup game and beat Liverpool there. It was surprising in that game.
But they didn't beat Manchester City.
They beat Manchester City in the cup.
Did they? I mean in the Premier League.
In the league.
I think it was a slim win for City, 2-1.
It was a win 2-1 during death of time. Lanzini got that one. He equally scored today for the Chelsea team. It just shows that this team, they're not invisible after all. They're beatable. If you can attack them, take the game to them, why not? They are too less in attack, and if you can find a way to nullify the defense, you can get a victory for sure.
All right, focus will not be on European football on the show this evening. Rather, it's going to be on Nigerian football, and I'm pretty certain that you are ready, because the power of Nigeria will be sufficient to take us through up until 6 p.m.
No matter the stage, there's still room for greatness. No matter the stage, there's a bit of greatness in every man. There's power to rise, there's power to conquer, there's power inside, there's a gift of power in every man.
Be the greatest that we can be. We've got power to thrive. Be the champions, make history. Keep the greatness alive.
Song says victory is guaranteed with the power of Niger. Will that be the case for Rivers United and Enyimba when they file out against their counterparts on the continental assignments representing Nigeria at the moment? By the way, my name is Reliance Udonyan. Yeah, I know you know already, but I just have to do that formalities. I am your reliable radio spokesman, the classical gentleman. And this evening, we'll be hearing from the media officer of Rivers United, hopefully all the way from Egypt, to bring us the latest updates regarding treatment of the players and how ready the team are ahead of that encounter tomorrow. And then Stanley Guma will also be talking to us on the show, albeit through a recorded interview. And then Finidi George, the coach of Enyimba, will also be speaking to us on the show this evening. Yep, through a recorded interview as well, as both coaches are set to take their teams out to face their respective opponents and do Nigeria proud. They are talking tough. They are oozing confidence ahead of those encounters. But first off, we're going to have to start from Rivers United.
Great defensive tackle. Now there's no telling with these Nigerians. And he makes it to the 18. And oh my goodness, what a goal!
No matter the stage, there's still room for greatness. No matter the stage, there's a bit of greatness in every man. There's power to rise, there's power to conquer, there's power inside, there's a gift of power in every man.
Be the greatest that we can be. We've got power to thrive. Be the champions, make history. Keep the greatness
All right, it's great to know you're still there listening to the second part of today's Sports Live from this frequency, Today FM, right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Reliable Reliance Redonian talking to you, Ezinot in the building alongside Victor Ogbuji. Now, we started from Rivers United, where we understand that the players and officials of the club have been tested for COVID-19 before taking on our match in Sunday's Total Energies CAF Confederation Cup additional playoff round second leg fixture. The Stanley Guma Tutor side faced the Egyptian club who are in dire need to overturn a 1-2 deficit in order to qualify to the group stage of the competition before locking horns with the Zaim Al Khana side. However, players and officials of the Pride of Rivers were subjected to the assessment today morning. The team has traveled to Alexandria and will have the first training session that should be by 6 p.m. West African time at the Borg El Arab Stadium. The second leg fixture takes place at the Borg El Arab Stadium, Egypt, tomorrow, December the 5th, with Rivers United, who holds a 2-1 advantage, seeking to avoid defeat, which will guarantee them a place in the group stage of the competition. And the coach of the side, Stanley Oguma, is optimistic that the team will do Nigeria proud.
We are very optimistic. You know, now we don't have to let Nigerians down. We will try as much as possible to see that, you know, Nigerian teams get to the group stage, and that is our resolution. I think everybody, the players are ready, the technical crew and the management are working around the club to ensure that, you know, we get a good result that will see us through to the group stage. We assure Nigerians that we're not going to let them down. All we need is just for them to pray for the team, the supporters of the team to pray for the team, and then we will make them happy.
All right, so you need to pray for Rivers United. Well, the captain of the team, Festus Austin, also spoke ahead of the match.
Yes, we learn from our mistake, and the technical crew have also do a lot of job that correct our mistake in our past game in Egypt. I think we're going there now to put all in place and get the possible maximum 3 points that will take us to the next round.
All right, congratulations.
All right, so you've heard from the captain of the team, Festus Austin, and the coach of the team, Stanley Eguma. Both of them are sounding confident ahead of this one, isn't it? Let's start from here. The performance of Enyimba. I know you okay. You didn't see the match, but going by what they were able to put up in the first Rivers United. Yeah, I beg your pardon. I'm thinking of Abba. They played that first match at Abba.
Yes,
so I'm thinking of Abba and I'm thinking of Enyimba. All right, so the performance of the team first leg. Do you see Rivers United building up on what they did in the first leg?
Just first off, starting from the coach, Stanley Eguma, he talked about them being optimistic of getting the win, but that's what we always see the coaches talk about. But the optimism have not favored us over this years. You look at how we have progressed there in the CAF competitions. We play here and we don't get the fine margins that are required to move further in the competition. The first leg here they played, it was a 2-1 victory, but when it comes to this game, a 2-1 almost looks like a draw. If you want to look at it, it doesn't even look like a maximum point that you'll be going over there when you travel away from home and have all the confidence to play away from home. I think for Rivers United, they started the first leg, they started on a fine note, getting the first goal, but you want to look at the defense. The defense let it slip at just some few minutes, you want to say, after they got the first goal, and there was an equalizer from Al Masry of Egypt. You expected them to kind of react quite swiftly to get more goals going into the game. Yes, they got the second goal, but second half, it looked like Rivers United couldn't get it running again. You look at how the coach went on. The coach complained about the change in tactics of the formation of the Al Masry coach, and that's what the coach is supposed to do. For you, when you concede, then you have to go into a damage control. Try not to concede more, and the Al Masry side were able to do it. Yes, they're not the fine names when you talk about the CAF competitions. They've not done so much when over there, but you look at the new coach, the coach that they brought in for this side. This is the coach that has won the Confederation, the Champions League itself, with experience of Tunis in 2019 or 2018. I'm trying to remember now. That shows you that this man has the experience going for that for his own team this time, going for that. For Rivers United, it looks like a slim chance for them. I tell you, have to be true with ourselves. Even as I want them to win, I want them to progress further. It's a slim chance. They're not playing at home. The first leg was even we want to say a home far from their own home. This was not their home ground they played. This time they are going to travel to a different territory. Yes, they played in Egypt against that Al Hilal of Sudan, but maybe they'll be familiar with the grounds, but it won't still be the same thing. This is a different team, and you don't expect to see different kind of play. There'll be different. There'll be a pattern, and yes, we have the threats that have come on, but I don't think that's something we want to look at now. The main thing is for them to focus, see if they can kill this game at the first half. Like I said, the first half is always important, because if you can build the game, if you can get the goals, the confidence come on for you and your team, and you try to fight forward going on. If the team were able to let it sleep, maybe let it be at the second half of the game when they came here to Nigeria, when they played at Aba, the second half they were able to avoid conceding any other goals. Who said that Rivers United cannot score and try to defend? But we have seen that the defense too, they've not been quite solid. They kind of you say they concede a lot of goals most times. So if they can get it right in the defense, yes, they came out quite offensive in the first game. I don't expect them to come out all offensive at this point. Maybe try to get the first goal, but you have to mind your defense. Your defense is quite important. They are where you win it. That's the strategy that Stanley Eguma has to use this time. But we'll see how far they go. But it won't be easy for Rivers United, I tell you.
All right, thank you very much. I think we have the media officer of the team, Michael Charles, all the way from Egypt. Michael, good evening to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live. Hello, Michael. Can you hear us?
Yes, good evening to you. It's good to be live on your show.
All right, good to have you join us. I hope the network is not going to be tricky on us this evening, so that we can have a smooth conversation. First off, how is the team over there in Alexandria? How is the team generally?
Well, yes, a delay because of the reception, but I know you can get me. The team is in high spirit. A few hours ago, we arrived in Alexandria, the host city for this Sunday's CAF Confederations Cup additional round second leg tie between Al Masry and Rivers United. So everybody is in high spirit. We got into Alexandria. Head of delegation, in the person of Mr. Mohammed Al-Khali from the Nigerian Football Federation, here with us, General Manager, Chief Okekwa here with us, also the administrator connecting, and that's the Green, and also Chief Stanley Eguma, our technical manager leading the technical crew. Everybody is on the ground, and we are waiting, just counting the hours for kickoff tomorrow.
All right. It was disturbing during the midweek when we saw threats, videos, pictures, and all of that via different social media platforms. Threats from our mastery, or maybe the fans. Any need to worry?
Well, so far with what we have seen on ground, I think there will be no cause for alarm, even though we will not be deceived by what we have seen. The truth of the matter is, I think the strong worded letter written to Confederation of African Football by Rivers United through the NFF have really had its effect. From our arrival in Cairo, there were men on ground security, even in our short stay in Ismaili, where we were at the sports support resort, where we had our first training session within the complex. That complex is, I think, is owned by a military general and is heavily armed, headed. And all through our journey, 4 hours plus road trip, we did take from Ismaili to Alexander. We had police escort, we had military escort. And as I speak, just outside our hotel here in Alexandria, you can see the presence of police and also military personnel. So in terms of reception, yes, we had the hotel management did come up with roses, and we were welcome in. We had our lunch, and the players retreated to their rooms, where, of course, at 6 p.m. local time, that is 5 p.m. Nigerian time, we will be going to the venue, the 86,000-seater stadium that will be hosting the game tomorrow.
All right, so it's safe to say that there is no cause for alarm at the moment.
Yes, no cause for alarm. We will wait until we get to the pre-match meeting later today, I hope, where we can get confirmation as regards the number of fans that will be allowed into the venue tomorrow. Let me also make this clarification. Where Al Masry, their home town is in Port Said, but this game is not going to be played in Port Said. This game is going to be played in Alexandria. So,
yeah.
That's the situation. They had a match 2 days ago. The day we arrived, yes, that was on Friday. They had a match, and there were no fans in the stadium. So we are hopeful that we will have a limited number of individuals gain access into that venue. If that happens, then we can tell ourselves that there will be no cause for alarm in terms of fans intimidating. But I tell you, with the security that has been given to us, I don't think we will be having any troubles with fans.
Now, with this present state of security, just like you've mentioned, we'll talk about the players a little bit. Are there any concerns individually from the players, or they can speak with same confidence as you, at least seeing the security operatives giving to you at the moment?
Well, I think first and foremost, after we wrote that complaint calf, there seemed to be a change of approach by whoever were involved in those threats, because where the threats had numbers on it. When the messages that came in, we had numbers of it. So a situation where you had a threat from that same number, and the same numbers were beginning to say, Egypt is now your brother, We supported Super Eagles at the Nations Cup. You should not be afraid. You know that those individuals certainly must have been contacted by the government of the day. So in terms of the mindset, well, we tried as much as possible to take the eyes of the players off of all of those messages and pictures and videos and voice notes, as it were. The players, their minds are focused on the game. You know, all of these antics is part of what they play off the field. But what's important is that the fact that the players should be able to concentrate and reproduce all that they've learned in training. And let me also add, we had a video analysis session where we had two, individuals who know this team very, very well, talking about the Masri team, come in and share with us, from using past matches, the tapes of past matches, and of course the secrets they've revealed, and what the players also have done. Yesterday we had a training session, what they applied, and I hope when we find him today, this evening, they should be able to reproduce on match day. But everything will boil down to what we do on the pitch come tomorrow in Alexandra here, where we are.
Is there any injury concern? We do have situations like this when a player could just get a knock or something, maybe 1 or 2 training sessions before the match. Do we have any of that kind of situation, or the players are all fine?
We came in here with 21 players, 21 players, 3 goalkeepers out of that number. Every other player that is here so far are very fit. We hope we do not get any concern at the training this evening. It's going to be very light. 1 hour we've been given by the Confederation of African Football to train this evening, just an hour. So apart from that, let me also say here, it's freezing cold. It's freezing cold here. Yesterday we had about 16 degrees Celsius here.
That's quite cold.
Evening. And we were told that Alexandra is usually more cold than what we have in Ismaili. So that, again, the players had to adapt very quickly. We had to train under that condition yesterday, and today we shall be training under that same condition. And also, it will interest your listener that we're having a longer night here than we have shorter daytime. I tell you, at about 5:36, it appears that it's almost 9 p.m. Everywhere will be very dark, and so you have to. And as early as 3-4 a.m. is like 7 a.m., 8 a.m. Nigerian time. So it will be very bright. So it's longer nights here and a shorter day, but we should be able to cope. Nigerians we love to play under cold weather, not very chilling cold anyway. There's some weather they say is good for football, and of course the players will be able to. We're hopeful that we adapt very quickly again this evening here in Alexandra ahead of that game tomorrow.
Have you had a feel of the pitch? Have the players had a feel of the pitch yet, or it's going to be?
No. It's 5 p.m. Nigeria time, 6 p.m. Local time here. That's when we will have an hour training at that facility. But that stadium is the second biggest stadium in Africa. It's 6,000, but we know that the fans will not be allowed to come in that number because of the COVID-19. And of course, also the restrictions are even more than we used to have before at the point of entry during the flights. You come in, we've already had a COVID on today. We hear that tomorrow morning that result will be out also. But in terms of restrictions, in terms of keeping to the protocols, here at the hotel, I tell you for free, in the room where I am in, very executive, and I have a whole full pack of nose masks. I have a sanitizer. I have all provided for to tell you that you're not taking these issues of COVID lightly here in Egypt. And I hope it will, of course, roll down to the stadium to cover, the kind of number to come in, and we'll go down to
So Mayoko, if you are to make an estimations of the number of fans that might be or could be allowed, if fans would be allowed at all, because I'm thinking by now CAF should have made us know that it's going to be played behind closed doors, or 2,000 fans will be allowed, or 4,000 fans will be allowed. But from what you're saying, it's like there's still that uncertainty about the number of fans that might be allowed into the stadium. But if you are to make an estimation, you are there and you're working at least to some extent alongside with maybe 1 or 2 CAF agents and thereabouts now.
Yes.
Could you give us an estimate?
Yes. The last time we were in Egypt, 60 fans total were allowed into the stadium. In terms of team officials not listed for the match, we had total of 60 persons.
Okay.
Now we followed the game that was played yesterday. On Friday, game that was played by Al Masri on Friday. We looked at the stands. It was empty, and looking at that number, I don't think we had up to 100 or 100, 120 in that facility. So, CAF, yes, has not come out with a statement, but there's restriction on the fans here in Egypt.
Okay.
For some time now. Yes, for some time now, fans who have not really been allowed into games, not because of COVID, just because of COVID. The issues where they had killings of about 75 fans sometime ago prompted, the ban on allowing fans into the stadiums to get to watch games. I think that eventually should apply, but I don't think you can have more than 5,000 at most. I think that's one of the highest, maybe 5,000 at most, or 2,000 that will be allowed. But confirmation certainly will be gotten at the pre-match meeting.
All right, and we know that the fans of football in Egypt can be very ferocious, Mayoko. You think the players can cope with that atmosphere? If we have up to 1,000, 2, 3, 4, up to 5, can the players cope with that atmosphere and still put on the expected display from them?
Yes, that's where experience comes in. And, in the Rivers United squad, we have experience. The captain of the side, Festus Austin, is here. He's been a team for a very long time enough to have seen, it all at as far as the African level is concerned. We also have Theophilus Afalokai, who is here also. We have the former captain of the side, who is the secretary of the club, Ahmed Abdurrahman. He is also here. We have with us Ali Cairo, the under-20 secretary of the Nigerian national team, the Flying Eagles. He's here with us. The head of delegation, the person of Mr. Mohammed Al-Khali, is also here. Not to forget sole administrator, the person of Barrister Christopher Green.
Yeah.
Manager, Coach Stanley Aguma, we have Chief Okikwaluko. All of these persons are here, and each time we talk. The players interact with themselves, the coaches interact with the players, the officials also will speak to the players, and the build-up is the mindset, getting these guys psychologically focused on the task. We know that many will say that Nigerian club sides really have not had the best of records as far as playing against North African opponents, but records were set one day, and of course,
they are meant to be broken.
Meant to be broken one day, and I hope on Sunday it will be the turning point, especially for Nigerian club sides as they face North African opponents. Also, Enyimba will be playing shortly. We started playing shortly before we take to the field also. So extra motivation, hopefully, to come from also this Nigeria or another team representing Nigeria on the continent.
All right, Michael. Another issue or another antics that's used in African football that makes it an unlikely situation is COVID-19 testing. Since the pandemic began, I mean, you see matches where players will be subjected to tests and they'll return positive and all of that. And coincidentally, I don't know how it is done, it happens to be key players to the team. Now, the players had COVID-19 tests, and maybe I think all the contingents should have been tested. This morning when you reported, with what you observe, should we express any concern that key players of Rivers United, especially those who were very active in the first leg, will conspicuously test positive? Hello, Michael, are you there? Hello? Hello, Michael, are you still with us? All right, looks like he's a little bit distracted, but I'm just going to wrap it up quickly so that he can return to other responsibilities he had to take care of. Michael, are you still with us? Hello? Hello, Michael, are you with us? All right, apparently he has switched a bit to something else. Can be very busy when you are in an environment like that. We need him to answer that question. Very, very important. we will try to reconnect with my Uncle Charles once again, all the way from Egypt, to give us more updates, and of course take that particular question and maybe one more question before we finally let him go. Of course, they should be preparing for that training session that they will be having later this evening. Okay, I think we have Michael back on the line. Michael, are you with us? Okay, all right. We'll try to re-establish connection with my Uncle Charles. But in the meantime, Victor, let's get to it. You know, I 2-1, like as they mentioned, it's not the best of results at home, especially in African football, club football, that is. How should the technical crew of Rivers United approach this match, understanding that you have a slim lead?
Yeah. Now, when you were speaking with Charles, I was looking at possible pros and cons for Rivers United. And look at the pros for Rivers United. They'll be playing the home side now, the Amasri side will not be playing Port side. They will be going over to Alexandra. Now, Alexandra is like the same thing that happened to Rivers United, where they left Port Harcourt to play in Aba. So it's like the Amasri side are playing home, away from home. I don't know about the distance between Port side and Alexandra.
Yeah.
Like he said, it's like a 4-hour journey. So the fans will not trooping that much. And now the COVID-19 restrictions and the insecurity out there in Egypt will ensure that there will be not much fans. Now, another pro is that the Amasri team played on Friday. They will be playing another game tomorrow, which is Sunday. Now, the gap between them, players must have phased out, not phased out now the word, tired legs, because of playing just two games in 2 days. That's another pro for Rivers United. But on the side of the technical crew, if Amasri can come over here, Nigeria, and get a goal. The Amasri side, they're not the biggest of side in Egypt, and the likes of Smoha, Pyramids, Al Ahly, they're all ahead of them in that pecking order. So go there, don't concede. That's the first thing for Rivers United. If you concede, if you concede in the first half, they might do the same thing they did right in Nigeria. Make sure that the second half is it's like a drab game. Nothing will happen. Don't concede in the first half. If they don't concede in the first half, then you come into the second half and see if they can get goals for the team. And then
all right, sorry to cut you now. I think we have Michael Charles back on the line. Michael, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me?
Okay, I think it's better off now. I understand that you're preparing ahead of the training session. I can understand that. So we'll just make it 2 questions and then we'll let you go. So I was asking, we know the antics that COVID-19 is always at the center of it in African football. Now, during the test this morning, you were there. With what you observed, should we express concerns that key players, especially those who were very active for United in the first leg, could test positive?
Well, certainly, the integrity of these testings are basically on the doctor sent by the Confederation of African Football. Having written, of course, a complaint of 19 manipulations, we are hopeful that these issues will be addressed. But remember, we had the test shortly before we departed Port Harcourt, and every player an official test negative. And we're here in Egypt to observe all the protocols. I don't think we have any cause to be afraid. I don't think we have any cause to fear. But again, you never can tell. Let the results come out in the morning, and then we know our stance. But I don't think the process was very good from my own observation. We wait for the results to come.
I hope the technical crew is prepared for the worst.
Well, that's why we have 21 players there.
Right?
Yes,
it's fair enough.
Every position, every position seems to have been covered.
Yeah.
Considering that the players, the personnel that are here, just one player did not make the trip from the first leg, and that is the attacker Moses. Has been replaced by Paul Aqua. Yes, that's just the two players that won't.
right, Michael Charles. Finally, what confidence are you giving to Nigerians? What word would you say to Nigerians ahead of tomorrow?
Hello.
We can hear you. Can you hear us? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you loud and clear now. I said, what confidence are you giving to Nigerians? What's your message to Nigerians ahead of tomorrow?
Yes, we are confident. We're in the bus heading to the training section.
Yeah.
The word is the objective is simple.
Poor connection. Okay. Okay. The connection was not really helpful. It wasn't really helpful right there. I think we had to let him go at that point so they can concentrate on other matters, preparing for the first training session at the pitch that the match will be played tomorrow. So, Victor, back to you. The approach of the technical crew, that's where you were talking about before. Look at the other matters.
Yeah, so I was saying don't concede, and even if you don't concede in the first half, going to the second half, they're very good goal scorers in the team. On the likes of Monuari, like he also mentioned, Polakwa is also in the team. These guys can get you goals on their day. But there's one worry for Rivers United. What if the test is out, and then although we are not in the red flag when it comes to COVID-19, and what if tests are out and then there are players tested for COVID-19? Now, he said there are 21 players in the team, and every position that is covered. I'm thinking how is it that their calculations are wrong? There are 21 players, 3 goalkeepers, 21 minus 3 should be about 18, and then we have 11 players in the team and just 7 players on the reserve bench. Let's say there are two key players.
The thing is, it's not all the players that will return positive. If it's the defense, maybe one defender or so, and you can be sure that there is another defender that will cover up. If it's midfield, if it's the attack, it's just unfortunate that we are talking about this, Victor. It's just very unfortunate that we are expressing concerns towards this, because on a norm, it's supposed to be run the test. The test is supposed to collaborate, because they had a test here in Lagos before they traveled to Egypt. It's not supposed to be an issue, all right? But we've seen this several times. I could recall, I think was the preliminary round. I mean, you could see players returning positive, and it was like a norm. It was normal across different clubs. It's just an unfortunate situation. But go ahead with your thoughts.
Yeah. So now for Iguma, like we just keep saying, 2-1 is not the best of our scoreline when it comes to two-legged tie, especially in one where away go Rugans and everything. So for the team, they should just try as much as possible to be high-spirited. Do not let their guard down like they did right in Port in Naba in that second half of the game. You were there, you saw how they play. We didn't see it. Everything you told us seems it's as if it's true. How they played poorly in that first half, how they couldn't just in that second half, how they couldn't. If they do that right there out there in Alexandria, it would be really, really bad for the team. So they could just kiss the competition goodbye.
Isn't it? I said something when I was asked about their hopes in the return leg. Can Rivers United do it over 2 legs against our Mashri? I said yes, with strong conviction. Now, what was my conviction? Because I saw the way our Mashri played. They were poor, honestly speaking. They were not so clinical. They couldn't even match up Rivers United, at least in the first half. Even though United allowed them, because I will stick to it that United allowed them to grow into the game second half. So with what I saw on the field of play for 90 minutes plus, it gave me that confidence that if Rivers United, on a normal basis, if you see that kind of football match, you definitely will want to say that in the reverse fixture, United should be able to do it over our Mashri, barring other issues of African football and all of that, and that one passed. Now, someone asked me, someone that, in fact, someone I'm learning from in this job. What is his scoreline? I told him 2-1. Who won? Rivers United won 2-1. He told me that's the end of the road for Rivers United. Do you think like that? At least put it side by side with me watching the match and what I saw and my conviction and the antecedents of the North African issues and all of that. So what do you see happening?
Reliance, for this game, the game has not been played, and that tells you that Rivers United still stands a chance going further in this competition. But one thing that we have always seen, that we have seen over the years, is that when we travel away from home, somehow we tend to freeze on the stage. We don't get to give our best when we play away from home. This is something that happened over the years. Countless number of times we've seen our teams travel away from home and they freeze. The kind of the very good performance they perform here at home, when they give you that excellent performance, they go over there and they give you average, if not even poor performance, and you ask, is it the same team we saw play that's at home? Now this kind of thing they are playing away from home. They stand the chance, yes, but you want to look at it. I think Rivers United, it won't work out well for them. Yes, you said they played a better game over when they played at Aba, when you compare with what Al-Masry played. When you want to look at Al-Masry, they traveled away from home, they came down to Nigeria. You don't expect them to go all out in the game. We've seen other teams come out. That's how they play. They try to be conservative at the beginning of the game, then they understand how we play, and that's what they did at the first leg. They played during the first half. They allowed Rivers United to have a lot of the ball. You know, one to know about football is that no matter how beautiful your style of play might be, if it doesn't win you the games, or maybe win it for you convincingly, it does you no good. For Al-Masry, you don't need to play the best kind of football. You don't need to play as good as Rivers United played. All they need is to get that strategy. What is it? Get the goals and just and keep it popping. Let's remember when CS Fasien came here to play with Bayelsa United. Who said Bayelsa United played a good style of football. They played a lot. Yes, they didn't take their chances. It was 1-0. It ended. But when they traveled away from home, what did it end at? It was 4-0 demolition. They didn't come there to play good. They just I saw that game. Their own and what they needed was just score the ball, get the ball, and go there and score. That's what Al-Masry will be doing. Whether the fans come out through parts in numbers or not, whether there is cooler than the other region where they used to play. This is Egypt. They also travel. You're in Nigeria, you travel from state to state. That's the advantage you have. The fact that they're here, some people have traveled to the north. They know how the north is. So before they tend them to go and play, that doesn't mean that there's a disadvantage somehow to an end. So I think it's equal, but you want to look at it. I think Rivers United, like I will still say, their chances are very slim. It looks like they'll be ending it there. But it will do them a lot of good if they can rewrite the wrong. Is it wrong for them to have let that kind of margin 2-1? We are supposed to get more goals. That's what they needed to do, playing first at home. It won't be easy. Like I said, we freeze when we go away from home. We can play as beautiful as we want to play, but when we travel away from home, it looks like a different team altogether. We don't get that spark. The players somehow they don't get it right for their team, and now they'll be having the 12th month on the pitch. We remember how we said the Aba fans came to support Rivers United, and plus all the stories that came up. We talking about the threats. Mind you, the Egyptian fans have also heard about that. That means they'll be coming. If they're not coming to maybe want to say in the different angle, that's to cause violence. But they'll be coming out to support their team, because this thing comes that it puts
that's
more.
If they're allowed.
No, that's if they're allowed.
Yeah.
You want to. That's if they're allowed, because after this thing comes out, it gives more publicity to the match. That's something you should know.
Yeah.
Even someone that didn't follow this game, just hearing that Rivers United, seeing it on the headlines and all that, it gives more publicity to the team. So I think more fans will be there. If the fans are allowed,
if authority allows them,
the fans come. That's the 12th man on the pitch. So Rivers United have to try. They shouldn't freeze on the stage. That's the most important thing. Try to get the goals on the first half, because second half, whoever gets it right in the first half, I think most times stand the chance of progressing to the next stage of the competition.
All right. The last time out, Rivers United were promised. How much was it?
It's not 10.
Is it 10?
Not $10,000.
Was it $10,000? That'd be $100,000. I think it was about $100,000.
I can't remember. Well, I think
it was $100,000. Now, let me tell you what happened. The first leg against
was it Al-Masry?
No, not Al-Masry.
Al Hilal of Sudan.
I think it was Al Hilal.
It was Young Africans of Tanzania.
Okay, I think Young Africans.
That was the first one.
Yep.
During the Champions League.
They were promised $100,000. It didn't make it to the media. It was kept within closed doors. They defeated Young Africans away from home, right?
Yes.
Yep, they defeated away from home. They were given that money. Then the reverse fixture. Was it the reverse?
When they came here to Rivers United won that. I think they won that fixtures. It was the second one when they played Al Hilal of Sudan. It was a draw here at home. They were told again to try and win at home, and that was a draw. So they were not given the incentives.
Fine. So I was there. I saw when the money was handed cash to Rivers United, the captain of the team and other players. Now, another one was promised almost immediately after handing over or redeeming the other one for them to have a resounding victory, in the words of the sole administrator of the team, Barrister Christopher Green. But we didn't see that resounding victory. This time around, there is no report of any financial incentive. Should it count for good, or you think it's going to count on the negative?
I don't think there should be any worry about incentive. They are being paid if all things are being equal. We don't know the details of their salary or anything. But one thing is for sure is that they are being paid. They will be paid match allowances and everything. The whole incentive thing. If they are being paid, the incentive should just to extra motivation for the players. So there should be no cause for alarm whether they are being given incentives or not. If they are being paid, I think that's the best motivation you can ever get as an employee of any organization or whatsoever.
All right, we have 3 heads in charge of Rivers United, not 2. Trust me. We have the technical advisor of the team, Stanley Guma, the assistant coach or the chief coach.
Technical advisor, chief coach, chief scout.
No, not chief scout though.
Okay, that was chief scout. Edwin Okon
for Super Eagles.
Yes.
Technical advisor is Stanley Guma.
Chief coach.
Head coach.
No, it was chief coach there.
Calm down now. Head coach is Fatah Osho. Chief coach is his name's
I think NWC the second
NWC the surname is, don't worry, if you can't remember the surname, leave it like that.
I think Fatah Osho should be the chief coach. That was what it was.
Osho should be chief coach.
Yes, Fatah Osho was chief coach. And is not was. Then Stanley Guma is the head coach.
Stanley Guma is the technical advisor. Fatah Osho is the head coach. Then the chief coach.
It was chief. I can remember. That was what it was.
That's what they qualified.
Yes, Fatah Osho, chief coach.
It's okay. It's okay. Anyways, the long and short of the back and forth that Ezine and I are having is how they do administration for Nigerian football.
So many
is that right?
offices for.
Yeah, as if so, we still need assistant head coach and assistant chief coach.
There's always a room for another to accommodate another head.
So my point is, we have 3 heads, tactically and technically, for Rivers United at the moment. And I'm wondering, because the report is that, into the second half, of course, the Amasri players or the technical crew of Amasri changed their approach to the game, which I think Rivers United should have been able to nullify it if Eguma had made the changes, early enough, because there were about 3 tired legs that should have been substituted 10 minutes into the second half. Barnabas Daniel, Ishak Rafi was tired. Malaki Ohaume was equally tired. Then Conan Rafian, the right back, the left back rather, was tired as well. I think if they had made the changes, Rivers United would have been able to sustain the tempo. And then if you take off Ishak Rafiu, take off Malaki Ohaume, who were doing the works on the wings, on the flanks for Rivers United, then I don't think there's any other player on the bench that would have been so pacey and had that pace to worry from the flanks again. So it was left for Rivers United to now attack from the middle with the introduction of Nelson Esau and Fortuno Moriwari, who can drop back and all of that. So my question to you now is if these 3 coaches couldn't nullify the approach second half, what's the conviction that whatever the changes, because that's football for you. Pep Guardiola can use 3 to 4 formations in one match. So what's the conviction that they can take on this Al-Masry side in the second leg and see themselves through to the group stage?
Yes, this is one thing we talk about when we complain about our coaches. You look at the coaches usually have. We complain about their technical abilities when it comes to the pitch of play, how their inputs want to show you how they bring it down to the pitch of play. You look at Rivers United prior to this begin when the CAF games were to start, they brought in Stanley Eguma. Then plus you have the coach already. Sorry, not Stanley. They brought Fatai Osho. Plus you had Stanley Eguma and Ndubisi. I think Ndoka. Yes, that's the second. Okay. That's the third coach. You look at it, you expect them to do better because we used to say 2 heads are better than 1, but this one, that's 2 good heads. No, I think before that we used to say now they're having 3 heads.
Right? So now they're having 3 good heads.
And you look at how they progress over there in the CAF competition. We start from the CAF Champions League. After that first away win and home win against Young Africans of Tanzania, we felt like Rivers United this time they'll take it quite seriously going into the competition. But in the second, if you want to say the second fixtures that they had against Al Hilal of Sudan, that game I saw it. That's the first home game that they played here at the stadium. It looks like the coaches at the beginning they didn't really know what to do. I'll still say it was the technical input. I'll still give it credit to Fatai Osho that helped the team to get that equalizer that led to that that's the 1-1 draw that they got against Al Hilal of Sudan. And I felt maybe they really had they knew what they were doing when they added Fatai Osho to this team. And Fatai Osho, we know that he was with Ayimba last time. At least with the wealth of experience he had, he took them to the quarterfinals of that competition. We expect him to do better going forward, but it didn't work out that way. But this time, I think they have to redeem themselves, as there are 3. The 3 of them need to that trio needs to redeem themselves in this game this time against Al Masry. They need to get the victory, but that victory looks like it's really going to be maybe I want to say maybe a dream, because you look at how we fared in the CAF competition. I'll still say it, away from home we always freeze. It's something that we don't do so well.
All right, you're still listening to the second half of Today Sports Live, the marathon edition of it for the 4th day of the month of December 2021. Reliable Reliance Sudan is my name. Victor Buji is here and Ezine OT. We'll be back to talk about Enyimba because they will also be representing Nigeria, albeit at home this time around against Al Ittihad, the Libyan side, in a bid to qualify to the group stage of the CAF Confederation Cup. But we just have to go for this commercial break. Stay right there. We'll be right back.
The Prevailing Women's Ministry, in collaboration with Dorcas Foundation, presents Hannah's Banquet. Highlight: salvation, healing, discovering purpose, impartation of the Holy Spirit, restoration of marital scepters, fresh oil for service, spiritual dominance, territorial dominance in marriage, restoration of marital spice. Generals in the word are Pastor Debbie Jones Eroe, PhD, Annie Abdul Salam, Pastor Mrs. Kianga Igbanibo, Pastor Christabel George Didier. Generals in music are Minister Caroline Alfred, Minister NK, Minister Beulah Chijoke, Minister Onyi, Minister Oge. Host, Pastor Becky Anthony. Convener, Prophetess Gloria Ebenezer, also known as Foni Odeme. Venue, Ambassadors Glory Chapel International Church, number 51 Miniolu Road by Okilton Junction of Ada George, Port Harcourt, Nigeria. Date, December 5th, 2021. Time, 2 p.m. prompt. Come and feast with the King.
The way that I feel for all you have done, oh Papa. All for my sake, you gave my you down.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
And we're back. Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
No matter the stage, there's still room for greatness. No matter the stage, there's a bit of greatness in every man. There's power to rise.
There's a bit of greatness in every man. There's a bit of greatness in you. And there's a bit of greatness in listening to the marathon edition of Today Sports Live from Today FM. The frequency being 95.1, and of course located in the city of Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Nigeria, West Africa, if you may, and of course the planet is the Earth. Welcome back to the show after we had to go for that commercial break. By the way, it's still goalless at the Molineux between Wolverhampton Wanderers and Liverpool. No goal to report. Second half is underway at that centre. We'll be bringing you updates from other centres anytime soon. Victor Buji is still here. Ezine Oti equally here in the building. We'll talk about Rivers United. We've taken time to dissect as much as we can the team, starting from the antics of African football. That is a bit unfortunate. And of course, talking about the players as well. And then the technical crew leading the team, the chances that they have to qualify to the group stage of the CAF Confederation Cup after they were eliminated from the CAF Champions League. There is another team too that will be taken to the field of play tomorrow to represent Nigeria, and that team is Enyimba. For Rivers United, there is no promise we've heard of to make it to the group stage, but for Enyimba, there is. Senator Oji Kalu has promised Enyimba FC 1 million naira if they defeat Al Ittihad in the Confederation Cup playoffs scheduled for tomorrow. Kalu said on his Facebook post, and I quote, "As Enyimba FC hosts Libyans in Abat tomorrow, I wish the coach, the Commissioner of Sport, and all loving fans of Enyimba well. Coming out victorious in the match is very important to us. I will congratulate the players with 1 million naira if they win the match." End of quote. The first leg of the match was not played after Enyimba FC couldn't face the Libyan side due to COVID-19 protocol. The People's Elephants were denied entry to Tunisia, which was Al Ittihad's adopted home ground. And the coach of the team, Finidi George, is disappointed that the first leg wasn't played.
We were quite disappointed that we didn't play the first game, and all that went on in Morocco. But I think that is an old chapter. Once we got into Nigeria, we knew we were starting, the page, and the players are focused to train and make sure we get the job done. So the players are focused, and the spirit in camp is good, and I think the players are ready to go. So we'll give our best on Sunday and make sure we get the best results that we can.
Will that disappointment of not playing the first leg and the advantage it comes with having to play the first leg away from home be a problem for Rivers, for Enyimba? I don't know why I'm mixing them up.
Reliance, it's a big one. I tell you, it's a big blow for for Enyimba. I want to look at it because prior to this time, it was said according to CAF that Enyimba will have to play away from home first before then they come down to the Enyimba Stadium over there in Abat to play this return fixture. But now we're having the return fixture first before the first leg is even being played. I think that takes away the advantage. We want to say, when we look at that, every league has its own peculiarities, just like every region. That's the thing that comes to the CAF games. When you play away from home first, that there's a certain kind of advantage you have that gives you, because if you get it, if it doesn't go out smoothly for you in the first leg, that means when you come to your home, you have you have the highest probability, the chances going for that in that game to win it. So that's for Enyimba. I feel for them, following from all the things that they went through last week, the different stress they went on, sleeping in the airport, coming back to Nigeria, and then coming back, getting down to Aba from Lagos through the roads too. I tell you, this team has gone through a lot, and now they'll be playing first. It takes away that advantage, but for Finidi George, he needs to let that go. It's happened. We can't go back, so you can't take back the hands of time and bring that back. Now they have to face the reality. The reality is that you have to play first at home before you travel away from home, which means that Finidi George, his team, that's Enyimba, they need to kill the game here in Aba. You need to win good. You don't just win slim, because you look at this team now. They came with 40-man contingents. I don't know how many players are there, but for you to come 40, and they came quite early, coming on Tuesday. They've been in Nigeria. Yes, they traveled from Lagos down to Port Harcourt to Aba. But you look at it, there might be bad roads, but I think they've settled in quite well. Coming since Tuesday, you must have settled in quite well in Nigeria. You look at our climate; it's not the one that is not easily, that you can't easily adapt to. anyone can come to Nigeria and you adapt to our climate. It's just there, you and you get to play. So for Finidi George, you just have to get it right. Tell the players let's just play like this is a one-legged fixture. Let's play like we need to win and win convincingly. That's all they have to do. We can't turn back the hands of time. So for Eyimba, let's don't just go out for victory. Don't win 1-0. Don't win 2-0. It's very important. It's very crucial. And try not to concede. We've seen them playing and that's the game against the Ambas. They won the Ambas away from home. And in Aba, they won them 3-0. We said, yes, Eyimba, we have seen this fluid side. They can play. And Finidi George said that it depends on the tactics and maybe the pitch. This time you're playing your home ground, somewhere you know so well. You can even play with your eyes covered. That means you need to get the goals. Try to get as much goals as you can. Maybe 2-0, not so much, but 2-0 is not bad. 2-3 will be very convincing for Eyimba going to the return fixture. But let's see how they will go. But I expect Eyimba to win it over there in the first leg of this encounter.
All right, win and win very well. Well, he didn't stop there. Now there are uncertainties regarding the reverse fixture for this match. I'm going to come to you, but let's listen to Finidi George once again.
No. I think uncertainty should not be a question. I think we are focused. Our focus now is to win the game. If we can do that, if we have another game to play, maybe in Libya, we'll do that. It's not. We are not in position to decide what CAF is not doing. We'll just focus on this game and make sure we get the best result that we can get. And if there's a second game, definitely we'll give the best, in that second game. So the most important thing here is the first match. If that result is very, very good, it doesn't matter if we have a second game.
Okay, it doesn't matter if there's going to be any second game, according to the coach of Eyimba, Finidi George. Victor, now, you play the first leg and you know that it's going to be a second leg, and it might help you to know how to approach the match, and put your plans together. But this time around, you don't know if there's going to be a reverse fixture, if it's going to end here. Yeah. All right, because even though there are serious chances that there's going to be a reverse fixture, you don't even know the date, neither do you know the venue. How would that affect Eyimba tomorrow?
It will affect the team a lot. It will kind of change the kind of approach the coach will be taking into the game. If it was a one-legged tie, we have to kill it off here. 1-0 is enough. 2-1 is enough. We don't have to bother about away goals. If there's something that is a two-legged tie, then we have to start punching our calculators. Okay, let's not get to concede. Let's get to score 2 or 3 goals. So there'll be some sort of confusion, a puzzle in that back camp, especially for the coach of the side, Finidi George, on how kind of tactics he will deploy, or the kind of mentality they should go into that game, trying to see if he can psychoanalyze the situation. And so for Eyimba now, regardless of whatever happens, make sure it is an emphatic victory. And their opponent, they're not the biggest of side. They are Lithium team. They're not the biggest of side.
They're Libyan champions, bro.
Maybe not the when biggest, it comes to CAF competitions, they are not the biggest.
And if you want to look at Nigerian league and just supposing the Nigerian league and the Libyan, I think we're ahead of the Libyan.
No good there.
What are you thinking?
No good.
What are you? We have 2 Nigerians that are there, and I'm sure they'll be having a better. See,
no good here, our league.
There are lots that. Let's not even talk about our league.
No.
I don't think the Libyan league is better.
No, just suppose having. Honorable member. Honorable member, off your mic. All right. Let's see if we can establish a connection with the media officer of the team, Sazi Bariza, to talk to us and tell us how the team is gearing up for that particular match slated for tomorrow. All right, we have the media officer of Eyimba, Sazi Bariza, on the line. Great to have you join us. Good evening, Sazi.
Hello, Reliance.
Good evening to you, Sazi. You're live on today's Sports Live, the second part of it.
Thank you so much. Great to join you today.
You're sounding so happy and so optimistic. Zazie, what's going on?
Well, it's all about preparation. It's all about optimism, like you said. It's all about believing that we can pull something good. So we've worked hard. We've dotted every I and crossed every T. So we're just hoping that football becomes favorable tomorrow.
All right, I love the articulation coming in from you, Zazie, this evening. Now you know the team went through a lot, Zazie. The stress, isn't it, was here highlighting what they went through at the airport, and you know so many issues like that. Ahead of this one, unfortunately, it was not played the first leg. Now, let's talk about the mental preparation of the players with the disappointment of not playing the first match or the first leg. How are they mentally prepared? Have they been able to get themselves past what happened maybe a few days ago?
Yes, I strongly believe that because at the online press conference yesterday, the coach was asked that question, Finidi George, and he made it very clear that he's been able to make the boys see that what happened in Casablanca was a chapter, and coming back to Nigeria is a different chapter. So they've closed the chapter of Casablanca and have opened a new chapter in Nigeria here. So we want to believe that the players are in very good shape. I have seen them. I have spoken with some of them. I have been close to them, and they don't look weighed down by the stress that they went through over there. So things are looking good generally, and of course, we're hoping for a good game tomorrow.
Enyimba will now have to play first leg at home as against the initial schedule. Do you see it as a disadvantage to the team?
Well, until now, we've not heard anything from CAF particularly about what happens to what was supposed to be the first leg. But we're not thinking about that. We believe that CAF will take the best decision. We want to believe in their judgment. We want to believe in their ability to analyze situations and decide what's good for both parties. So we just want to focus on the game tomorrow, do our best. Any game we go into with just one aim, and that's to win. And irrespective of if the game in that was supposed to be in Tunis was played or not, we would have gone into this game with the aim of winning. So it doesn't change so much. We'll put in our best, hope to have a good game, and see how the boys can interpret the tactics that have been given to them by the coach.
All right, Zazie. Generally now, I know it's your team. So tell us, do you see your team progressing to the next round of this competition? Putting you on the spot.
Yes, we talked about optimism, and this optimism comes from the level of work, the level of on-field and off-field preparation that has been put into this one. So I'm totally optimistic in our chances. We have our chances and want to take our chances. We're also coming up against a very decent reality side. We saw what they were able to do in the previous round of the CAF competitions, in the CAF Champions League, I should say, where they played against Esperance.
Yeah.
They are a tough nut to crack. Very difficult to break down defensively, but we also have our own qualities, and that's what we want to focus on.
I hope you're aware that there's a 1 million naira promised the team if they win tomorrow.
Yes, I heard about it.
And the players are equally aware, right?
Well, I have not discussed that with them, honestly, because I just read about it on the pages of newspaper and some online blogs. If that's the case, if that's a true situation, of course, it's good to know that there are people who are interested in the team and are ready to encourage the team. So it's all really good. There's an extra motivation to the motivation that is already on ground for the players. The motivation that is already on ground for the players is non-financial. It's just the motivation of playing for Enyimba, the motivation of representing Nigeria in the continental championship, the motivation of making their families proud, and the motivation of qualifying for the group stage of this illustrious competition. So if there is financial motivation to add to all of that, it's fantastic.
All right, Zanzibar is the media officer of Enyimba Football Club of Aba. These days, Enyimba Football Club of Nigeria. Thank you very much for joining us on the show.
Thank you so much, Reliable Reliance Udonye Daberechi.
That's so. And we hope by tomorrow we'll be singing songs of victory.
Hopefully, like I said, we just hope football speaks the right language
All
tomorrow because we're prepared really well.
All right, Zazi, thank you very much. That was the media officer of Enyimba FC. Zanzibar is talking to us all the way from Aba, the camp of the players, as they are getting geared up for that encounter tomorrow. It's time for us to hear from you. We've talked about Enyimba. We've dissected Enyimba. We've dissected Rivers United on the show. We had to take a longer time dissecting Rivers United due to the issues surrounding the club, and they are playing away from home as well. And then Enyimba, the only unfortunate situation for Enyimba will be what happened to them in Casablanca, Morocco, and of course the unseen indefinite postponement of the first leg of the match that was scheduled for. What was he even scheduled for? I don't even know where the match was scheduled for. The first leg now.
Okay, they first got the Libyan visa. Then they
them say they didn't even know where the match was scheduled for.
Yes,
they just assumed
got
Libya.
You know,
along the line they can't say adopted ground for Al-Ittihad and Tunisia. They can't run around and say, okay, maybe they secure Tunisian visa. Oh, wow.
It was.
Let's go to the phone line 0817 0000 951 and 0810 9510 951. 1 million naira promise Enyimba if they win tomorrow, courtesy of Senator Oji Kalu. Let's start from line 1. 95.1, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon to everybody in the studio.
Good afternoon, good evening, Luis from Rokboku. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I think first of all, I will say that I don't really see Rivers United getting a free ride, just passing through the park in Egypt down there. Seriously, it's going to be a very tough match. But for me, what happens that the way they concede that away goal that they allow them to score, I think they can pay a price for that. Playing in Egypt, they'll pay a price for that goal that they allowed it to go in, and with that them not scoring more goals again. Seriously, they are not scoring more again. I think they will need to regret that goal. Comes tomorrow that they allow those guys to score. And for Enyimba, there's no point of promising 2 million now for each goal they score, because with that they are going to win. But I think that the politics that happens to play there is that now is intentional to bring the game to about force. You understand? It's intentional. It's no mistake in it. It's intentional to bring the game to about force. Now taking them to play second leg outside in Aba. You understand? Because if Enyimba has played this game first leg down there and kill it down here in Aba, well, now they know the politics they're trying to do. They're now forcing Enyimba to play first at home and then taking them down there again. Because if they win here now, like 3-0, I'm going to get to that place. Black magic.
People are saying that away goal will be their undoing. But I still feel like they have a chance. If they get a draw, whether goalless draw or score draw, US United will put you.
Yeah.
If they score only one, they are going to put you. But that's the difficulty. US United, they easily concede goals. But I also know that they are also good at scoring at least a goal to nothing. That was what give them a lot of those points they got during last season's NPFL.
Yeah.
And yes, and I'm hoping that they are going to, do something like that. I don't know how Coach Eguma does it, but I just hope he would do it again tomorrow.
Yeah.
And they shouldn't bother about these people. They won't carry out that threat just to make.
Just audio threat, Abby.
See, the North Africans fear them, but
you get one of my colleagues.
Relax.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Please, there is a network I'm using to call you people. But that network, they're not making it difficult for me by putting one advert before I'll call you people. Please tell them to remove it out so I won't be finding it difficult.
Don't worry. Just
they are hearing me, so they know what I'm saying.
Just drop out for me for text message special.
What are you saying about your colleague?
No. I said you talked about those Egyptians. I said there's a colleague of mine who said if he has a job right now at Egypt, that he won't go for it. Even if it means going there to stay 2 or 3 days, that he wouldn't go.
No. Egypt is becoming more secure with the new president. Let me not speak much about politics.
Right.
Thank you so much, everybody.
All right. Thank you very much, Faith, for dropping by on the show. Keep the reactions coming in. You can equally send us an SMS or a WhatsApp message, and the phone number to do that is 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. So we keep taking your reactions. Still no go to report from the Molyneux 95.1. Good evening.
Good evening, guys.
This is Simon from Rumba Dumaya.
Yes.
Go ahead, man.
Let me start from my team.
Please do so.
Charity begins us.
Nah, so did it talk about my brother.
So, Enyimba International, the truth is there, yes. What happened last week has happened. Just as the media officer said, that they have put everything behind and focus on this game. And I want the team now to just put their 100% focus on this game tomorrow. The truth, guys, is even if they are playing, is it because we were Enyimba because of the name Enyimba? That's why we are playing away first, just as it was before. So the truth is, home and away, even if you play first at Aba or whatever, if you get a good result, when Enyimba won Champions League, at least the first one, they won against Ismaila. The second leg, they won it there at Egypt. It was against Asoto the fair that they won at Aba. So, and that Egypt one, I know what happened that day. I still remember what happened, how difficult. But at least, at the end of the day, Enyimba still came out triumphant on that match. So, the thing is that come tomorrow, get it right. Let the coach, start from the coach, get your titles, your formation, match plan, the match control, get everything right. Then the players focus, determined to win the match, to score, don't concede, because that is one of the motives on doing for any Nigerian team. Then if you go there, just play your game. The truth today, just like what is happening to Rivers United now, we will be asking ourselves, Rivers United play more than this. At the reverse season, you'll be asking yourself, is it the same thing that played them at Aba, playing them like this? Because it happened at Enyimba at the Seneca Stadium here. When they played Zamalek of Egypt, I watched the match live here. Enyimba, let me know live. Okay, not Zamalek, they told us here. Enyimba scored 3-0 here. And Enyimba missed almost 6 scoring chances. Enyimba played it for half field here. But I was too surprised because myself, I said, if Enyimba played it like this, the Enyimba will still win the home and away. But I was surprised that they are the reverse competition. They won Enyimba 3-0 there also. They won Enyimba 3-0. It was a penalty shootout that Enyimba won there. You know, so in all these things, they get their own match plan. All this North African, that is how all of them play. If they go away, they will not attack you. They will play. They will make sure that you don't score them.
Yeah.
They will be playing defensive, they counter attack, and they are always good in counter. So they will, most times they get their formation right, and that is what they are using to destroy some other African country club, like even Nigeria club. But our teams, when they go, they will just open their back. Start conceding goals. When they concede goals, finish. They come here. Before you know it, as you are rushing to even score, to get one, some of them, they will even first you put one. They will scatter your plan. So what will happen now, Enyimba, come tomorrow, make sure that you don't concede. Get it right and win them at least. That's what I say, at least 2-0. At least 2-0. I know with 2-0, they can make it. Right. Then Rivers United, it is not over until it is over. I think something is still telling me that both Rivers United and the Enyimba are still going to make it at the group stage. Unlike me that before, if Rivers United get this kind of result, I will just ride them off. So this time around, now something is in me is just telling me. I don't know the reason why. So let Rivers United just focus also. Focus. The last time that they played, is it Al Ahly? They won them only 1-0. So
If Al can win 1-0, these people it can get draw. Again, that is how I normally say, yes, no two girls are the same. But if the last club that he played, that even I count them better than the one that we are going to play tomorrow, if they can win only 1-0 there, they can at least get draw since he have gotten winning here. It's not like the other one that you played draw at your home. So this one now you have won here. Just get draw tomorrow. And I still see two of them making it at the group stage. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much for taking your time to tell us your view regarding Enyimba and Rivers United. Time one from Romodumaya. Let's go to line 2 and talk to this caller. 95.1. Which name were you calling us from, please?
Yes, I'm Chris. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Welcome, Chris. Let's hear you.
Yes, tomorrow's match against Al Ittihad of Libya in Aba. And the latter given to Enyimba by the man with the magic wand. You know, Odious Okalo was the governor when Enyimba won that particular
Champions League.
The Champions League. That was elusive. Then it was called elusive Champions League because before that time, no Nigerian team had ever won it. And he was the governor. He invested money in Enyimba, bought players, and participated actively, motivated them. This time around, he has come to motivate them again. Tomorrow, the motivation is okay, but Enyimba has a very strong team. You know, they have a very good technical advisor in the person of Finidi George. You know, Al Ittihad before that match hired an Italian coach who had coached teams in the Italian league.
Yeah.
You know, I have followed them, but I've keenly watched Philip George. You know, the way he handles Enyimba and the technical input he has put in Enyimba. I think he's a man on a mission. He's a man on a mission to make a name. And the first point of call is Enyimba, which is a household name in African football and the best club in Nigeria. So Philip George is the man that I'm looking up to.
Okay.
His technical ability tomorrow. And even if they are to have another match after this particular one, I don't see Al Ittihad, stopping Enyimba from progressing. This is just because if you look at the pedigree of the two teams, there is no way you compare Al Ittihad with Enyimba. Even in Champions League progression, Enyimba has gone far. In this compensation cup, Enyimba has reached semi-final. Al Ittihad has never reached semi-final of the compensation cup before. Enyimba has played in semi-final, has played finals, has played finals. So, as far as I'm concerned, Enyimba will progress to the group stage because we have a good coach.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you for dropping by on the show and, of course, weighing in on the matter discussed. We'll continue taking your reactions and all right, so let me take this call before we bring you updates of matches across different centers in Europe. 95.1, please.
Yeah, good evening to you all there.
This is Selo West.
Yes, well done.
Go ahead. Welcome to the show.
You're doing a good job.
Thank you very much.
You see this Libyan side, they are very tactical, honestly. The report I'm having is that their defense is so tight. So I think Philippe George should map out strategy and technique to break that defense. If it's not dribble to enter a team to score, try to get a good free kick taker to practice it in their practice session. So that if he cannot break through the defense, you can get good through outside your team. So I think that's another technique. Then for my Rivers United, my brother, I'm a fan, but I
No break our spirits, nah.
If I tell you, sir, I'm very confident. I'm lying because you see from the hotel, this game there are ways you play this football outside the pitch and inside the pitch. They did that hotel now. They chew anything they bring for them. They chew. I remember when Enyimba went for finals to play this. They went with their even water, even the food they ate there. They went with it. I'm telling you. Don't be surprised. You see this our opponent now. Wallopos, God forbid, Wallopos 3-0. They will be in the pitch running about, but they will not know what is going on.
But I think professionally, it's also possible that whatever brought to them is scrutinized, or it can also be that the delegation or the person in charge, these things are given out on contract.
My brother, na science now you go feed the page.
Say now it is
on psychological thing. There is no barometer to dictate it. Somebody can implant on your food, which is sooner you go take dictator out. when you eat it, it goes that day you'll be moving like mumu. And my brother, anyway, if they win, kudos, but I'm not very, very confident, honestly.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for calling up. By the way, Chris, Al Ittihad has gotten to the semi-finals of the CAF Confederation Cup before. That was in 2010. They've equally got into the semi-finals of even the Champions League. That was in 2007. So it's safe to say that they have the same level of experience with Enyimba when it comes to the CAF Confederation Cup. But maybe it's the CAF Champions League that Enyimba might be head and shoulders above them, because Enyimba have won it twice, back to back, 2-3, 2-4. 95.1, welcome to the show.
Hello, good evening.
Hi, good evening. Your name is Stella West?
This is Walter.
What? Huh?
Who am I speaking with?
This is Reliable Reliance. You're live on Today Sports Live on Today FM.
Reliable. Thank you. It's good. This is Walter.
Walter, let's hear you. All right, Walter.
For concerning Enyimba match and Rivers United, I've heard everything with the callers calling. It's 2-1 here at Enyimba. Don't be surprised. Had it been that match, it has Adokia Stadium. Don't be surprised. The match will be either 3-1 or 4-1.
Which of the match are you talking about? The Enyimba match?
No, I mean the Rivers United match.
Okay. Oh! You think Rivers United? You think they would have scored more goals if they played at Adokia?
Yes.
My brother. My brother. You know they played against Al Hilal, right?
Even young Africans.
Young
Africans. It was 1-0 victory.
How many did they score?
I know. Match difference now.
Match difference, right? Anyways.
Watford beat Man U 4-1 against Liverpool. Against Chelsea, what happened? So that's football for you.
All right.
So it doesn't mean that against Al Hilal you score 1-0. Against you, they can score more. It happens. This is football. Now I would say Rivers United. This is 2-1. It's 11-11.
All right.
So they are playing 12 against 11 at away. They should know it even before me that they are playing 12 against 11, not 11-11.
Okay.
So they should tie up like Cameroonians that play in Nations Cup. They should strong their heart. Forget about the threatening. If at all, they should take their chances. If you cannot score, it gives their opponent that can score, their colleagues that can have chance to score. So they should not be selfish in front. So it's me that will score. That's the only thing. So if they can score your own,
all right,
you should go over there and score your own.
All right,
and play well. You can qualify.
All right.
They can't. Don't be surprised whether it's Egypt or Tunisia. You can qualify.
All right.
You can score and qualify.
All right,
you can
Walter.
do 2-2.
It can be. It can be. Thank you very much, Walter. There's a caller on line 1. I'm going to need you to call back because we have a commercial break to go for. When we return from that commercial break, we'll continue taking your reactions, and then we'll talk a bit about Victor Osimhen, as there are possibilities that the young man might feature for Nigeria at the upcoming AFCON. Let's take a commercial break. We'll be right back. Stay right there.
Otimbi na Timbelio.
fit to fly, don't carry another package come for Hona. 7 days explosive vacation for Kigali and Congo. For this vacation, return flight go there to enter Kigali and Congo plus 2 visas. 3 different nights for Kigali and Goma. Ship cruise for 190. Hotel Rwanda, the Runga National Park plus other documenting badumenti will go the shell from December 14 go to December 21 with the shake the money. For more information, Mokona call us on top with Port Harcourt office 09070 37 36 96. This is correct vacation. Now you fit to fly, carry and come supported by the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo. This one go choke.
No matter the stage, there's still room for greatness. No matter the stage, there's a bit of greatness in every man. There's power to rise, there's power to conquer, there's power inside, there's a gift of power in every man.
Be the greatest that we can be. We've got power to thrive. Be the champions, make history. Keep the greatness
Power of Niger. With the power of Niger, we are back. The second half of Today Sports Live from Today FM 95.1. Right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Reliable Reliance is my name. Victor Okweji is right here. And Ezine Oti. Together, we are looking at matters concerning Nigerian football. We're taking your reaction. I said that when we are back, we'll continue taking your reaction. Yeah, that caller online one is calling again. All right. I still need you to be a little bit patient. Let's tell us what's going on across different centers in Europe. Yep, earlier on, Chelsea lost to West Ham United 3-2. Man, did you see those goals scored in that match? Spectacular goals scored in that match. Newcastle United leading Burnley by 1-0. Southampton leading Brighton and Hove Albion by 1-0. Wolverhampton Wanderers a stalemate it is at the moment against Liverpool. I know how things like this happen in football. When you have that opportunity is just open, climb top of the table with better points.
They're not go
They had. It will shock you. Say what for? If you can beat Man City, join because that match comes up by 6:30. That is now in the Spanish La Liga. Sevilla defeated Villarreal by 1-0. Barcelona are drawing goalless against Real Betis. Atletico Madrid will take on Mallorca much later. Real Sociedad to battle Real Madrid later. And that we switch our attentions to the Serie A. AC Milan defeated Sampdoria 2-0. Roma against Inter comes up by 6 p.m. While 8:45 we see Napoli take on Atalanta. In the German Bundesliga, it's Amina Bielefeld drew 1-0 against FC Cologne. Augsburg lost at home to Bochum 3-2. Whoa. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 goals to 1 in favor of Bayer Leverkusen against Greuther Fürth. Hoffenheim had a 5-goal thriller against Eintracht Frankfurt, ending 3-2 in favor of the home side. Mainz 05 defeated Wolfsburg 3-0. And Borussia Dortmund will take on Bayern Munich in what is described or called El Clasica later this evening. In the French League, Marseille leading Brest by 1-0. Lille will take on Troyes much later, and it's going to be Lens against the champions, former champions, defending champions. Yep, former champions, defending champions are Lille at the moment. So former champions, Paris Saint-Germain. So that's how things are on our screen. It's just 4 minutes before 90 minutes between Wolverhampton Wanderers and Liverpool, and there's no goal to report. How has the match been so far, Victor? What's the difficulty for Liverpool in scoring?
Well, if comparatively speaking, Liverpool have been having a bad game and Wolves are having a good game. For the Wolves side, you're stopping the highest scoring team in the league at this point in time, 80th minute, and go!
That was not a goal.
Mane just skying down. It's it I have to tell you. For Liverpool team, I don't just know the problem with the team. They're just doing everything right, but they've not been able to create those clear-cut opportunities. This is like the first time they are creating this kind of opportunity in the first half, aside the one that Jota had. In the first half, they had Alexander-Arnold, Jota also missing a glaring header. But in the second half, the Wolves team, they've been able to neutralize this Liverpool attack. Mohamed Salah have done nothing, and Neymar have been the most advanced player in this second half.
Mane,
sorry, I say Neymar. Diogo Jota is off, and also Chamberlain is in his place. And for the Wolves side, their attack, even though they are not, they've not got that cutting edge. Less of Adama Traore and Raul Jimenez, they've been able to make sure that Liverpool they push Liverpool backwards. And Raul Jimenez getting those positions. Although Liverpool side have been able to create those offside trap here, whenever Jimenez gets behind them, he's always flagged for offside, just as he did a few minutes ago. For Liverpool, I don't just know the problem with this team today. Nothing is just working for them today.
All right. Before we return to take your reactions, let's just let you in on this one that Victor Osimhen might likely play for Nigeria in the AFCON. That's the story. He was earlier ruled out, and reports said he was going to be ruled out for how long? 90 days. That's about 3 months. Ruling him out of the AFCON, which starts January 9 in Cameroon. But according to La Gazzetta dello Sport, the Eagles forward might return to action before the earlier proposed date. The paper said Osimhen will have an X-ray on Tuesday next week and might have to return to action wearing a mask. The paper said, and I quote, "The prognosis is 3 months, but the time could also be shorter. It will depend on the reaction of the Nigerian's body, but there are glimmers of optimism about his recovery at Naples. Last Monday, he removed the stitches and is feeling pretty good, having already started working on an exercise bike and treadmill. Next Tuesday, he will do the TAC and X-ray, and if everything goes as we hope, Victor Osimhen will be able to return to training in Castello Volturno, while the specialists from those exams will study the carbon marks to be supported on the player's forehead so as not to press on the eyebrow, a marks that will be made with a 3D printer on the cast of the center forward's face." End of quote. Isn't it? Just wrap it up for us. A potential good news.
Yes, a potential good news for Nigeria, because we know how it has been. It was a big blow for us when we heard about his injury coming out in that game. But for Victor Osimhen, I hope he will be fit. Reliance, he missed out on the 2018 World Cup. This time, if he doesn't work out, so that means he will be missing out on the AFCON this time. It's not going to be a good thing. Yes, he's still young, but you look at him, can he be able to keep up with that consistency? He needs to start doing it now. But you want to think about it. Victor Osimhen has been a player that has been prone to injury over the years. You look at it, maybe he needs to try to manage his health going further. But if he's managing it, that means he might not play in the AFCON. But if he plays, it will be a good one for him. He needs to play for us in one of these bigger tournaments, and the AFCON is one step he has to take up with.
If he comes back, will he be the same Victor Osimhen?
Of course, it's not as if Mohamed Salah almost getting for Liverpool. It's not as if it's an ankle injury where you have to take time to recuperate.
Yeah.
It's just something on his face.
And what's it called, the other one?
ACL.
Anterior
crucial
ligament. Yeah.
So this is just a face injury. I mean, Raul Jimenez had some crack in his skull a few months ago, and he had to wear a headband. So it's just something. Maybe he can wear a mask and then get kicking again.
That's the like possibility. Let me take this caller as line 1 has been there. 95.1.
Guys, Simon, call back.
Simon, now you did like one since.
Yeah, I'm keeping you waiting. The reason why I called back, because my fellow Enyimba fans have overhearing some of us shouting that we have a very good coach, very tactical. Now, I want us to be humble on this because of the thing. Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Now, I'm talking, I'm just saying my mind now, my own opinion. I will not open my mouth now and tell you now, as I'm talking, whether Philip George is very tactical or technical fan, because he has only played two competitive games.
Yeah.
But from what I saw from the 2 games that he played, I think he's going somewhere. But that one will not make him have to start making noise and shouting. So I want us to just keep ourselves, just humble ourselves. Let the judge first continue progressing with the team, and also let the Nigerian league start, so that we will also know his performance, how he will handle the team.
Okay.
Because some other coaches have handled the team and won the league.
Yeah.
And even the competition that is going on now, Even the last coach that they sat before him has taken the team up to the quarterfinal level two times.
Yeah.
Even Usman Adana have taken the team to the final level. So that's why I said, let us. For me, I think Philip George is a good coach.
Yeah.
I will not start shouting and jumping up now.
So Simon, we should be humble in our expectations, right?
Yes, at least for now.
Simon, do you know who uses that line?
Eh?
Do you know the famous person that uses that line?
I don't know.
Gennaro Raw, coach of the Super Eagles.
I'm not speaking as Gennaro. I'm speaking as myself.
I know.
I'll not be in the same page with Gennaro.
Right? All right, my brother. Thank you very much, Simon, for dropping by on the show. It wants us to be humble in our expectations, and let's not get ahead of ourselves with the new manager of Enyimba, Finidi George, I beg your pardon, who has been in charge of 2 competitive matches for the team. So we are taking your reactions right now until the end of the show. We have about a few minutes before we wrap it up and make way for the news update at 6 p.m. Tomorrow we'll be back here 1 o'clock again. It's going to be hotter and even more exciting than what you've enjoyed today. We started from 1 p.m. with Victoria here and the rest of the crew who did justice to European football in the afternoon, Ballon d'Or and all of that. And then culminating into the second part where we've talked about Rivers United and Enyimba comprehensively on the show. All right, so tomorrow we'll do it again. We'll talk about other sports. There's Formula One. There's the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix tomorrow. Is hitting up, trust me. In Formula One, the season is going down the wire. I'll talk about it and then bring you live coverage of the continental matches that will be played tomorrow between Enyimba, Rivers United, and of course their respective opponents. 95.1. Welcome to the show.
Hey. Good. Good evening.
Welcome back, friends.
Do you used to pray when I pick your call? Every time you pick call, you be talking loud.
Faith, did you hear that? Did you hear that?
I didn't hear. What did you say?
Liverpool have scored.
Ah. Oh my.
Faith is not happy about it.
She shouldn't be happy. She's a Chelsea fan.
I'm not happy. I'm not happy.
She's a Chelsea fan. Her team lost and Liverpool have taken the advantage because they'll be going top of the table now.
They needed that.
No, they will only be 1 point behind us.
Okay, 1 point behind.
They should be ahead of Chelsea.
Mm-hmm.
Will they be behind or ahead?
They will be ahead of Chelsea.
No, behind.
Behind, okay.
Behind with 1 point.
So it's City who needs to win.
Like we won't still be on top of the table. And it's just 1 loss now. Why do we making too much fuss?
We are not making anything, no.
But loss is lost now. No, it's just the obvious.
It's not good though.
Isn't it that wants to do you this
I've joined the account.
No.
It's not fair. It's just 1 loss. I don't know why people are just forcing over it. I mean, making a lot of.
No, you've registered loss. That's what I'm trying to say now.
It's 1 loss, my dear. Don't mind, isn't it? I support you in this one. I support you.
I'll go away, Joe.
You see.
We'll come back. Now, so a mistake.
I'm the one supporting. I'm the one supporting you now. It's just 1 loss.
Lance.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Please, when this first season, when Ronaldo, when these people, Portugal, when they lost their World Cup qualifiers match, what did you hear Ronaldo say? Did he come out to tell people that people should lower their expectations? Like, that's what you see when you see someone who knows how to win, even when the person is failing. I'm not talking of the kind of always this thing. No, I'm not talking. I'm talking of the type of game or struggle. Like you lower your expectation, even to like countries that you are expected to beat convincingly. So there's really for a coach like Finidi George, there's really no expectation to lower. There's no need being humble. For someone of his class, you should expect what's better. You shouldn't expect. That's like when someone like Ronaldo loses any of his match, you would raise an eyebrow. You'd be like, what happened?
Yeah.
This wasn't supposed to happen. So everybody should God, but I know anybody are going to go through,
Okay.
and I believe Rivers United should also go do the same. Although I'm not that confident in Rivers United, but I know and I believe that they can do it.
All right.
It's very possible. Thank you.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you very much for dropping by on the show. So it's full time as the Molyneux Divock Origi, the hero of the Reds, giving them that all important goal that they needed. So Liverpool now just a point behind Chelsea. It's going to be Manchester City who will topple Chelsea at the top of the Premier League log. What am I saying?
Yeah, Liverpool are currently second now. Chelsea are still on top with
Nope.
3 points.
Nope. Liverpool have usurped Chelsea at the top of the
It's about
log.
2
I
points.
mean, with 1 point.
1 point now,
1
yeah.
point.
So that means
Because Chelsea were ahead with 2 points, and then they couldn't get any points today. So Liverpool win, get them ahead
And
of Chelsea.
if Man City wins,
They'll go
Man
ahead of
City,
Chelsea with 2
Man
points.
City will be ahead of Chelsea with 2 points,
Yeah.
ahead of Liverpool with 1
1
point.
point, yeah.
So it's going to be reshaping the table altogether, courtesy of Chelsea lost today to West Hampton Wanderers. Let me take this message. I
You
think
just called
we're
them West Hampton
Wanderers.
West Ham United, please. It's Wolverhampton Wanderers, not West Hampton, please. I beg your pardon. West Ham United. All right, so let me take this message. I think we are almost home and dry. Melody from Uniport says, Enyimba will always be Enyimba. The first Champions League we won was at Egypt. After all the intimidations in the field of play, the Egyptian fans were even throwing objects on our goalkeeper and defenders. Here we prevailed. That Nzobu spirit is still there. I miss Sami Barida's voice on today's sports. All right, thank you very much, Melody. Let me see if we have any message from the WhatsApp portal. All right, this one says, good evening, sports crew. Our darling Rivers United should try and keep it tight at the back. I believe Enyimba will make it to the group stage no matter the situation. But Rivers United should be security conscious. Fear the North, be it in Egypt or here in Nigeria. Sonny Bobo from Igrita Ali. Thank you very much. Many thanks to Ezine Oti who put this package together. Victor Buji with his analysis. Tomorrow we'll be back here 1 p.m. We'll talk about other sports. Then later on in the evening, live update of the continental assignment for Enyimba and Rivers United. Until then, in anything you are doing, always be ready to give it a little bit of a sacrifice, because trust me, there is no success whatsoever without a sacrifice. My name is Reliable Reliance Udonian. Good evening and stay successful.
My dream, my speed, and my strength give me the power to win. We flying higher to the top.
Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
There is nothing you cannot do.
Glorious Covenant Church Headquarters Parish, Kilometer 2, Iwofe Road, Rumo Precom, presents a 2-day mega healing crusade with the theme, In the Days of His Power, taken from the book of Psalm 110, verses 3, featuring salvation, healing, breakthrough, and deliverance. Date is 10th and 11th December 2021. Time 4:30 p.m. daily at the church field. Guest speaker, Reverend Dr. Omar Opai.
What separates a man from other men is to know what others do not know.
Also ministering, Pastor S.O. Akinola, General Superintendent, Pastor D.S. Kukigam, District 1 Superintendent, Pastor Izenekwe Arlen, Parish Pastor, Host, ministering in songs, Joy Okana, Pastor Wisdom K. Luba Kumbe, Monday, Idol. Free bus services available. Come and experience God's power. Jesus is Lord forever.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Spark and catch the fire. Spark and catch the fire. Spark and catch the fire. Experience Spark and catch the fire. Climax 28. The Spirit without measure. You are anointed for greater works. John chapter 14, verse 12. Ministry Apostle Innocent Uifioda, Apostle Daniel Efyong, Amazon Mrs. Wiener Duke, Host Ambassador Commandant Ezekiel Emmanuel Duke. Date 5th to 12th December 2021. Morning session 8 a.m. Evening session 4 p.m. daily. Venue venue, Holy Ghost Cantonment, 195 NTA Road, Mboba, Port Harcourt, River State. Come and catch the fire.
Here I come with my
Every day,
voice.
every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening. Here is the news update at this hour on Today 95.1 FM. I am Gloria Karibi Tombury. 61 members of Emmanuel Baptist Church, Kakao Daji in Kaduna have regained their freedom after 1 month in captivity. Chairman of the Kaduna chapter of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Joseph Ahab, confirmed that the abductees were released on late Friday. Gunmen had invaded the church located in Chikun local government area of the state on October 31st and killed 2 persons while several others were kidnapped. Hayab had said that 66 persons were abducted from the church while 2 of the abducted persons were killed on November 6. 3 others were injured and taken to the hospital, leaving 61 persons in captivity. The abductors were also said to have demanded 99 million naira for the release of the worshippers. Speaking earlier today, Hayab confirmed that the remaining 61 Baptist church members were freed alongside 9 others by the bandits. A mortar bomb exploded today morning in a residential estate in Maiduguri, the Borno state capital. The estate located along the Maiduguri-Damaturu Expressway is called 1000 Housing Estate. At least 12 houses were affected, but no loss of life has been recorded. The bomb is said to have exploded less than 100 meters away from the holding camp for repentant Boko Haram members. The military has barricaded the estate. Meanwhile, the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria has debunked reports that an explosion rocked the Maiduguri Airport in Borno State. The General Manager, Corporate Affairs, Henrietta Yakubu, in a statement today, said the information was false as there was neither an explosion nor any attack on the airport. FAN, therefore, assured air travelers that it remains committed to its core values of safety, security, and comfort. While there was indeed an explosion early Saturday, it was gathered that the incident occurred at a residential estate in Maiduguri. A former justice of the Supreme Court, Bolarinwa Babalakin, is dead. Babalakin died in the early hours of today at the age of 94. The late Babalakin, who was called to the London Bar in the 1950s, retired from the Supreme Court in 1992. According to the announcement by the family, the deceased will be buried in his hometown in Bonga, Osun State. Babalakin was a former president of the Muslim Ummah of Southwest Nigeria. The indigenous people of Biafra has raised alarm concerning the life of its detained leader, Nnamdi Kanu, following what it termed unsolicited visit of former Abia's governor, Senator Orji Uzokalu, to him at the DSS custody. The lawmaker earlier this week visited the pro-Biafran group leader, but in a statement by its media and publicity secretary, Imma Powerful, the IPOB said it was not comfortable with the Kalu's visit, warning that he should be held responsible if anything happens to its leader. It also said those who permitted him to see its leader would as well be held accountable. The statement said the DSS allowed Kalu access against court order, which all visitors, including Kanu's lawyers, comply with. Human rights lawyer Femi Falana says the white paper on the report submitted by the Lagos Judicial Panel on Police Brutality is illegal. The Lagos Judicial Panel had submitted a consolidated report on police brutality and an investigation into the Lekki shooting incident to the state government. After receiving the report, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu constituted a 4-member committee to come up with a white paper on the panel's recommendations, citing Section 15, subsection 2 of the Tribunals of Inquiry Law of Lagos State. Falana said the report of the judicial panel is as effective as a judgment of the Lagos State High Court. Thus, its findings can only be challenged in a competent court. The senior advocate of Nigeria also criticized the report of the White Paper Committee, stating that there were many contradictions. This is after Falana had faulted the Lagos State Attorney General, Moyo Onigbanjo, for stating that the panel did not disclose the identities of the soldiers who shot at protesters. Benue State Governor Samuel Otom has reiterated his call on the federal government to include Miyetti Allah Kautalho, Miyetti Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria, Makban and Fulani Nationality Movement, FUNAM, on the list of terrorist groups in Nigeria. While commending the federal government for considering the option of designating bandits as terrorists, the governor also suggested that other groups should be included on the list. Recall that the federal government, through the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation, had approached a federal high court sitting in Abuja to designate bandits as terrorist organizations, which the court obliged. And on the foreign scene, suspected jihadists killed at least 30 civilians in an attack on a passenger vehicle in central Mali's volatile Mopti. An elected official in Bandiagara confirmed the death toll, saying the victims included women and children. The attack has not been claimed by any of the numerous armed groups active in the West African country. Mali has been struggling to contain an Islamist insurgency that first erupted in the north in 2012 and has since claimed thousands of military and civilian lives. Despite the presence of thousands of French and UN troops, the conflict has overwhelmed central Mali and spread to neighboring Burkina Faso and Niger. And that was the news update on this hour on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget, always take responsibility. Make sure you wash your hands frequently with soap and running water. Avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent the spread of coronavirus. I am Gloria Caribbean Chambry. Good evening. Many thanks for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Some people will carry human head in their boots and they will not charge them because they are collecting bribe.
When they go collect salary, then go say government need to pay them way.
All these taxi drivers safe. They don't even get papers. Even driver's license safe, they no get.
Then you back there. Hold on there.
Their cars are in bad shape, very, very bad shape. They have no ethics of driving. That is why they will continue to bribe so that they can have their way.
I could shoot you now. I could shoot you. Headlight, you no get. Side mirror, you no get. Motorway to where they carry animal. Now you take put for road to carry human being. You don't even wind the motor when rain they fall. You no get conscience at all. Take, you be number 15. You be number 5. More than no forget on a number.
Let's allow them do their job. Do not obstruct justice by giving or taking bribe. Avail yourself a check. Even you, Oga driver, stop reckless driving and always update your papers. This information
is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM.
Voice of the people.
Officer, give me change. Now 1,000 I give you.
On Christ the solid rock I stand.
Christianity has been erroneously interpreted to mean a religion. And this has produced the kind of Christians who live in sin but still believe they are Christians. What difference have we between Christianity and religion? Gospel Deliverance Mission invites you to a 3-day Christian teaching. Theme: Christianity is not a religion. Topics to be discussed will include what happened on the cross, Baptism of the Holy Spirit. Date Friday 17th to Saturday 18th December 2021. Time 5 p.m. daily. And on Sunday 19th December by 9 a.m. Venue Gospel Deliverance Mission, number 15 Okomoko Street, D-Line, Port Harcourt. Questions will be entertained at the end of each session. Speaker Awodese Azibalua.
On Christ the solid.
It's 50 years of the exciting game of polo in the Garden City. The Port Harcourt Polo Club invites you to the celebration of its 50th anniversary and Golden Jubilee Tournament, holding from the 9th of January to the 15th of January 2022 and taking place at the Port Harcourt Polo Club, GRA, Port Harcourt. There will be lots of exciting polo games to savor and enjoy as top polo teams are expected from Kano, Ibadan, Kaduna, Lagos, Ghana, Dubai, Argentina, and the UK. An awards and dinner nights to honor our founders, grand patrons, distinguished Nigerians, polo buffs, and members who have supported the equestrian game of polo in general, and the club in particular will be the high point of the event. Side attractions include musical and comedic acts and night parties all through the tournament and celebrations. The main goal of this event is to celebrate the achievements of the club in the past 50 years while showcasing the beauty, richness, and diversity of our people, our culture, and our Garden City. As the world comes to Port Harcourt, come join us to celebrate polo and style, the game of kings.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique style.
It's time. Time to meet with the Lord. It's time for Hour of Reconciliation. It's time for Hour of Reconciliation. A place to get the undiluted Word of God. Welcome to Throne of Grace Bible Church. And the set man is Pastor Ambrose Elechi Alum. Be blessed as you listen.
Brother who slept and woke up in forever land.
Greetings in the name of the Lord Jesus, the Lord who saved us and made us to see this day. It is of the mercies of the Lord that we are not consumed, and I know you are aware. We bless God for today. If you are following us from any other part of the world that have different time zone from West Africa, this is our evening. It's just past 6, and in your zone it may be morning, it may be afternoon, it may be night. The time is not very important. What is very important is what the Lord has for us at this hour, and that's why it's good that we are here. If you are by your radio, please inform somebody, send a text, give a call, tell somebody to tune in so that the Lord will bless all of us together. I'm your brother, I'm your friend, Pastor Ambrose Elechi Alum from Throne of Grace Bible Church. This hour, it is time for us to dine at the table of the Lord. Before I forget, remember I gave us an invitation last week that tomorrow, Sunday, it's going to be a fantastic day. It's going to be a wonderful day. We are gathering to tell God that we are grateful. We want to appreciate Him. We want to thank Him. Yes, because the Lord God of heaven and earth that had kept us through, He deserves our appreciation. You know, somebody says that appreciation is application for more. He doesn't need it. It doesn't. Remember in Psalm 50, the Bible said that the thousands of animals on thousands of hills belong to Him. If He were to be hungry, He can just pick anyone. But because He's not hungry, He is not just hungry. Anything you are bringing is to abound to your own account. So we are gathering for general thanksgiving, appreciating God for the year. You know, He took us all through January till now. COVID-19 had not finished us. Other ailments, all the natural issues, all the phenomenal events that had happened, auto crashes and other accidents and incidences, none of us sank into it. The people that left were not stronger than them. So we need to just come and appreciate God. Tomorrow, Sunday, the 5th of December, it is going to be wonderful. Please don't miss it. Remember, I'm your brother and your friend, Pastor Ambrose Lechalum. And what is the address? Throne of Grace Bible Church. The headquarters is in Rukmoko. If you are driving and you are coming from Air Force or Rumokoro, that axis, as you just get to Happy Bite, you slow down a little bit, because immediately after Happy Bite, that is Big Treats Bakery and Supermarket. Immediately after that place, you see Foje Bar. Foje. It has Foje Bar. There is Foje Car Wash. Foje Bar. By the fence of Foje Bar, there's a street. Just enter the street. There's a gate, but they will open to you. There are security men that are there. As you drive in, drive straight to where the street seemed to end. It didn't end there. Then you veer left. As you enter left, that's the continuation of the street. As you enter left, you will then get to where the street empties into another street. Then you still veer left. And in short, if you are there and look up, you will see Throne of Grace Bible Church. That is where it will be happening tomorrow. Please don't miss it. Come and let us glorify God together. Let us appreciate Him. Let us give Him the calves of our lips. That is the one that is most important. Our singing, our dancing, our clapping before Him, rejoicing in His presence. That is the most important thing. So come around. I am expecting you. I am expecting you. God will bless you richly. If you are coming and you are missing your way, you can call 090-2415-9478. 090-2415-9478. You can as well call 080-333-963-68. 080-333-963-68. You can call 080-3259-5002. 080-3259-5002. God bless you. God bless you. Let's get into the business. But before we do that, bow your heads and let's pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we appreciate you at this hour, for you are so wonderful. Thank you, Jehovah, for your mercies towards us. And Jehovah, we are praying that as your word comes forth, you will touch us. Help us to prepare our hearts and let the seed of the word fall on fertile ground. And may this bear fruit unto 100 folds, 60 folds, in the name of Jesus. Amen. This day, I want us to go straight to the gospel according to Mark chapter 1, from verse 40 to 45. Mark chapter 1, from 40 to 45. And the topic is, now that He has helped you. Now that He has helped you. And there came a leper to Him, beseeching Him, and kneeling down to Him, and saying unto Him, If thou wilt, thou canst make me clean. And Jesus, moved with compassion, put forth His hand and touched him, and said unto him, I will, be thou clean. And as soon as he had spoken, immediately the leprosy departed from him, and he was cleansed. And he straightly charged him, and forthwith sent him away, and saith unto him, See thou say nothing to any man, but go thy way, show thyself to the priest, offer for thy cleansing those things which Moses commanded, for a testimony unto them. Take note, for a testimony. But he went out and began to publish it much, and to blaze the matter abroad. Blaze abroad the matter, in so much that Jesus could no more openly enter into the city, but was without in desert places, and they came to him from every quarter. Now that he has helped you, one thing I want you to observe is, all good gifts and all perfect gifts, they come only from the Father of light, from above. In James chapter 1 verse 17, all good gifts, it doesn't come from any other place. Another thing can give you any other thing. No, it is discovered and deciphered that the devil is bankrupt. Forget about what he steals and hands over to you. He's a thief. He's a thief, and that is his job description. He kills, he steals, he destroys. That is the devil. every good gift in James 1:17, and every perfect gift is from above. It doesn't come from beneath. It doesn't come from the pit of hell. Those of you that join occultism and there they tell you that they will give you position, they will give you money, they are thieves. It is what they have stolen that they are giving to you. And I hope I hope you know the law. If criminals are caught or thieves are arrested, or maybe somebody's item is getting lost and it was finally discovered in your hands, and it is discovered that you are actually not the thief, somebody stole it and you bought it from them. If both of you are charged to court, and the judge, by the time he passes his judgment, if the thief gets like 10 years, you may get 15. You that bought it may get 15. So I want you to understand that the devil steals. He has stolen and he's giving it to you, and you are jumping and you are rejoicing. When judgment will come, your judgment will be more. Every good gift and every perfect gift is from above, and cometh down from the Father of lights, with whom is no variableness, neither shadow of turning. He is not like a man that can change his mind. He is again not like a man that can become incapacitated. You know, there was a time I promised my younger sister I'll buy you a phone, and that time I promised her came and something happened. You know, there is an Igbo adage that says that Opoko the bird said that the day his mother will die, the day they will do his mother's funeral, he will use his beak to peck out down all the Iroko trees in town. And when that time came, he had boil, there was boil on his mouth, on his beak, and he was not able to peck even one. You discover it happened to me like that because I am a man, a human being. And when my sister called me and said, wait, I can't meet up again because some eventualities are crapped out. There are some things that I cannot control. I am very sorry. Don't bother at another time. But that is human and not God. With God, all things are possible. You know, he is so rich that he cannot tell you, well, I can't meet up again. No, he meets up at all times. Every moment he is meeting up. There is no shadow of turning. There is nothing like I promised you that thing when I was sleeping. I promised you that thing when I was drunk. I promised you that thing, or I didn't know I would not be able to. Or I promised I didn't even know the caliber of person. I didn't know that this man is not from my tribe or community. You know, tribalism, nepotism, and all that had been killing us down this part of the world. And it is everywhere. It's only minimal in some other places. God is not nepotic. God is not tribalistic. God does not look at faces. The Bible says he is not a respecter of persons. It doesn't give you because you will give him back. But if you give him for him to give you. Your giving attracts his own giving. But he gives you freely, and it does not upbraid. It doesn't look back. There is no variableness with him. There is no variableness with him. You know, in this James chapter 5, verse 1, James chapter 1, in verse 5 of it, if any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God that giveth to all men liberally, and upbraideth not. He gives freely. He gives liberally. It doesn't look back. There is nothing like, well, let me check this. No. It doesn't look at people before he does anything. Our problems are multiple. There are many problems. I know there are things that are holding you as I am talking. It's possible that you are listening to me from a hospital bed, or from your house and you are bedridden, or wherever you are and you are incapacitated. But that is why Jesus came. And Jesus came and said, as the Father sent me, so send I you. I stand on that existing protocol. The protocol that Jesus has established by his death and resurrection. Yes, he came with power. And by the time he went to hell after his death, before his resurrection, he went there and conquered the devil and collected the key. And when he came up, he said, all power is given unto me. I stand on that protocol. I come in that power. And I declare concerning you, concerning your health, I command that your leg that is paralyzing to come back to life. In the name of Jesus, I command that heavy burden of sickness upon you to be lifted now. In the name of Jesus, I declare the yoke is broken. Believe it now. Get up and do that thing that you have not been able to do before. Aha, I see the Lord healing somebody. I see somebody jumping out of the bed. That is what the Lord can do in Isaiah chapter 61. Isaiah chapter 61, verse 1. That's why the Lord came. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because the Lord had anointed me to preach good tidings unto the meek. That's why I'm preaching to you. That's why you are hearing the word. I preach good tidings to you. And he has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted. I don't know who had broken your heart. I don't know that disappointment that had made you disenchanted and disgruntled, and had made you that you are already getting so deep into depression. I pull you out of that depression, because the Lord has sent me to bind the brokenhearted. I am proclaiming liberty to the captives now, and I open the prison to them that are bound. No matter where you are, I command the prison door open, and I command you come out in the name of Jesus. In 1 John chapter 3 verse 8, the Bible tells me that my master Jesus, he is my oga, I'm his boy. I be boy to him. Yes, because the Bible says in verse 8, he that committed sin is of the devil. Please, I want us to note this part of this scripture first. He that committed sin is of the devil. So if you are a sinner, you are not a Christian, you are not a child of God. You are a sinner, still living in sin. You still deliberately commit sin. Not that, oh, there was a mistake and you don't know when you fell. And then you are crying out and you are confessing. No, that's not it. I am talking about you that sinned. You lied today. Or you lied yesterday. And today again you lied. And in the midnight you are still planning to lie. Or another situation comes up, you will lie. No, that's not what, that's the person the Bible is talking about here. He that committed sin is of the devil. You fell into fornication last month. This month you are falling into fornication again. And another person is still winking and making eye for you. Yes, you are a sinner. And no sinner is a Christian. That person, you cheat others in that your business. You cheat them. You tell lies to do your business. And therefore you cheat people. You are a sinner. Oh, Yahoo boy, you are a sinner. Wicked politician that eat our money, you are a sinner. You can repent too. You can repent. The Bible says, he that committed sin is of the devil. Madam, you leave your husband and go after other man. And it is not only once. And if it is only once, you need to confess and make restitution. Okay? Your wife is not enough. You better come back, because the Bible says you belong to the devil. He that sinned, he that committed sin is of the devil. For the devil sinned from the beginning. For this purpose, the Son of God was manifested that he might destroy the works of the devil. The works of the devil. In form of sickness, he came to destroy it. In form of that deprivation, he came to destroy it. In every form that he had been coming, he came to destroy it. He came so that he may destroy the works of the devil. That's why he came. That's why he came. Now, come back to our text. Come back to our text. The leper came to Jesus. I start from verse 40 again. Mark chapter 1 from verse 40. And there came a leper to him, beseeching him, and kneeling down to him, and saying unto him, if thou wilt, thou canst make me clean. The leper came and started begging. One problem we have is that many of us have problems and we don't even pray. We have issues and we don't even pray. In James chapter 4. James chapter 4. Permit me to use another translation that is not your King James Bible. In Living Bible, the Living Bible. What is causing quarrel and fights among you? Isn't it because there is a whole army of evil desires within you? Whether the desire is evil or good. If you do not pray, you have problem. You want what you don't have. I'm in verse 2. So you kill to get it. Like people kill to get things. You commit sin. If you are a woman, you needed a contract. You slept with a man to get the contract. You have killed because you killed your husband. Yes, you killed your husband. That you stabbed him from the back. You went to that man, went in onto that man. It's a job that you are looking for. After all, it will help the family tomorrow. You don't kill to get something that will help the family. That is killing. You are killing. Politician, you had to go to juju. You have killed a generation or many generations after you, because by the time you have gone to that idol and they demand that you are going to submit your posterity to them, and you have promised that my generation will do this and that, you have killed. You are a killer as well. It's not only when you shoot gun, and those that shoot gun as well, your own is direct. You want what you don't have, so you kill to get it. You long for what